So we are going to start this today's conference. Hello, namaskar, sat shri akal, adab to all the beautiful people present in the house. A very warm welcome and a very beautiful morning as well to all the lovely people. I am Ankar Nidhi Mishra, your today's host, and I welcome to all the respected dignitaries, national and international experts, and all esteemed guests at the third one-day international conference and awards on emerging technologies on electrical systems. It's a great honor to stand before such an distinguished minds and professionals from around the world. Today, we have gathered here to explore innovations, collaborations, and expand our horizon with three keys. First, think. Second, ink. And third, link. We aim to think for the future generations and ink our thoughts into meaningful discussions and link with the like-minded discussions with the professionals to collaborate and expand. वो कहते हैं कि सोचो बड़ा तो दुनिया भी बड़ी लगने लगेगी. The main goal of this conference is to bring together global manufacturers, buyers, dealers, and experts in this electrical power industry. This is a platform where the top executives and technical experts of this field unite for collaboration and grow to foster the exchange of ideas and establish new partnerships. As Steve Jobs once said, innovation distinguishes between a leader and a follower. And today, we are here to enhance leadership in technology and expansion. हमारा उद्देश्य सिर्फ ज्ञान का आदान प्रदान करना नहीं है. Yes, ladies and gentlemen, हमारा उद्देश्य ऐसे मंच बनाना है जहाँ से उन्नति की नई राह, नई दिशा तैयार की जा सके. तो आज यहाँ सिर्फ न केवल ज्ञान का आदान प्रदान होगा बल्कि उन्नति की तरफ बढ़ते हुए हम नए कदमों को चूमेंगे. So let's begin with a round of applause for all our distinguished guests and speakers who have came from different parts of the world to be a part of this prestigious conference. Thank you so much. Now I would like to respectfully invite the head of the organizing team, Mr. Subhash sir, on the stage. Mr. Subhash sir and his team on the stage. To adorning of distinguished guests to the dais and felicitation with a plant bouquet. Once again, I request to all team members. And please everyone, तालियां बजाते रहें क्योंकि तालियां बजाने से हाथों में ब्लड सर्कुलेशन तेज हो जाता है. एंड एज यू ऑल नो, ब्लड सर्कुलेशन बढ़ता है तो हाथों में खुजलियां होने लगती है. यस और नो, यस और नो. और जब हाथ में खुजली होती है तो पैसे की आवाजाही बढ़ जाती है. सो जोरदार तालियां आप सभी लोगों के लिए. आज जितने भी हमारे यहाँ डिस्टिंग्विश्ड गेस्ट प्रेजेंट हैं, बहुत दूर से सफ़र करके आप सभी लोग आए हैं. एंड I welcome once again to all of you to this amazing conference, third one-day international conference. So now, ladies and gentlemen, before proceeding ahead, now we will commence the event with the traditional lamp lighting ceremony symbolizing the light of knowledge and wisdom. जैसा कि कहा जाता है तमसो मा ज्योतिर्गमया. That means let us move from darkness to light. Yes, ladies and gentlemen, हमें अंधेरे से उजाले की तरफ ले जाने के लिए हमारी उजाले की देवी यानी कि हमारी रोशनी यहाँ हम सभी के बीच में प्रेजेंट हो, इसके लिए आज हम सभी लोग एक साथ मिलकर लैंप लाइटनिंग करेंगे. एंड आई रिक्वेस्ट टू अवर esteemed guests and dignitaries और इसी के साथ हम आज यहाँ पर एक साथ भगवान गणेश को भी याद करेंगे, क्योंकि कहते हैं किसी भी शुभ काम की शुरुआत करने से पहले भगवान गणेश को याद किया जाता है, सो दैट कि हमारे भगवान गणेश हमारे दुख हरता और हमारे सभी कार्यों को विधि पूर्वक संपन्न कराने के लिए मदद करेंगे. वक्रतुंड महाकाय सूर्यकोटि समप्रभा. Please everyone, put your hands together and pray for this, for wellness of this conference. Thank you so much. Now, I request to all esteemed guests and dignitaries, please be seated. And all of you, please give it a huge round of applause. Now, we are going to kick off today's ceremony. And इसी के साथ, thank you with this auspicious beginning. Now, we are ready to start the proceeding of the day. I request all the dignitaries, please rise for the national anthem as a mark of respect to our nation. Thank you so much.
जनगण मन अधिनायक जय हे भारत भाग्य विधाता. पंजाब सिंध गुजरात मराठा द्राविड उत्कल बंगा. विंध्य हिमाचल यमुना गंगा उच्चल जलधि तरंगा. तव शुभ नामे जागे तव शुभ आशीष मांगे. गाहे तव जय गाथा. जन गण मंगलदायक जय हे भारत भाग्य विधाता. जय हे जय हे जय हे जय 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 हे.
भारत माता की, भारत माता की, वंदे वंदे. Thank you so much. You may now be seated. And now I request Miss Monica, please come on the stage for welcome address by organizing team. Please, ladies and gentlemen, give it a huge round of applause to Miss Monica Chahar.
A very good morning to all of you. I would like to express my gratitude towards you all who sincerely contributed to this event in order to make it a success. Before we begin with today's session, please allow me to deliver a short speech in order to warm up you all about today's agenda and the theme of the conference. As India assumes its place in the world map in terms of leadership, especially the electrical industry cannot be far behind. And the electrical industry is not only a power sector at the today's era, but one which is the fulcrum of growth of the entire infrastructure of the globe. To ensure that the electrical and power industry keeps pace with the fast changing and exciting developments in the industry, ETES 2024 aims to provide a unique platform for experts from around the globe to present technical papers and to have a dialogue and deliberate discussions on key topics of the industry. The Indian power sector is undergoing a significant change that has redefined the industry outlook. Sustained economic growth continues to drive electricity demand in India. But safety, which was relegated to the back seat of our minds, is coming to the forefront now. And keeping this in mind, the theme of ETES 2024 is operation and maintenance of electrical equipment. At such a time, Electrical Mirror recognizes its commitment to not just in India, but to the entire world through creating a revolutionary platform where we can have dialogues to lead the future in more sustainable ways. We are at the cusp of technology changes. India has begun to carve the path towards an enabling environment by establishing an ecosystem. So please join us being the catalyst for promoting this growth through the platform of ETES 2024, Think, Ink and Link. The whole team of Electrical Mirror is thankful of each one of you and grateful that you have spared your time for us by participating in this conference. We seek your blessings with great hope and assure you to give you a lifetime experience of knowledge and informative sessions. Let's delve deeper into the journey of Electrical Mirror through the video presentation. Thank you so much.
Vasudev Kutumbakam, one earth, one family, one future. Our mission is to provide the latest and up-to-date information on the latest happenings in the industry, along with technology development, information on new product launches, growth opportunities, and emerging trends for the different sectors of the electrical and power industry. We provide an excellent and accurate platform for advertising and brand building. ETES 2024, Think, Ink and Link. Electrical Mirror is back with its second edition of ETES, which has created a metamorphical butterfly with a tremendous success last year to bring a revolutionary change in India's sustainable development. To ensure that the industry keeps pace with the fast-changing, exciting developments in the industry, ETES 2024 aims to provide a unique platform for experts from around the globe to present technical papers, case studies, and discuss and deliberate upon key topics such as innovative materials, diagnostics, and upcoming technology. We assure you that this conference will prove to be fruitful and informative for all the members participating in the conference. Our organization got an opportunity to invite speakers from all over the world, making it more inclusive and more expert-based event. This event will also include numerous interactive fun activities as well. And I feel delighted to tell you that this conference will end with an award show where all the candidates will be rewarded with certificates and prizes for being the linchpin of the conference. A very big thank you to all of you who have not only helped in running this magazine for 13 years, but also making it a huge success. Our in-house team of writers, editors, senior authors and printing department, everyone from bottom to top has greatly contributed in the making of this magazine and helping it become what it is today. 1,000 miles journey always starts from a single step. Today we have just stepped our next step to reach much ahead in this endeavor. We seek your blessings with great hope and assure to serve the best up to your expectations. Let's join hands for the best of all our individuals and as a whole for our nation. Thank you for being a part of this conference and we wish you all a happy learning experience at ETES 2024.
Thank you so much. And now please give it a huge round of applause. And once again, I welcome you all. And now, for address by a guest of honor and theme paper presentation, I would like to request Mr. P.K. Patnaik sir on the stage. Please, everyone, give it a huge round of applause to our Mr. P.K. Patnaik sir.
जय जगन्नाथ Namaskar. I'm a bit excited whenever to come to this podium because Galaxy exports are there off the dais and also exports are there on the dais. So this morning, the one which has been started off, the last month, just only we covered off the sacred month, Lord Shiva, must be knowing, we call it as a Shravana month. After that, we are just going to have it. So that definitely it is one of the auspicious day, just to start with of the next month, followed by this sacred one. The technology will be just crawling thereafter. The next important day today, must be knowing, as per the auspicious day is concerned, today is World's Senior Citizens Day. And on that base, we are going to get our chief guest, the renowned and pronounced, I can say, because the word is pronounced will be the great name for our K.K. Murthy. So he is the senior most for today's total gathering. She will be addressing also. Then respected Kazi ji, I think you must be knowing, and today morning whenever I was just getting introduced by my friend Mr. Imtiaz Siddiqui, he was talking that the total country runs because of the Sarvagan. Okay, so that is the one which basically brings the name in the name of Mr. Kazi. Then the world figure, the renowned figure and the eminent figure, you must be knowing my friend, Mr. Imtiaz Siddiqui, and he is a very good, Urdu writer, and he also on his address definitely will be speaking one or two Shairi also, Shairi master, and you will be just making the total ambience in a different mood, Mr. Siddiqui. Then our friend, the particular one, which means man behind this total show, Mr. Subhash ji. So this is the total one, and me, as before you, P.K. Patnaik. Of course, I have got a different kind of, I should have to make that introduction also. I have not been taken as the P.K. Patnaik only. We have got a group across country, and that also runs in a different mode. Around 8,500 engineers are there in that group. And the maximum of the members are there sitting over here are the members of those groups. So that is our spark ignited to share. The main motto of this one is to let's care and share for knowledge. For that sake also today we will be going for some of the caring, sharing knowledges and all. Let me to come to the theme today, how the total show will run. Let me to just present the things in that way. Can you just go for the inaugural, my paper inaugural one. Okay, so today's theme paper, the one which been comes as the concept, emerging technology on electrical system, ETES 2024, and this is the second edition. Of course, in between there we have one more session in between, that was of ETRS, emerging technology on renewable system. So the first one was of ETES 2023. This time it is of the second edition, but named as the third international conference. Why so? Because this group, they have organized 3 conferences. So one is of ETES 2023, then ETRS 2023, then ETES 2024. The emerging technology, the theme paper, today's paper is of operation and maintenance of this particular one of OMI. Now, let me to come to this technology whenever it comes. First of all, what was the technology, what is now, what would be? If you think about the technology, what it was, people were just giving the emphasis upon the, like, the robust kind of technology, to come up with a robust kind of technology. The design should be robust, bigger, mammoth structure and all. They were not talking about the cutting principle of these particular cost and all these things they were not considering. It is to run for days together. Then the technology right now comes in the tune of like techno-economic kind of design, in which the cutting edge principle have come. We are not going to go for optimization is the next part. Right now we are going for in that way. So that technology is now exactly in global mode. If I come to the next part, whenever comes to the next part, we will be emphasizing upon the standardization. Why to go for the standardization? If it will be standardized, then everyone will be going for the similar platform. They will be playing in the similar platform as per the principle is concerned. If standardization is not there, the customer, the user, they are also being problem. The manufacturer also they are being problem. Product developers also being problem, because they are going for having their own concept and pushing also those concepts. So in totality, the manufacturers are getting in trouble. So in one angle I can say, the technology was in one way like linear and localized. If I know the technology, it was not coming to the next part of the country. That was of linear, the day was there, to the tune of like 1960, 1970 and all. It was not coming. If some state is of having that kind of technology, it is not going to the some other. It was of linear and localized one. Right now what it is there? It is totally in globalized mode. Right now placing over here, the emerging technology have come up, you will be getting connected quickly to others, like Internet of Things, like your SCADA way connected, and you will may be connected with of a different manner. So that is the things called the global and exponential mode. Technology is so fast, even you can't believe tomorrow what will happen. So that is called the technology, how it is going for. And if you go for the next part, there might be issue. There might be the condition may come in which the Earth may be talking to Mars. That may be universal. Things will be super exponential. The very simple example, 1G, 2G, 3G, now 6G have come. So this is the one how the technology have come up. Then if I come for every technology is been abide by of these 6 points. One is of like digitized. Any information what it is coming, if it is digitized mode, like on example, initial days we are having those mobile set which was some limited features were there. And right now the mobile set have come up in a different way. Means see, the mobile set if it is not there, you cannot manage the show. You may leave your kith and kins or your relatives and all, but mobile set if it is not there with you, you are feel very, very suffocated. Why so? Because that is of everything of yours. Anyway, so that is in a deceptive mode. Whenever any technology comes, it will be going in a deceptive mode. What is that meaning of deceptive mode? Like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 like that. Slow mode of expansion. Then it will be coming one day in a disruptive mode. Disruptive mode means the exponential mode. Exponential mode in the sense, today is 2, then it will be 4, then will be its next one, 16, then so and so. So this is in exponential mode. And if it will be in exponential mode, the technology will be coming in that way. Everyone will be making to that one in the dematerialized mode. Everyone to be available to everyone sense. Demonetize. Demonetize in the sense, your money which was being taken hoarded at one place, it will be decentralized. Everyone will be having that facilities and all. One day, it will be totally democratized. Then technology will go to the back seat. An example I'm talking. Right now, your maid might be having also the kind of mobile set. Rickshaw puller, auto rickshaw puller, they have got the mobile set. So this is already been in democratized mode. Everyone is having this facility. So the technology have come to that way, that is to be affordable and getting available to each and everyone. Similarly, whatever the technology is coming up at this point of time, you are saying that it is a disruptive technology, that will be only for that mode at the intermittent position. One day it will be democratized. It will be available to each and everyone and all. Talking about any technology, you just pick up. So definitely it will be coming in that mode. So this is about the technology. What the concept of today's theme, I mean the way how it will be running. It will be running in the delegate-based conference. We not the way to speak, you will be speaking, we will be addressing to you. I mean to say all the experts, the speakers, those will be there, they will be addressing. It is totally open kind of things. Then authors response based, means see, authors will be responding in that way, the tune in way which you want to make the show to run. On that basis, actually, authors will respond. Experts will be there, panelists will be there. We have kept some of the very relevant kind of queries, query-based kind of things. That also will be coming, and we will be just getting to know that. Session 1, we are having of 7 papers to be read out. Session 2, the panel session, in which we will be discussing about the theme. Session 3 will be having of 4, and session 4 will be having of 3 papers. And very interesting part, the last, that will be the actually the interesting kind of things. There we will be having some award ceremony, and in that base also all the delegates, almost all the delegates, the lucky delegates, they will be getting also the exciting prizes, exciting awards. They will be getting the chance also to interact, and most important part also, they will be getting the special annual subscription for, complimentary subscription for Electrical Mirror, the leading magazine. That also is there, the chance of the lucky delegates will be there, but only question is that, the condition is that, the validity is there, you have to be there in the house. Suppose in case you are not in the house and you are claiming, because there might be in each and every slot, one number might be there. I think his number, yeah, my number is 117. So you just get your number, that is of most important. So today's your identification, please check it. If anyone is not having that number, then you just get it embossed at the registration desk. Mine is 117. Of course, I will not be there. By mistake they have put it, because I am bit of the part of the organizing team. So I will not be there, but the lucky draw will be taken up with them. Those are having that embossing number. So the session is been categorized in this fashion. One is for ETMM, the one which is been considered the equipment testing. The testing technology, what it has come, what the new things have come up, that also will be coming here. And how like we are going for monitoring those things to have the better kind of reliable maintenance and all, and its maintenance. So the one will be coming, few of the papers or few of these theme will be described in terms of ETMM. EOM, equipment operation and maintenance. That is the theme of the paper. Then equipment protection and support. There will be number of one which needs of the protection and safety. So protection safety also we have kept as a few of the papers, because it is to be read out in that way. So let me to take in that way. First session will be just run by in this way. Mr. ETES Siddiqui, as I told you, the international figure. He will be talking about the challenges and opportunities what we have in our system, the technology, what the challenges we are facing, the worldwide, what the things are going on, and how like we are going to cope the system, that operation maintenance and condition monitoring practices to be just delivered by our friend Mr. ETES Siddiqui. Then things will come in tune of international figure, Dr. Diego Ravallino. So Ravallino will be talking about the dielectric testing of power transformer, and especially for the high voltage bushing. As you know it very well, every transformer has got two parts. One is the transformer itself, the core body, and the one which is connected as the bushing is concerned. Bushing is also one of the one. If it fails, almost all the transformer also gets out. Means see, gets burnt, gets also failure. So that's why how the testing would to be taken and how to take care of bushing, that will be read out by our Dr. Ravallino. Then the one which will be talking about Mr. Atha Salim, you can't believe this particular group have got everything, the emerging technology. The one, the theme, the concept, everything is having there, and the products they have in their basket exactly is just suitable to the concept of ETES. So they will be talking about that. Then most important part will be read out by Mr. Sam Ravindran. It is very, very interesting, the conceptual paper in which we are now standing. The safety aspects will be read out, and electrical safety. It is a must paper and very interesting. I will be requesting everyone, at least you just don't go to listen, don't go away from this house. Just listen Mr. Ravindran, because he will be talking about the new concept, which is of, we call it as earth loop resistance, initial days. How it has come up to going with of earth loop impedance. Because whenever the DC part is there, whenever the alternating current parts is concerned, the frequency will be coming into picture. So during that time, we exactly cannot say so that it will be fault loop resistance to measure or to monitor. It will be fault loop impedance. The in and out of that one, how it is coming up, that will be read out by Mr. Syam Ravindran. Then Mr. Yogesh Sood, I can tell you one thing. Mr. Yogesh Sood was the award winner last time as far the best paper is concerned. So round of applause to Mr. Sood. Last year, ETES 2023. So he just presented one of the beautiful paper. This time also he has come up with another beautiful paper relating to the filtration solution for all industrial fluids and insulating oils. Very interesting paper. Then transformer oil analysis, it is a very good linked paper, like no dissolved gas analysis is there, and how like the things and interpretation, and to come up with the way maintenance and all that will be read out by Mr. Seetal Shah, Qualitrol from Qualitrol Group. Then innovative earthing technology. It's a very, very interesting paper. Why I am talking about? As you know it very well, all the products are being considered as the innovative. Or we can keep it as this is a innovative product, something like that. But what is that with that innovative earthing? Very interesting part. Innovative earthing. Earthing. What is that innovative then? So it will be just the title being considered as innovative has got a special meaning. So hope so also you must not miss that particular one, because we are all ready to go for every equipment. But all the equipment stand good and to hold good and to run good if earthing is been perfect. How the earthing will manage the show at any way, that will be just spelled out and very correctly to be read out by our friend Mr. K.K. Gupta, one of the eminent figure. Then emerging technology for partial discharge. This is one of the very emerging concept of coming of each and every electrical equipment. That will be read out by Sai Mainampati from MTech Pro. And if I go to the next one, the session 2, that will be just chaired by me. And that basis, I have already kept some of the query-based wish list. Means what you wish to have your equipment, we have kept some query-based. It will be really interesting. And that interesting paper, definitely you will enjoy. I have just assured the things, definitely will enjoy. The panel discussion will be just taken up by me. In that, I will be there with our chief guest will be there in that session, Mr. K.K. Murthy, Imtiaz Siddiqui sir also will be there. Mr. R. Prakash, you will be getting another energetic guy. He will be coming very soon and to join with us. Mr. Prakash also is there. And Dr. S.B. Saraswat sir is there also in the front line. Saraswat sir is there. So we'll be having a very good interaction. Okay. So the session number 3 will be running in this way. The keynote speech to be read out by Mr. Sushil Barsaniji. He is from Academy Industrial Management and Challenges. So he'll be talking about the challenges and the strategy of effective maintenance and equipment. First of all, the technology was being taken, the challenges and opportunities by Mr. Siddiqui, and this one to be considered, how the maintenance to be considered, that is to be challenge and strategy. Online partial discharge, that will be the Jayesh Patel from Mega USA. So it will be again another one. Partial discharge is the upcoming technology, so leading technology, and it is to be taken up in that way. Then as per the Ramani money is there, very interesting part. All the things to be kept, all your equipment, everything to be kept in a modular form, and your panel should have to be capable enough to accommodate all the equipments. How it is to be taken, what is the technology, what is the new things have come up, that will be just read out by Mr. Ramani Mani. Then enduring legacy towards 1950-81 one video will be there to be taken up by Transport Corporation of India. Very interesting how all these things to be in logistic way to manage. Then predictive maintenance and condition-based, means the ASI, the asset health indexing part will be taken up by Siddharth Bajaria, the Qualitrol Group from OM Technical Solutions. Very, very interesting part. All the things data is there. Right now, all the data will be coming, but those data will be in concentrated manner, in a particular focused manner. How to be taken up, that will be taken up by Mr. Siddharth Bajaria. Then we'll come to the last session of session number 4, in which Dr. Arora will be coming and also will be talking about how the safety to be considered relating to the condition monitoring, because every equipment has got its own importance if it will be maintained in a proper manner, and also to be considered in terms of its safety and all. As our equipment are of our right approach and quick approach, so there might be question of electroquations and all, how to get rid of it, because your life and our life is very, very important. That's why that will be read out by that. And building to the grid integration, that will be taken up by BSK Harishji, is very, very renowned one, and you can really will be mesmerized of listening him, Mr. Harishji. from the university, the academia paper will be there. Then winding joint, whenever we go for the winding joint, then one keyword comes from Mr. Sasank Gupta. So that will be the winding joint, the keyword, and asset health monitoring, that will be read out by Mr. Prayag Gupta. So by this we will be going for considering all these things session. All the papers are very, very interesting paper. Only question is that how we will be managing, because I could not also manage of speaking this thing about the people, and the time slot what it is given for, it has been crossed out. But still also what I believe, you will be enjoying the total session, and the very session is very, very interesting. At the end also will be, there will be fun making show is there. So we will be doing, so what is the takeaway? We will be summing up all these things. Not that the session been completed, the sessions will be elongated, and finally we will be summing up all these things. We will prepare one concluding paper. That concluding paper will be released in the Electrical Mirror magazine, because that is need of the way to go for the so I believe, don't forget, special attraction is there, in which there will be lucky delegates will be getting the lucky prizes, the exciting prizes. And with this I conclude. Thank you all. Have the nice time. Jai Jagannath.
थैंक यू सर, आपने इतना अच्छे से हम सभी को नॉलेज दी, और डेफिनेटली सभी स्पीकर्स यहाँ आज से नॉलेज नोट करके लेके जा रहे हैं, क्योंकि हमारे के मूर्ति सर के पास नॉलेज का भंडार है, एज यू ऑल नो. एंड नाउ वन मोर guest of honor, Mr. Haji sir, please come on the dais. And Haji sir, please come on the stage. And हमारे थोड़ा सा के मूर्ति सर ने जितनी नॉलेज दी है, थोड़ी सी और नॉलेज हमारे सभी गेस्ट के लिए.
शुक्रिया मैम, बहुत बहुत शुक्रिया आप सभी लोगों का, और ख़ास तौर से इम्तियाज़ साहब का जिन्होंने हमें यहाँ पे बुलाया, और इसके लिए हम शुक्रगुजार हैं. यहाँ भी हमारी मुलाकात मूर्ति साहब से हुई. रियली बहुत ही अच्छे इंसान हैं, काफ़ी देर मेरी बात हुई है, और सीनियर मोस्ट हैं. ये आप सभी लोगों को बताएंगे इसके बारे में सारी चीज़ें. और जो ये प्रोग्राम हो रहा है ये बहुत ही अच्छा है, और चूँकि इक्विपमेंट के बारे में और सब चीज़ों के लिए यहाँ पे जो बताया जा रहा है, हम सभी लोग इसके लिए सीखेंगे और इसके लिए बात करेंगे. तो बहुत ज़्यादा ना कुछ कहते हुए हम आप सभी का फिर शुक्रिया अदा करते हैं, और ये हमारा पहला मौका है जो यहाँ पे आए हुए हैं, और शुक्रिया, बहुत बहुत शुक्रिया आप सभी लोगों का. थैंक यू.
So now I would like to request Mr. Imtiaz Siddiqui sir on dais. Please everyone give it a huge round of applause to Mr. Imtiaz Siddiqui sir.
Good morning, everyone. We are already running late, and I believe that these kind of programs are meant for technical discussions and deliberations. I will not take much time. I will just say thank you for everybody to, for coming here in large numbers, and we are looking forward to a very, very interactive discussions and sessions in the next couple of hours. And I would pose some questions when I come to deliver the keynote speech, and probably I would like to set the context for how we should move forward as an engineer in years to come. Thank you very much. मैं तो छोटा हूँ, झुका दूंगा कभी भी अपना सर. मैं तो छोटा हूँ, झुका दूंगा कभी भी अपना सर. सब बड़े ये तय तो कर लें कौन है सबसे बड़ा.
So ladies and gentlemen, it gives me immense pleasure to be a part of this significant moment and the release of book. So please give me a huge round of applause with me, help me to. I request once again to internal teams, please help me to release a book. Okay, so We are having 2 seconds. This book is not just a collection of words, but a journey of thoughts. As पीके पटनायक सर says कि आपको आगे जाने के लिए सिर्फ नॉलेज होना ज़रूरी नहीं है, आपको नॉलेजफुल लोगों के साथ में कोलैबोरेशन करना भी ज़रूरी है. एंड इस बुक के साथ आज आप देखेंगे बहुत सारी ऐसी नॉलेज भी छुपी होगी जो आपने अपने फ्यूचर में आगे काम जो आपको करने हैं उसके लिए काफ़ी हेल्पफुल रहेगी. एंड इस बुक की लॉन्च में आप सभी लोगों का बहुत बड़ा योगदान है, क्योंकि नॉलेज कभी किसी एक के साथ से नहीं आती, हम सभी के कोलैबोरेशन से आती है. एंड एज वी ऑल नो, हम सभी आज यहाँ एक्सपेंडेशन एंड कोलैबोरेशंस के लिए बैठे हैं. एंड वी ऑल नो दैट innovation and collaboration is the key of success. So ladies and gentlemen, please give it a huge round of applause for this new book launch of ETES 2024. Please give it a huge round of applause. As we unveil this work today, and we celebrate not only the author, we celebrate not only the author's dedication, but also the power of knowledge and storytelling by this book. Please give it a huge round of applause. Thank you so much. And with this knowledgeful book and storytelling, please everyone, please give it a huge round of applause to this book launching. और इस बुक के थ्रू डेफिनेटली आप सभी को वो नॉलेज मिलने वाली है जो आपके करियर में आगे डेफिनेटली फ़ायदेमंद होने वाली है. आपको बहुत सारी चीज़ें इस बुक से हेल्पफुल होने वाली हैं.
Actually, with due permission of this organizing team, I will take only one line behind it here. Actually, you know the particular quote, everyone needs someone someday.
Yes.
So this is the total theme of this book. As I was in need of the way to get all those materials, so the Spark members, those are sitting over here, this is not my book, this is dedicated to the Spark group, because all the members have contributed. I am just only the mediator to compile the books and get it released and to be available with you. This will be really not my book, it is actually our book. So whenever you know very well, the letter I just converted with we, then everything gets a change. So this is our book, and probably all the Spark members, your views been depicted here, enumerated here also. Please grab this book, get it available. Hope so also we will be having similar kind n number of books during Elekrama, whenever it is to come in the month of February. So we will be having so many books. Of course, it is not mine, yours, because your everything I have mentioned here in the compiling mode. So thank you. Hope so also we will be having this book for you, and be many things to come also for this sake. Thank you.
Thank you so much, sir. Thank you, sir. क्योंकि
Patnaik Sahab is the person, unique person, who brought all the power engineers together under one umbrella. So please give him a big hand.
Thank you, sir. And thank you all of you to be a part of this book release ceremony. And now, ladies and gentlemen, it is a great pleasure and great honor to me to invite our esteemed chief guest, Mr. K.K. Murthy, sir, on this stage. The man with the value of wisdom, dedication, and service to the community. And as we all know, today is a Senior Citizens Day. On this day, on this special occasion, I request to Mr. K.K. Murthy, sir, please come on the stage and felicitate to all our speakers, and please spread your knowledgeable on this day.
I am K.K. Murthy, rather ETES 2024 committee headed by Mr. Subhash and Mr. Patnaik, next is Mr. Patnaik, then Madam Neha Chauhan. So it is an honor to me, and as far as the whatever they have said about me, I am an old timer. In our time, we had only electromechanical relays and MOCBs. So in over the period of 21 years, I have retired 21 years back. Over the period, the technology has actually advanced so much that perhaps I don't have anything to speak about this technology. Of course, yes, one has to learn new technology. See, in olden days, we had only telephones, as you know, the dial-tap telephones. So likewise, I worked in the electrical protection where the electrical relays were all electromechanical. So in those days, there was very crude method of charging the transformer. Our executive engineer will say, you hold the disk. There used to be DDT32 relay. So they used to say, when I was assistant engineer, either you remove the latch of relay, that positive of relay, and you used to charge the transformer. Once the transformer used to hum, then we all used to clap like this. So that was the day, those were the days. Now the technology has changed so much that you have to go into details that what are the things which are to be taken care of. In those days, it was not there. The bushings and all, nobody knew what is a bushing, and that too OIP and RIP and all that. And that way, now, presently, of course, many testing equipments have come for monitoring the health status of a transformer or any equipment. So in our days, it was not like that. So of course, I have tried to update my knowledge, no doubt. But as you know, the knowledge is for knowledge one has to have the background also. So in our days, we studied, you know, these walls. Even transistors were not there. Even while I was doing engineering, we were doing with slide rule. Even this calculator was also not there. So that way, you can say that what is this Buddha telling? see. So that this feelings you will all have, but all said and done, it is I have been given great honor here. For that, I will. I have no words to thank to the organizing committee of ETES headed by Mr. Suhas and Engineer Patnaik Sahab and Neha Madam and all, and their team. So with this, I wish every success for this great ETES 2024. And with this, I wish them, and I suppose, I think it will be a great session, and everybody will enjoy and learn. See, in our this thing, there is a saying, of course, here most of the people are not beginners. In our this thing, the saying is there, one of the subordinates has said that मैं कभी हारता नहीं हूँ, या तो जीतता हूँ या सीखता हूँ. So that should be the attitude. So with this, I once again wish all of you very, very happy this ETES 2024 session. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, sir. And now, I would like to request Mr. Subhash sir on the dais. Mr. Subhash sir on the dais. Mr. Subhash sir, please everyone give it a huge round of applause. I invite Mr. Subhash sir for felicitation of our esteemed guest. And now I would like to request Mr. K.K. Murthy sir on the center of the stage. Felicitation by Mr. Subhash sir, organizing head of this team. Ladies and gentlemen, it's an honor to felicitate our distinguished guests who have graced with us their presence today, their invaluable contribution to this today's conference. And we have mementos for our guests and please everyone give it a huge round of applause to our Mr. Chief Guest K.K. Murthy sir for this felicitation and memento by Mr. Subhash ji and team. Now I would like to request Mr. Haji sir, please come in the center of the stage, and Mr. Subhash sir, please give a memento and felicitate to Mr. Haji sir. And I request to Imtiaz sir, please give a memento to Haji sir. It's a symbol of respect and admiration. Now I would like to request Mr. Subhash sir, please felicitate Mr. Imtiaz Siddiqui sir. Please everyone give it a huge round of applause to Mr. Imtiaz Siddiqui sir. Felicitate with a plant bouquet. It's a symbol of global savior. And I request Mr. P.K. Patnaik sir, please sir. Please everyone give it a huge round of applause to Mr. P.K. Patnaik sir, and I request to Mr. Subhash sir, please give a memento and felicitate with a flower of bouquet. Please everyone give it a huge round of applause. Your invaluable contribution and insights are a true inspiration to all of us. And now I request to Mr. Subhash sir, please give a vote of thanks to all our esteemed guests.
Good morning, everyone. It's my pleasure to propose a vote of thanks. This year, ETEX 2024 are around the popular theme operation and maintenance of electrical equipments. This agenda includes insightful presentation from industries, experts, interactive discussion, and practical case studies, which are designed to provide actionable strategies and real world. Before we move into the agenda, I want to extend my deepest thanks to everyone who has played a vital role in bringing this event to life, and all of you who have taken the time to join us and contribute to its success. I express our gratitude to all our sponsors, co-sponsors, panelists, speakers, and guests of honors for their valuable participation and support in bringing this event to life. I encourage you engage actively, ask questions, and share your experience. Let's use this opportunity to enhance our understanding to operating and maintaining electrical equipment. Thank you all, and have a great day.
Thank you, Subhash sir. And now, I'm request to all group members for a group snap and networking bite. Please come forward on this stage.
Actually, this is the request for all the members to get it in a photo frame. So please come to the dais. We'll be having this snapshot. Then we'll have the discussion. That is called the togetherness. So it is the conversion of Y with we. So let's come to the dais. We'll have one group photo.
शेयर को इम्तियाज सर का कीनोट है ठीक है, तो इम्तियाज सर को अभी पहले सर को जाने देना, फिर उसके बाद इम्तियाज का कीनोट पटनायक जी से एक मिनट।
Hello. So actually, it's not the time to go for leave. Please join very quickly because we are just going to have the session and we are running behind of time. And every moment, every team thing is most important. So with this, actually, I will be requesting our friend Mr. Imtiaz, please be on the dais because your sessions to start now. So Mr. Imtiaz, please join the dais. And organizing team, please accommodate the number of chairs. Actually, there will be some other, so please accommodate number of chairs. Then I just request Dr. Rovalino, please come up the dais just to be there with us. Mr. Rovalino, please. Then Mr. Arthur Salim. Arthur Salim, please come up the dais. We'll have the great kind of discussion. Then Mr. Syam Ravindran, please join the dais. Mr. Yogesh Sud, please join the dais also. Then Mr. Sheetal Shah from Qualitral, please join the dais. Session number 1. Then we'll be seeking the help of Mr. K.K. Gupta ji, please come up the dais. Then the last but not the least, Mr. Sai Menampati. Mr. Sai Menampati is there? Okay, please come with this. This will be one of the very, very interesting discussion, and probably the all our delegates please come forward. So we'll be having one handy and very, compact kind of thing, so that our speakers also will be a bit excited to address you. So just not be in a discrete mode, in a distributed mode, come in concentrated mode, so that we will have, please, if you don't mind, please come to the front lines and keep the system for others to join. So please, if it is possible, please come to the front benches and all. So probably with this, we can quickly to start. Please take your, is there? Okay, I think just be seated. Not in this, you will be there in the next session. So we'll be having this session number 1, in which you will be really just getting, because our friend Mr. Imtiaz in his inaugural address could not speak something, because why? Everything was been just stored here to address you. So very quick note, I am just asking, and Mr. Imtiaz, please come up the dais and just to speak few lines for it. Mr. Imtiaz, please.
Good morning, everyone. Are we still left with some energy? We are in the early morning of the day. So, I have been asked to give the keynote address. Probably, I think, because of my gray hair, not because of my knowledge. But let me start with some questions, okay? Imagine two situations. Whenever I read any report, I see that the online monitoring solution, asset health performance management system, is going to grow fastest in T&M business or in T&M industry. It will grow at an yearly growth of around 7 to 10%. That is the estimate by all the agencies or the stalwarts who are doing the study on this. On the other hand, I come to know that such and such utility has de-scoped online monitoring solution from their substation package. And as an engineer, it becomes difficult for me to kind of understand the two dichotomy. And that leads me to this session address is technology adoption. What are the opportunities and what are the challenges that we face? I think when I was digging a little deeper in this, I found that the challenges are primarily because of two reasons. One is the adoption of technology, for sure the technology itself. And the other part is to do more with the human resources, with the people, with the engineering skill that we have nowadays. So, if we are able to somehow understand the requirement of our end user and then give a solution based on their requirement, probably we will be able to be more useful and more helpful to our customer. I remember a discussion with a very senior O&M manager about this very, news that why did they de-scope online monitoring from their substation package. And he told me that because they did not find any value addition in that. The diagnosis was not correct. There were a lot of false alarm coming. The engineers got, perturbed, and they decided to, bypass that system in order to run it properly. And then, because the system was bypassed, when they had a problem, they could not get the intimation on time, and the asset got failed. So my natural question to him was, if you are not satisfied with one doctor or a hospital, do you stop getting treatment, or do you try to find out a better doctor or a better hospital for the ailment that you have? And he has no answer to that question. So it's same, then I realized that many of us, when we go to present our product to any customer, and I include myself also into this, we try to sell the solution that we have without even trying to understand the problem that the customer is facing or the end user is facing. So the first lack of communication starts from there. We don't know exactly what the customer is looking for. And when we don't know what the customer is looking for, how can we give them a solution which is useful for them? So obviously, when the technology or the solution is implemented, the gap between his requirement or their requirement and the product or the solution that we are selling is there. So he thinks that it will take care of all my problem because I am investing money and I am implementing a technology. But on the contrary, it creates more problem for him. So then there is another aspect that I have been thinking about, is the human resource, the type of engineers, the kind of engineers. I think we have stopped being engineer nowadays. We don't ask questions. We are all under tremendous pressure to do the job on time, that many times we try to neglect the engineering aspect of the, any implementation or any deadline achievement. We have stopped asking question, why? The first thing I remember when I was taught in the first year of my engineering was, as an engineer, we are supposed to ask why. If something is not working, why it is not working? If something is not as per the required documents available, why? Nowadays, you just write a memo to OEM and ask them to explain. You don't think? We just want to pass on the buckle. You, as a customer, as a substation manager, you would not like to spend time to understand your own requirement. Sometimes I jokingly say that nowadays, engineers, instead of giving their requirement to the salesman, are convinced by the salesman what to buy. Which is good if it is an FMCG product, which is good if it is something, else. But when it comes to an engineering solution, engineering product, we have to first understand our requirement. Then only you will be able to make an RFQ which will serve your purpose. I remember seeing an RFQ where it was written that the system must have performed well for 5 years in national grid of UK. So the gentleman who was copying the specification did not even have a time to look at that they should change it from national grid of UK to power grid of India or anywhere else, or any state utility. So when you come across these kind of specification on RFQ, how do you respond? Then cost effectiveness. Online monitoring solutions are expensive. But if they are not adopted, the price will never come down. I mean, we know that the economy is in the volume. If we have a large volume requirement, we will be able to sell it, we will be able to reduce the cost. Interoperability. You buy a system today, you use it for a couple of years, you don't like it, say for example for any reason, you want to go to another manufacturer, another solution next time, how do you communicate between the two? You cannot keep on replacing your solutions every now and then. The life of transformer is supposed to be 20 years. We as a manufacturer of online monitoring solutions should also think of manufacturing something that should last 20 years. If our solution lasts for 5 years or 10 years and the transformer is going to last for 20 years, there will be mismatch. When we were supposed to identify the problem in the asset, because the asset is getting old, our system is not there to work. So these are some questions. My apologies for being so direct. But I want, we all are engineers sitting here, I want everybody to think about this. Once we are able to think together, think for the industry, think for all the stakeholders, we will be able to push our R&D people to create things that will be beneficial, more beneficial for the end user. So anything that we do, we should be able to convince the end user that this is going to bring you solution, not the problem. And in one of the biggest challenge for adopting the another challenge for adapting the technology is also the lack of sensors for all the assets. The sensors manufactured by two manufacturers will not have the same kind of sensitivity. resolutions are different. Nowadays, many utility, they want to come out with a solution where they want the solution to be manufacturer agnostic. It should be able to take input from whatever sensors are being, given there or already installed there. It should be able to talk to that. How do you create a solution where you take the two input sensor with different sensitivity and converge into one empirical, health index? So we have to deliberate on these things, and if we are able to deliberate on these things seriously, probably we will be able to find solution. We will be able to grow our business. We will be able to serve our customers in a much, much better way. I think I'm within my time. Thank you very much. If you have any question, I'm always available. I will be here for the whole day. We can have a discussion on this. Thank you very much for giving this opportunity for this keynote address. And once again, my apologies.
Okay, so we are extremely happy of listening our friend. Basically, the challenges, whenever it comes, then there will be the thought process in mind, and you will be having a generation of different queries and all. So actually, this session chair was our beloved K.K. Murthy sir, and we were planning to make him a small kind of things to, manage on the of the dais, so that you will be listening to our friend Mr. Siddiqui. That's why we asked him to be there on the of the dais. Right now, we are requesting to our sir, please come up the dais and to add on as the particularly session chair. So please come up the dais for the session chair, chairing the session, because all speakers are waiting for you. Please come up the dais. Please just. I will just share one more interesting things here. Whenever Mr. Murthy was just coming upon the dais, our friend Mr. Siddiqui exactly told and just whispered with me, sir, actually Mr. Murthy listened me being on the of the dais. I am also to go for just be listening him being in the of the dais. So he requested me, I will be going off the dais to enjoy the show, to speakers and all. So I am requesting him, please go off the dais. Sorry for using this word, to go off the dais. And with this, actually, we are again requesting Mr. Rajesh Arora, Dr. Rajesh Arora, please come up the dais and to take the speaker's chair. Mr. Rajesh Arora, round kind of applause of being the moderator of this session. So now the real show will run. We'll be listening one after another. The international speaker, Mr. Rovalino, he will be just describing the kind of things, evolution of dielectric testing of power transformers and so and so. So with this, I am just actually handing over all these kind of address to Dr. Arora. Please just run the show hereafter. Just and one more request, Dr. Arora, as time is of that way going, so we may be requesting for to complete everything within of 10 minutes instead of 12 minutes. But if time permits, we'll have the better kind of question answer discussion. So with this, I just go and hand over the things to Dr. Arora, please.
Thank you very much. Good morning. And first of all, thank you very much, Electrical Mirror, for inviting me here and giving me opportunity to be the moderator of this session. And I would like to start with one line, because Imtiaz is here, and We have to give back to the society because we are doing everything for ourselves. It is right time to give back to society in the way of your knowledge, whatever you do, and that can be described in that share. करो कुछ काम ऐसा कि आपका एक पहचान हो जाए, कर जाओ चल जाओ ऐसे कि आपके कदमों के निशान हो जाए, जीते तो सभी हैं दुनिया में, क्यों ना आपका कुछ नाम हो जाए. And with that, condition monitoring is the heart of your system because you invest crores of rupees for your development of your system. Presently, we have already have installed capacity in the tune of 430 gigawatts, and out of that 430 gigawatts, 25%, around 26% of renewable energy. And we have to save our assets. Apart from accidents, fire, and premature failures are the pain area for electrical systems. And that can be avoided, that can be saved with the proper condition monitoring. And the thing is that we have all good technologies are available. When these technologies are available, why not to adopt that technology for the betterment of our system, to protect our systems? With that note, I would like to invite our very first speaker, Dr. Robolino from Magar, to start his presentation.
What is partial discharge? Partial discharge, or PD, is essentially a spark that
Good morning,
occurs
everyone. Thank you very much for the introduction. If we can have my presentation. Well, thank you very much for being here today. It's for me a pleasure and honor to stand before you today and to have the opportunity to speak to you. Absolutely a great topic for today. And I think that one of the things that has impressed me the most now in my first visit to India is to see the starting of this technical session with the ceremony of light. So important to come to the light and step out of the darkness. It was something that has impressed me. I think it's a very beautiful way to start any technical session. And I hope that the topic that we're going to be talking today will lead to the same way. We're going into the light. Let's step away from the darkness. My name is Diego Robalino. I'm the Global Industry Director for the power transformer industry for Magar. I've been with the company for about 15 years. And one of the topics that I love to talk about is transformers. Transformers and insulation in transformers and bushings. One of the things that we've been working for the last 25 years is frequency domain spectroscopy, or dielectric frequency response. In this regard, one of the most important things is to step out of what we have been doing for many years, close to 100 years, looking into one single reference to say yes or no about the condition of our transformers. So let's take out the blind from our eyes and let's look into what we have to understand about the insulation system in our power transformers and high voltage bushings. For many years, we've been looking into line frequency dissipation factor or power factor as a reference to the condition assessment of power transformers and bushings. And we have this established in different technical documentation, IEEE, IEC, CGRE, all these documents from the FAT, from the factor acceptance test, all the way down to the end of life of any of these critical equipment in the system. But one of the most important things is not just to be able to measure this, the dielectric losses at line frequency. The most important part is to understand what that measurement tells you. And the correct interpretation of these results has led us to investigate further down. What else can we do? If we're looking at, and we are able to measure one frequency, what's happening on the different frequency ranges? And in that regard, what we have been doing so far is looking at this part of the spectrum. I don't know if this is working. Okay, probably not. So we have just one single line, one single point in the full dielectric spectrum or the dielectric signature of our transformer. Let's move into the light. Let's take the blind out of our eyes.
And now, forget about the past. Let's look into the future. How can we better understand the condition of our system? Now we have the capability to look at frequencies that are higher than the line frequency and lower than the higher frequency. Very important for us to understand this, because now we're not only looking into one single, okay, maybe this is gonna work. Yep. We're not looking only into one single point. As you can see here, the dielectric response of power transformers and high voltage bushings will have a very linear characteristic between 10 and 100 hertz. That's the reason why when we look into a good condition insulation system, we will expect some linearity in this range of frequencies. Most important now is to look into more sensitive range of frequencies which go below between 1 hertz and 10 hertz. These will really look into a change in the dielectric condition in a faster way. We really need to have a severe change in this region to see changes happening, contamination, moisture, damage of the insulation. But as we progress in the operation of our equipment, things have to deteriorate. Everything is aging. It's normal process to age the insulation. In that way, we're looking into different frequencies now. And we can make now the assessment, not only based on one frequency on 50 or 60 hertz, but we can do assessment as well on different frequencies. Call it 10 hertz. We're looking into something that is a little bit one step further, 1 hertz and 500 hertz. 1 hertz from the dielectric point of view, 500 hertz even for the electromechanical point of view. This is what we call the narrowband dielectric frequency response that is now available in the power factor dissipation factor technology for the field. Beyond that, if this 1 hertz and line frequency tells us that there is something to investigate in the insulation of our transformer, we will go into the full spectrum of the dielectric frequency response, going from 1 kilohertz all the way down to 1 millihertz. The motivation to do this is because technology and equipment keeps evolving. We have new materials, we have new technologies coming up in the transformer arena. We are making changes. We're going from oil-impregnated paper bushings into RIP, RIS type of bushings. We're getting into natural esters. We're getting into synthetic esters. So all these changes, we need to work together. And if we want to understand better what the condition is, we cannot focus only on one single point. We need to open our eyes to this wider spectrum, and this is a dielectric signature that we get from our equipment. The other great advantage that we have based on dielectric frequency response is that now we do not need to depend on table correction factors for temperature dependence. Nowadays, we are able to correlate this frequency with temperature, and looking into this unique dielectric characteristic that we have, we understand the behavior of the dielectric response as a function of temperature. That's the reason why we have an application of the Arrhenius equation to do this correlation, not based on tables. I cannot say that two transformers will behave thermally or dielectrically in the same way because they have the same nameplate. Everybody has a different operation. Everybody has a different agent. Everybody has a different way to run this transformer and to do the maintenance program. In that respect, now that we look into this unique, I repeat, unique and specific dielectric characteristic or signature of my system, I can correlate frequency and temperature, but I need to focus on something that is very important, and this is where we have spent lots of time, lots of research, and that's the activation energy of the different materials that are involved in the complex insulation system of our transformers and bushings. I'm going to give you just a couple of examples here. I know that the time is limited, but the first transformer that we have here is a 1979 transformer. This transformer is 100 MVA, and it has been out of service for about 20 years. This unit has been used only for testing and training purposes. On top of that, this transformer went through a oil purification process 6 months before the test. And the test connections, as you can see here, are done following the IEEE C57161, which is the guide for dielectric frequency response testing on transformers. With that in mind, what we can see is that in the dielectric response, when things are good, we don't need to go to very low frequencies. We don't need to spend too much time. it's clear, it's understandable, the modeling part of dielectric frequency response will clearly show us the dielectric characteristic, and we'll do an evaluation based on the analysis corrected to 20 degrees C. So we can normalize this, not looking into any type of table correction, but looking into the unique dielectric response that we have. We can analyze the moisture concentration in the solid insulation and the oil conductivity. As you can see, in this case, everything is green light. So we work with the traffic light, everything green, everything means okay. Even though this transformer has been out of service for 20 years. The life of the transformer is not a chronological calendar aging. The aging is given by the operation, by the thermal activity, by the process, by the moisture concentration, and some other factors. Something else, when we talk about 69 kV RIP bushings, as it is in this example, we are moving again from OIP to RIP, RIS technologies. And it's very important to understand what's going on. So if you look at this, when we are testing these bushings, Y1, Y2, Y3, the line frequency dissipation factor, looking into the nameplate information, is giving us 0.32% for dissipation factor at 20 degrees C on the C1 capacitance. When we look at the information provided by SIGRE 755, you can see that there is a direct correlation between frequency and temperature. Our dielectric losses, the measurement of dielectric losses, are directly related to frequency and temperature. Most of the time, we make the mistake of assuming a correction factor of unity, and we just put 1. It doesn't matter we tested at 30 degrees, 40 degrees, 15 degrees, we use just unity. As you look at this graph provided by the community of manufacturers, end users, utilities, and academia, there's no such thing. So when we look at this, and we use this table to correct, even here, the measured values, as you can compare from 0.56 to 0.32, you see a different change when we correlate this using this table correction, right, to 20 degrees C, 0.39, 0.30, 0.38. If we look at these values, we will consider these bushings to be in good condition. As we look further, and we do the interpretation, looking into the SIGRE information, you will see that 0.7 is an acceptable value, okay? So this is all acceptable. But when we understand exactly what's going on with the dielectric response, and we analyze this at 60 Hertz using the ITC, the individual temperature correction, looking into the dielectric response, the signature of these bushings, we see that the numbers exceed those of the nameplate by almost twice its value. So now you have a different perspective. Now you have a different analysis. And when we look at 1 Hertz, we also can do the same analysis. And because of this correlation frequency temperature, we can also perform assessment based on 1 Hertz. And these numbers for bushing Y1 and Y3 show us that these two are out of the condition and need further investigation. With that being said, of course, these bushings were returned to the manufacturer for repair and dry out. But if it wasn't because of this opening your eyes, remove the blind from your eyes, looking into what's beyond just line frequency, we wouldn't been able to recognize some condition that was critical and risky for the operation of these transformers. So our recommendation is to follow 3 steps when we're testing high voltage bushings. The first one is to measure the time delta at line frequency, apply the individual temperature correction based on the Arrhenius equation, compare these values of line frequency at 20 degrees C versus nameplate information, measure time delta at 1 Hertz, evaluate this at 20 degrees C using the same correlation between frequency and temperature. When this gives us the trigger that there's further investigation coming up, that the condition is doubtable, we need to do a narrowband DFR from 1 to 505 Hertz to identify specifically if there is no influence of parasitic currents or contamination on the dielectric response. Any atypical response is a requirement for further investigation. And finally, to determine the full condition of this system, we will go into the full spectrum dielectric response between 1 kilohertz and 10 millihertz. That's what the new document from IEEE, the C57-12200, suggests specifically for bushings. We don't need to go to very low frequencies because we're looking into a very low capacitance specimen, which is important for us. And these are the numbers for your reference. What are the research, the investigation that Megar has performed to look into this 1 Hz assessment for oil-impregnated paper transformers, for oil-impregnated paper bushings? We can see what is excellent, good, aged, and to investigate. In conclusion, the analysis of the DFR response on high voltage and extra high voltage bushings has been extended. Validation limits have been provided for 1 Hz. And let me say this, India is one of the greatest power industries in the world. We are moving from the beginning of the 1900s with voltages on the 20 kV range to voltages now going all the way up to 1200 kV. We have a network here on 750 kV. How critical is the system? What is the risk that we need to manage? We need to, again, follow the light, look into the wider spectrum of what the installation is telling us. DFR allows for proper temperature correction. This is very important. We cannot compare two specimens in the same way just because of the nameplate. Let's look at the dielectric signature of each one and correlate frequency and temperature. It is also recommended to use high voltage DFR. Yes, if you are in a substation with high electromagnetic induction, you will need to apply a higher signal, and that's the way to go. So high voltage DFR is the way to do the analysis, especially on capacitance that are under 1 nanofarad. If you have any question, I'll be more than happy to answer to any question. Thank you very much for your attention.
Sir, hello. Sir, thank you very much for this wonderful presentation, mind-blowing. And we will be taking the question answer at the end of the session.
Thank you.
And time to invite next presenter, Product for Future by Athan Salim. Please, sir. Try to finish within the time limit, 10 to 12 minutes.
Good morning. My name is Salim, and I am from Next Gen Equipment. We are here to present more about our company, our latest product, which we are into the market now. We is like roughly around 15-year-old company representing some world-class companies in India and neighboring countries. I don't waste much of the time over here, but we are mainly into the transformer testing equipment and the switchgear testing equipments, representing a few companies which are from Europe, which is mainly Ratex Switzerland, ETEL Proof Technique from Germany, EPRO from Austria, and Isofred from Hungary. Coming back to the products line from the Ratex GmbH, we have the 4-5 different line of product mainly, but we are more focused today on this latest equipment which we are now focusing in the Indian market. The very unique, very portable unit for the transformer testing in the field and in the factory itself, where do multiple tests with using a single time connection, so you don't have to change every time the connection. Just a 15 kg unit with all the multiplexers inbuilt, where you can actually just one-time connection and you can have everything on the screen. You can run it through your laptop also, from the remote also. It can test ratio, resistance, magnetic balance. With an option feature, you can go to the dynamic resistance of the tap changers. It detects the transformer, not only the vector group, but also the primary and the secondary of the transformer, where you can just hook up the transformer and then it tells you what type of transformer it is, and similar features. The best part is once your whole test is completed, you can generate the test report directly on the screen itself in a PDF format. So
With respect to the utilities, it has an added advantage that they just take the report on the PDF format, so no point of interruption or anything. You can have these tests directly on the unit itself. And we have been successfully doing the testing ranging from 1 MVA transformer down up to 500 MVA transformer we have tested with this unit. Few of the reports where you can have the error percentage, the graphical representations. Very unique is the demagnetization, where you can have the very unique hysteresis loop, where you can actually get what is the remaining flux down after doing the resistance measurement. Magnetic balance also into the unit itself. The frequency response of stray losses, where you can measure the resistance and the leakage inductance. This was a test done on a 110 MVA transformer in Saudi recently, I think last year. The best part is we have the unit down on the reception. You can have the unit, you can explore the unit also there. Just a very, very portable unit and a very easy to use. A few of the tests we have conducted, that was, you can see the smaller one is this small 500 MVA transformer. You can see this is the smallest unit over here testing such a large transformer. This is another 60 MVA transformer tested at Bharat Bijli. And then the second, another product, I think guy from Mager was talking about the tan delta. We also have the tan delta similar equipment, but we have a little bit a different product in line, that we only go from 10 hertz to 400 hertz variable frequency. That's the whole unit, so no separate laptop or anything is required. Very, very, very unique high voltage cables, where the weight is very important for especially the field testing engineers to go into the field. Again, the same report generation, where you can do the testing, you can sweep the mode, you can sweep the frequency, you can sweep the voltage. You can sweep the voltage and the mode both simultaneously. These are one of the tests we done. We regularly do a lot of testing for Siemens for their bushing, high voltage bushings. You can see the graphical, the results of this testing and the graphical representation of that. And that's a 12 kV where you can do the sweep testing analysis. This is a few of the tests we have conducted at some of the fields and some of the labs itself. Apart from this, we have world very unique high voltage testers, where ETL is another very unique product in line of our, where we proudly say that almost 100% batteries. Almost 100% batteries manufactured in India is being tested with our high voltage testers. So Excite and Anamara are two major customers. They are 100% using ETL high voltage tests in entire. Each and every battery is being tested for the high voltage using ETL products. Then the next line is EPRO. We are the world's most accurate CT and PT manufacturer. So our accuracy line goes as good as 0.005. And across the world, across all the calibration labs, including ERDA, NPL, or CPRI, we have our CTs and PTs as accurate as 0.005% on a whole range, up to 800 kV on a PT side, and up to 20,000 amps on a CT side. We also now into the transformer loss measurement system. Still the challenges are there are a lot of transformer manufacturers, there are a lot of companies who are using the loss measurement system. They use the 0.2 class or 0.1 class CTs or PTs, but the power analyzer is 0.005%. So at the end of the day, the accuracy doesn't match with the power analyzer and the CTPT accuracy. So we have got a product from APRO for that transformer testing equipment. Then we have another company from Hungary, Isoferret, where we do very, very strong high voltage filters for the PD application. So a lot of transformer manufacturers and cable companies are using our high voltage filters. The coupling capacitor ranging from 50 kV down up to 1600 kV coupling capacitor we have been supplying in the market already. Few of the customer base we have across the globe. We are not only operating in India, but also operating in the various countries apart from India. These are few of our customer base, and anything related to our product line, if anybody has any question. We are very proud to say that we are very 100% involved with almost all the transformer companies in India. So that's a small team we have. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Salimji, for sticking to the timeline, and that was very informative. We always talk about safety and we talk about high voltage, but I feel the safety starts from your home. And to ensure the safety at your home, the far loop impedance plays vital role. And to talk about that thing, I am going to invite Shyam Ravindran from Sonal.
Good morning. Thank you for having me, and thank you ETS for inviting me for this session. Before I begin the presentation, I wanted to first address the audience. Most of us are friends. We know each other for many years. So whatever I'm going to speak today, I will take the inspiration from two words from the two speakers who spoke today. The first word was from Mr. Patnaik. What is a standard? If you have a standard, whatever we make a measurement, if there is some standard, it will be easy for everyone to cope up with. Let it be customers, let it be manufacturers, let it be the consultants. What is the standard which we wanted to follow through? The second inspiration I'll take from Mr. Imtiaz. Why do we want to do the testing? So with these two, I will start my presentation, the role of fault loop impedance, why and how. So I have just 4 agendas for my slide today. What is the standard and the requirement? Whatever we are going to speak as standard and requirements, is there an obligation which is mandated by CEA? What is fault loop impedance and its importance? Finally, I'll briefly touch about our company. When we begin any kind of a measurements, first I wanted to make one point clear. Whatever I'm going to talk about is from National Electrical Code, which talks anything less than 1000 volts. So it is not about the extra high voltage or the high voltage which I'm going to refer to. Because I'm going to talk some parameters, I don't want the audience to mix it up. So whatever I'm going to talk about, it is with the base of 1000 volt and less. So the next point, when we start a measurements, there are 3 critical parameters I want the user to be confirmed towards. Most of us are manufacturers, and I want that to be as a point of addressing. For example, when we start a measurement, the user should first critically follow through the standards. In India, we have the BAS standards, and we have certain obligations from CEA for certain kind of a measurements. So whatever is a measurement we wanted to start through, what is BAS trying to tell about that particular part of the verification? Second, the user should be clear about where he is making a measurement. For example, what is the type of the measurement that he wanted to make, whatever he wanted to make it through, whether it is CAT 4, CAT 3, CAT 2, how do he interpret the result? That is also very, very critical. The third parameter is the tool. For example, every manufacturer who is sitting in here and as an audience or on the dais, we follow certain standards. That becomes as a third part, what does the manufacturer try to fulfill? So for electrical safety, in today's scenario, unfortunately, it is clear that we have a lot of electrical accidents around the country. And if you look into the statistics, it's very important to know the recorded electrical fire accidents. If you look into that recorded electrical fire accidents itself, it is evident that we have a very, I will say, a standard which we have to improve in terms of electrical safety. For us to improve the electrical safety, I would recommend none of you to follow what a manufacturer wanted to recommend. Please look into whatever is the standard that is recommended by BAS. which is all the standards if we wanted to fulfill. 2023 has been a year of standards related to electrical safety. Couple of standards has been released. So for the standard of testing, if we will look into the Indian standards, National Electrical Code, which was released in the month of January, and we also had two standards, 732 and 3043, which talks about electrical measurements and electrical earthing. 18732, which clearly talks about what is the role and responsibility of everyone included in an electrical system, let it be a consultant, let it be the manufacturer, etc. In today's scenario, electrical safety and power quality cannot be a different factor. I'll also tell why in the next slides. Then if we talk about the PV installations or an EV installations, what are all the standards that is, because we have a lot of PV and EV installations getting into the grid. Then the standards of the equipment. Whoever will be the manufacturer, what are the standards that the tool has? I mean, the tool have to comply to certain kind of a standard, which talks about all the accuracy, etc., etc. That is from the manufacturing side. The Indian standards typically talk about EN 61557 compliant to most of its applications. Then I also mentioned where does the engineer wanted to make his measurements. I repeat, I'm talking everything about less than 1000 volt. In this scenario, where he is going to make a measurement, it is CAT 2, CAT 3, CAT 4. And there, when they make a measurement, whatever is ohmic value, how do you interpret? That is also very, very critical. The big issue in the scenario is, before I begin fault loop impedance, what is the current safety audit that we have currently in India? For electrical measurements, we have two very famous words: predictive maintenance, preventive maintenance. The third word can be, for example, energy audit or a safety audit. That is what we typically follow. In a safety audit, starting from a petrol station to the nuclear power plant in India, if you look into the safety audit report, there will be two preliminary testing, which is earth resistance measurements and thermal imaging report. This is what is the safety audit in India. I'm saying from more than 90% of the reports that I personally have seen wherever I went. But what does the National Electrical Code say? If you press Control F, earth resistance, there will be 6 citations about earth resistance. None of it talks about safety. And for earth resistance, there is also a typical measurement category that you will have to use a high frequency and impulse method, not with the fundamental frequency. This is not from our company. This is the page number 248 of National Electrical Code. The section 3.10 clearly says, from the point of safety consideration, the objective is not to maintain the earth resistance value sufficiently low. You go to a petrol station, you will find in the petrol station what is the earth pit resistance value, and you will find two values. What is the individual pit resistance value and what is the combined resistance value also. From the safety point of view, it is not at all required. This is the first point I wanted to convey. So what is required from the standard point of view is, earth fault loop impedance shall be sufficiently low so that the protective devices trips on time. I'll get into what does it mean. So why did we do all these testings until today is the standard before says limit earth resistance value sufficiently low, because our Indian standard had this before 2023. The guideline was a limit earth resistance value sufficiently low. We were doing earth resistance. What happened in 2023? What is the recent change that happened is earth fault loop impedance shall be sufficiently low. What is the primary change here is, if you maintain a pit value, how do we make a pit resistance measurement? You disconnect the earth pit, you make an individual pit resistance measurement, and you say this is 2 ohm. But what happens when the fault current actually travels through is, you need to know what is the entire loop value. There is no point in maintaining only what is the individual pit resistance. I'll show you the diagram also. Now from the verification point of view, if you say that this particular site has been audited, from the verification point of view, all the Indian standards, I mean all Indian standards, which is National Electrical Code page number 247, 18732 page number 15, IS 732 page number 133, all these references come from 60364-6, which is the reference we always take from. There are 10 testings which we will have to fulfill, and you have to do it in a sequential way, starting from the continuity, insulation resistance, protection on SELV, PLV, floor and wall impedance measurement, and automatic disconnection of supply. This is where actually the biggest cat is hiding through. Automatic disconnection of supply, which is very critical. What does this automatic disconnection of supply means? What we see in the newspaper today is there is a fire due to electrical short circuit. As an engineer, we all will admit there can never be a fire due to electrical short circuit. The protected devices is supposed to trip on that particular time. Whatever is a protected device, a consultant give any kind of a protected device, that should trip on that particular time. And that is what we wanted to address on this automatic disconnection of supply. If you go to your home today, you will find, you open the door, there is an electrical panel. I presume most of you in your house will have a C20 breaker. If you make a fault loop impedance, you know for a fact that it is a wrong installation. What is available in the market today is C and anything more than C. But what is available, what is supposed to be done is you have to make a measurement and then put in the necessary breakers. So there are two testings in India which we didn't follow. I will address the two testings alone. One is the measurement of floor and wall impedance measurements. IS 732 Annexure KK, which talks about the measurement of the impedance of floor and wall resistance measurements. Since there is a restriction on time, I'll directly give you some pictorial representation of how this is supposed to be done. Wherever there is an extraneous conductor running in your facility, approximately 1 meter above, you're supposed to apply a known DC voltage and then calculate what is the insulation resistance value of it. And now regarding fault loop impedance, this is the entire loop value. The loop, what I meant by this particular diagram is the short circuit will flow. It is not going to disappear into the ground, right? So what we are trying to make a measurement is a fault loop impedance. And what does a fault loop impedance will look like is, for example, whatever will be the breaker. I gave a pictorial representation or a calculation for a B-type breaker. B is 5. In this calculation, I've taken it for 16, which means this breaker will trip on anything on a 80 amps. By 230 volt, if you have a 80 amp calculation, you will have an impedance value, very simple calculation, 2.875 ohm. The equipment is going to give you a certain ohmic value. This is what we are supposed to do. And when we talk about the additional protection, it is also not only about the breakers, we are also talking about the RCDs. There is also another parameter when we talk about the RCD, what type of RCD we are trying to have it. If you look into the National Electrical Code in 4.5.1, what is the impedance value that is supposed to be maintained for every breaker is categorically mentioned. For B16, for example, if I will take the same reference, the impedance value should be 1.9. Do not maintain this impedance value sufficiently low. From the protective device, what is suggested in the NEC is you will have to go for an additional protection, that is your RCD installation. This is where actually I have a small word to add in. Maybe the panelists can look into it. There is a mentioning of 30 milliampere RCD. But from the industrial perspective, 30 milliampere RCD might be comparatively very low. Sorry, the time is out, but I'll try to wrap it in another 1-2 minutes. 18732, this is the latest standard which came in the month of, I'll say October or something like that, which talks about the responsibility of every person included in the electrical system. If you're a consultant, what is your role and responsibility? If you're an end user, what is your role and responsibility? 12.1 talks about the list of electrical equipment. 12.2 talks about power quality. That's why I told you can't differentiate between electrical safety and power quality today. Whatever I told until now, it is not an optional testing. It is an obligatory testing from CEA. Sorry, let me close this. From the CEA perspective, this is not an obligatory. This is not an optional testing. It is an obligation testing. You will find 6 citations about fault loop impedance in the safety regulations released by CEA, section 43. Basically, what the user is supposed to understand is the fault loop impedance at the origin of the installation tested, is the fault loop impedance of each and every circuit tested, is the fault loop impedance on all sources tested. This is very typical for India because the industry runs on multiple sources. You can run on DG, you can run on the other power sources, etc. So it is important to make these measurements on all the sources. Just a history, we have about 30 years of experience in this measurements on fault loop impedance. And what we typically try to innovate as an equipment was, if the 18732 talks about 12.1 and 12.2, which talks about all the necessary safety testings and power quality, we try to come to that particular conclusion because if we want to talk about safety and safety at a scale, the tool must be also very handy, and the tool also should be you can't have multiple tools for the person to make that measurement. So what we came out with an innovation was a multifunction test kit, which does all this whatever I told you in one single test. We have recently received some awards from FICCI also for the best R&D product of the year, some of the customers. And as a company, what we do is we operate in few different sectors, from transmission, distribution, as well as from the end customers. Thank once again ETES for giving this opportunity to talk about safety. I believe there is some value added here. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Shyamji. Hello. 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 Thank you, Shamji. Thanks a lot. Again, it was highly informative. We always talk about the enemy. Now, the time to talk about the enemy of power system equipments. The biggest enemy in the power sector is the moisture. And to talk about the enemy in the power sector, I would like to invite my good friends, Yogesh Sudhi. Please start your presentation.
Thank you, Rajesh ji, and thank you, ETS, for this opportunity. My name is Yogesh Sood, and I am representing PTSS. I am with them for the last 2 decades. Moisture in transformer is one of my favorite subjects, and any transformer which fails to 20 kV and above grade, CA does the post-mortem of it, and you will find, if you find that reports, there is a definitely line in that moisture seems to be the culprit for this failure. And from that I'll start. And one more quote. I want to share this quote. The electrical user recognizes the electrical hazard which is presented by the presence of water, but rarely does he recognize the equally disastrous effect which traces of moisture have on the long-time usefulness of the insulated equipment, even when the amount of moisture is not sufficient to cause dielectric difficulties. So even if it is not seen that there is any dielectric difficulty, still it can cause a big harm in the transformer. If we talk of water in transformer, that is in, we can say, can be formed in 2 parts, dissolved water and free water. Dissolved water is just like humidity in air. We cannot see, or it might be very clean oil, clear oil, just like water, but there might be a moisture of 60 ppm in that. So that is where we talk that dissolved water is the culprit, which will lead to turn to free water. We have to remove this dissolved water right from the early stages. If we talk of water distribution in transformers, this Vedaman has given a very good distribution. If we talk of insulation weight distribution, then 10% moisture is in paper, is in oil, and 90% is in paper. If we see the further distribution of this, then 1% only is in oil and 99% is in paper. So it's a very complex structure. Some thick insulation, some thin insulations, and migration of moisture within oil to paper and paper to oil is a very, very difficult process. So we should see that it should always be removed from the oil, and it does not retain there, and it should not go into the paper, because life of the paper is the life of the transformer. This you can see how much paper is there. Paper loves moisture because of its affinity 1,000 times more than oil. It goes and resides in the paper. These are the press board made of kraft paper, where, and I'm going to represent one case study here, where there is a formula, empirical formula, what is the power factor of the press board, which interprets that what is the percentage moisture in the paper. So I'll just share with you that. These are the ingress points from where the moisture can go inside. I'll not go in detail into that, but my presentation will be available for all. This is the difference between AWP, RS and BDV. Relative saturation is the water activity sensor, capacitive sensor, which is being used presently throughout the world to assess the moisture content. And this is what is used in the filtration technologies also to assess the percentage, to assess the moisture. And we can relate the transformer always with the human body, and where human body contains blood and transformer contains water. And in the present research and technology developments, in future even a small drop of blood can take you to the genetical way to the human existence. Leave aside the health analysis, one drop can take you to the genetics. Similarly, there is a lot of oil testing improvement, where chemical tests were done before, and now it is slowly going on electrical testing and all that. And slowly we are also developing one sensor which is on trial, where we will give the BDV value online, everywhere can see on the laptop also, or on their palm top or mobile, what is the present BDV of any transformer. So chemical tests are being overtaken by the electrical tests and online tests. Water as aging factor, this is very important. If the percentage moisture per dry weight of insulation for a new transformer is 0.5% when it is shipped from a factory, and when it goes to up to 4.5%, there is a chance that this transformer can only serve 10 years. Otherwise, if you are keeping it less than 1.5%, then you can get definitely 30 plus years of life. So moisture is a big culprit for that, for this degradation. This online drying system, what case study I am going to present here is, IEEE did one experiment. What they did is they took two pressboard samples, one with high percentage moisture and one with low percentage moisture. They heated the oil and seen the results that the moisture from one pressboard has gone to another pressboard via oil. So this study gave the assurance that moisture travels from paper to oil and from oil to paper. But that dynamics, due to very difficult equilibrium stages, is very difficult to get it attained because of the temperature cycling not properly available. So this is the principle how this online transformer diode systems what are available today works. This is the representing white paper, means no moisture. Here totally blue means lot of moisture. What happens when the temperature is high, then this moisture migrates from paper to the oil, and when the temperature is low, generally it will go and settle down in the paper. So if we put some kidney loop kind of a system where we fetch the oil from the bottom, it will lock the dissolved moisture and all the impurities up to 1 micron and send the clean and dry oil back, and cycle will be continuous. And it will also monitor that what is the moisture coming and what is going back. And it is automatically being done. This feature is given to the end user that he can set the value that if my moisture comes to 6 ppm or 8 ppm or 5 ppm, this system should automatically stop, and it will again run automatically after 24 hours that see if the drying is required, then it will go on, otherwise it will not go ahead. Particle is very, very important. These are some of the particle contaminants. This is very, very important because SIGRE Working Group 12.7 has told that 50 major failures were due to particle contaminants. I will not go in detail on this. Dissolved water and heat are the main culprits. If we control dissolved water, then cellulose degradation can be controlled. This is from SD Myers. And we did a very good study using IDEX Magger. And here, this study, I'll just go with this study first. This is one empirical formula for identification of percentage moisture, that is power factor of press board is equal to tan delta of insulation minus K of oil into power factor of oil divided by Kp. Here tan delta of solid insulation and tan delta of liquid insulation both are taken into account, and its interpretation is if it is less than 0.5%, it represents that the 1% range of the press board has 1% moisture, and if it is greater than 0.7 to 1, then press board might have 2% moisture. So this, after doing this, we did this testing with the tan delta value with IDEX, Megger IDEX, and 0.621 reduced to 0.402, which gave the indication that there was the moisture removal and power factor tan delta improvement is there. And we put both this value here, improvement in oil tan delta value also were there before and after. And after putting these values in this study, we find that 1.196% reduced to 0.7897%. So this is a comprehensive thing, and this Megger has got one more advantage. In India, generally we change the oil based upon the specific resistivity value. And inverse of specific resistivity is conductivity. So this conductivity is also coming in the Megger monitoring when we are doing the test. So both the things together with this moisture, and one best thing, previously we were using recovery voltage method or PDC polarization, depolarization current method, but this present frequency domain spectroscopy or dielectric frequency response, what is being latest technology, is the best for assessing these moisture values. And we did this and we used these values, and we found that the very good moisture removal using this kind of technologies there. This is one, I'll just finish in another 1 minute. This is some of the results from US utilities where this power factor CHCL, low voltage to earth, high voltage to earth, and CHCL improved in 2 different states. IFT improved. The best part is that there is no change in the oxidation inhibitor content. The aromatic contents are intact, and that is where we say we should never heat the oil when we are doing drying. So that precaution we should always take. Another case studies are there, so I'll request to share my presentation with all so that you can go through it. Thank you so much. Thank you.
Thank you, Yogesh ji. Again, insightful presentation from your side. And next presentation is about the oil, the insulation. And it is going to be very informative because of 2 reasons. The presenter is very handsome, informative, and knowledgeable person, and going to give very information about the analysis also. Mr. Sheetal Shah. Thank you, sir.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Myself, Sheetal Shah. I'm from Coletrol, and I welcome you all again to this event. I'm going to talk about one of the latest diagnostic tools in the field of online DGA, and that is transformer oil analysis and notification. Right? We all know DGA test is one of the oldest tests which we perform on the transformer oil. And the main reason or the purpose why we perform this test is to achieve the safety and reliability of the equipments with the cost reduction. And DGA does exactly that, right? DGA gives us information to understand how my transformer is aging over the period of time, and it gives an alarm when there is an incipient fault developing in the transformer. So it does both the things. It provides you a safety as well as it provides you a cost reduction by avoiding catastrophic failures of the transformers, right? Conventionally or historically, what we have been doing is we have been following lab-based DGA test, whereby we take out the oil sample, send it to a laboratory, and get the values of the 7 fault gases, 2 atmospheric gases, and moisture content in the oil. But the challenge with the lab-based testing is, it takes time. There is a delay in terms of response to get the values of the gases. More importantly, risk which we carry, because fault can occur in a transformer at any time. And due to that, what we have seen or witnessed is the industry is moving towards implementation of online DGA monitors, although they are going with the lab-based testing as well. What we do, once we have the online DGA test done, we have the records. What we do with that data, right? We do analysis of data, and that analysis of the data can be done using different analytical tools available. You can see on this particular picture the tools which are available and which are known to us as key gases method. Then you have different ratios such as Rogers ratio, Dorenberg ratio, and so on. And then finally, Dr. Michel Duval, he came up with a very innovative tool, which is Duval's triangle 1, 4, 5, and pentagon 1 and 2. Now, there is a new tool which is available, and that tool is transformer oil analysis and notification. This is the latest tool which has been released after almost a decade in the field of online DGA. What is TONE, right? TONE stands for Transformer Oil Analysis and Notification. It identifies the nature and the severity of the transformer faults with a greater specificity, right? It uses the analysis engine, artificial neural network, and fuzzy logic, so that it can identify what constitutes an actual event and accurately rank the severity, right? And it improves It improves the reduces the number of events, improves the accuracy of the analysis, and brings more consistency to your analysis of the data, right? How it evolved, basically one of the utilities in USA, Arizona Public Services, they had one of the greatest failure in their transmission grid in 2004, whereby they lost 5 numbers of 500 MVA transformers, resulting in $28 million loss to them. After that, they started deploying lot of online DGA monitors for their transformers. When they came up with this particular tool, they had nearly 300 online server-on TM8 monitors installed on different ratings of the transformers, and these 300 monitors generating almost 600 sets of DGA values, which is actually more than 5 million data samples. That is what they had been doing. But one challenge they still had is how they can put this huge data into actionable information to the operation and maintenance team. One of the expert in the beginning also mentioned the same thing, right? There are a lot of online monitors out in the field, but are we really getting or bringing the value to our customers? One of the way to bring value to your customers is these online monitors generating millions of records, right? We need to use tools like artificial neural network, fuzzy logic, and using these tools, we can put this data into actionable information so that we can reduce the burden on the O&M team, and they get the notification only when they should get the notification instead of looking at every single record. What they did is basically they utilized the same thing. They utilized artificial neural network, right? And they tried to match the pre-failure data with post-failure analysis, and that is what has been done in this particular tool. And Arizona Public Services also won one of the prestigious award for inventing this particular tool in 2008, which is Edison Award in USA. Okay. When they got this award, they decided to pass on this technology. This is what exactly we are doing here. We are sharing the technology's knowledge. This is exactly what Arizona Public Services decided to do. So they tied up with Server-On Corporation, and this tool is now available as a part of Server-On Corporation TMView software as well to our customers. How tone works, this is important. So there are 4 fault categories which have been identified. So high energy discharge, low energy discharge, overheated oil, and cellulose decomposition. There are 4 categories in which they put the data. Severity of each fault is been provided on a scale of 1 to 6. And when I say a scale of 1 to 6, the scale is exactly similar when we go to the restaurants or hotels and we give them a ranking, where 1 is bad and 10 is good, is the same thing here. So when you get a severity level of 1, that means your transformer is at highest risk. When you get a severity level of 6, your transformer is normal, healthy, and you can continue to operate the transformer. Once that severity level for these fault types is driven, then the next thing comes into picture is ANN. ANN will give the weights, and that weights would be from 0 to 1 for each of the fault. And then finally you get an overall transformer rating, which is a function of ANN based data as well as the severity level of each fault. And you understand where do my transformers stand with the current level of the gases. Now, how the severity level is provided to each of these fault category. For that, what they have done is they have generated a fuzzy logic scheme, right? And that is a function of a gas level and gas rate of change of the gases, right, to assign the severity level. The percentile used, you can see the table here, right? As I mentioned, it is on a scale of 1 to 6. 1 means good, 6 means good, 1 is bad, right? So what they have done is the percentile they have used here, that comes from the calculation of a gas level and ROC, which is analysis of more than 5 lakh DGA samples population used by the IEEE transformer committee. And that is what they have done. They have used that percentile to give the severity level for each of the fault category. Then the individual key gases or the level rate of the change with the highest percentile, will get the weightage, and finally you get the transformer condition. So, as I mentioned, overall transformer condition, it provides the DGA on overall transformer condition rating each transformer to facilitate fleet-wide analysis. So, if you have say 100, 200, 500 transformers in your transmission network, you can understand out of these 200, 400 transformers, which 2 or 3 transformers are at highest risk and what is the risk associated with those transformers, right? The weighing, as I mentioned, the ANN weighing is between 0 to 1. And if there is a weightage below 0.7, that weightage is not considered. If the weightage is higher than 0.7, that weightage is considered for giving the final transformer rating. This is how, in terms of visualization, if you see, this is how it looks like. So there are 4 fault categories. As you can see here, high energy discharge, low energy discharge, overheated oil, and cellulose decomposition. There is a scale, severity scale 1 to 6. Now you see here for cellulose decomposition, the severity level is 6. That means there is no issue in terms of cellulose decomposition with this transformer. But if you see here, high energy discharge, the severity level is 2. Now this is the severity level which is coming from the fuzzy logic scheme, whereas the weights here on the top of each fault is coming from ANN, which is trying to match the pre-failure data with your post-failure analysis. And then finally you get the overall condition for the transformer, and it suggests me that overall condition of the transformer is 2, which means I need to act here on this particular transformer. The one good thing about this new tool is the tools we had like Rogers ratio or Dual's triangle, all these tools, they just tell you what kind of fault is there in your transformer, but Tone is the tool which tells you what kind of fault is there in your transformer, and it also tells you how severe that particular fault is, and that is the advantage it brings to our customers. This is This is how you can send the notification. The notifications are already there, but in case you have your own expert system, you have your own experts, and they have some experiences with them based on the previous instances happened in your utility, you can also modify these notifications based on the overall rating of the transformers as well. Finally, just to conclude, what are the advantages Tone brings to you? It's the first new DGA technique or tool which is available from the conventional one, and it is innovative and it is highly accurate. It has been verified that the fault condition identification is 96% of the cases it is accurate. That's the highest. That is close to the Dual's triangle as well. Provides 4 type of fault identification and severity level for each type of fault as well, and it enables exception based analysis of big data, and that is what we are talking here, right? I mean, how to utilize the data. It gives you exception based analysis, sends the notification when the DGA results indicate a change in the problem or the change in the severity, and that is what we are looking for, and that is why I mentioned that we are trying to reduce the load on the O&M team. They should not go and look for every single result they get from online DGA. They should get the notification only when there is a change in the problem or there is a change in the problem severity. Thank you very much.
Thank you. In short, we can say that technology-driven product. Now time has come to talk about the system, a system that is not earth that becomes an earth. And we don't want any unearth in our system. That is a disaster. And to talk about that thing, I'm going to invite innovative earthing technology, Mr. K.K. Gupta ji.
Good afternoon, everybody. I am K.K. Gupta and would be talking to you for the next 20 minutes about the safety of the electrical system. First thing, we welcome you all to this conference. नहीं चेंज नहीं कर रहे पीपीटी चेंज नहीं करेंगे दो देखिए ना सर चल ठीक है कोई बात there is a small issue actually I sent them the revised PPT which has not been uploaded anyway I'll go with this only so there are many technologies prevalent today but we would like to apprise you about the latest innovative technology that is Marconite earthing technology which is already making inroads in various fields in India. This is Marconite electrically conductive aggregate. Would you please show it here? Please come here. Quick. As you see in the bowl we have a concrete and current is flowing in a dry condition. So this is Marconite conductive aggregate. Thank you. It has been invented by the Guglielmo Marconi in 1972. Later on he sold his rights to another company. Now they are the manufacturer and they are James Jordan and Sons in UK. Marconite aggregate can be used virtually in all kind of soils. Maybe it hilly terrain, seashores, riverbeds or maybe rocky terrains. Its own resistivity is 0.001 ohm meter. Its pH is neutral and it is chemically inert. It will not corrode the metal conductor. If you see on the left hand side, we have taken out one chemical earthing after 3 years. Its surface has already been corroded and because of the corrosion, no current is flowing through it. Can you show this also, please? If you have, quick. This is the corroded metal pipe and current is not flowing through this. But if we touch it on the cut part, current is flowing. That means lowest because of the life. It is the lowest cost. I will show you in another slide also. We save a lot of trees and water by using Marconite and it is environment friendly and it prevents pollution of underground water channel. If you see on the right hand side, generally we need 100 liters of water for each earth pit. I give you an example. Indian Air Force Station Palam Airport, Delhi, they have around 1700 earth pits. If we multiply by 100 liters of water each year, so it's a huge quantity of water which is wasted just for the want of earthing. Or in Rajasthan, few years back, they have been, RRVPNL, they have been buying water or they have a tap on the earthing system just to maintain the earthing system. It becomes a true conductor. I just show you another example. See, it is earth enhancing material, no doubt, but it is conducting also. It becomes a conductor. Wherever you touch, current will flow in a dry condition. So it is giving you two, options, two benefits. One is it is earth enhancing material as well as it becomes a conductor like a wire, an electrical wire. It will not suffer from the dryness and it will perform in a dry condition also. Recently we got it tested again in the CPRA test lab Bangalore. 100 mm dia earthing system, can achieve 94 kiloamperes. It can withstand up to 94 kiloamperes. And if you have a smaller dia just shown to you, that is 80 mm dia, and it can withstand up to 39 kiloamperes. Its own resistivity, after having mixed with the cement, it is remains 0.4 ohm meters. It passes the test as per IEC 62561-7-2018. It is meeting all the parameters of this test standard. There is a small comparison. This is chemical earthing, charcoal earthing and Marconite earthing. Resistivity, bentonite and other materials having a resistivity of 2.5 to 5.5 ohm meter, whereas Marconite is remain 0.001 ohm meter. Maintenance, recharge, water or refill. Marconite does not need any kind of watering, recharge or refill. whereas other earthing system needs all these things. Materials pH, marconite is remain, inert material, it is 6.9 to 7.3, it is a neutral range, where other materials are heavy, they are either alkaline or acidic. If we use salt, it is acidic. Pollution and environment friendly. Chemical earthing do pollute, either it is water or we have to cut trees. But in case of marconite, it is environment friendly and we need not to cut any tree or give water. Life cycle performance consistency. In case of water-based system, it is going like this. If we water it, it will perform, but if it gets dry, it will not perform. But in case of marconite, consistency will be there, it will be straight line. Deeper installation is possible with marconite earthing. We have installed one electrode somewhere in Nepal, Air Force Station Palam, that is 30 meter deep, because they do not have the space and their requirement was less than 1 ohm. So we installed single electrode of 30 meter deep, achieving less than 1 ohm. Whereas in other earthing system, as per CPWD DSR, we cannot go more than 4.5 meter. And moreover, in rocky terrain, it is also very, very difficult, but in case of marconite, we can do even deeper also. Then when corrosion leaching and shrinkage cracks, if you see on the left hand side, it is a bentonite earth pit. After drying, it gets crack, and once it is getting cracks, it will not perform. But in case of marconite, performance remains same, and we can proudly say it is a green product. It is one single, simple commercial comparison between the chemical and charcoal salt earthing and marconite earthing. We take generally any plant's life to be of 50 years. Chemical earthing or charcoal salt earthing does not go beyond 6 years. Then, just to complete the 50-year cycle of a plant, we need to install chemical or charcoal earthing minimum 6 times. But we say marconite is more than 50 years, so we need not to change it. We will install it one and it will go for 50 years. So cost of 1 unit in case of charcoal salt may be 1 unit or 1 rupee. Then marconite will cost you 1.25 paisa. If we add the cost of 50 years, as per CPWD DSR, that becomes around, 2 units for 50 years. It is 0.004% every year. So that means capital cost as well as maintenance becomes 8 units or 8 rupees. But in case of marconite, no maintenance is required. The cost remains same, 1.25 paisa. That is why I said it is the cheapest, lowest, not cheapest, the lowest earthing system cost-wise. Users of the marconite, power sector we are using in thermal station, solar station, wind station, and nuclear power station, medical sector, hospital, and all kinds of test labs, telecom system, cell phone towers, and then signal. Indian Army, Indian Air Force, Navy, we have done so many projects. Testimonials. When we had installed one electrode at Indian Air Force Station Palam in 2013. The resistance was there less than 1 ohm. Again we, tested in May 2022 and performance was less than 1 ohm. What they are saying that during the 11 years, electrode has been performing satisfactorily. This is their testimonial. Again, there is a Apollo Hospital. During the 2013 and 2021, the electrode has been performing well and it is less than 1 ohm always. And it is one very interesting, project of IIT Delhi. I will take a few extra seconds. Government of Gujarat has been doing one, R&D on plasma. They shifted half of their R&D to IIT Delhi, sometimes in 2016 or 17. But in 17, we installed earthing for that system, for R&D system in Delhi. After 5 years, we again tested, performance was same, but what the Professor Narayanan is adding here, because of the use of the marconite earthing system, their R&D system has improved. performance of the R&D system has improved drastically. This is there, written there. We can share the testimony also. And DMC 2014 and 2016, there was no change in the resistance of the Marconi earth electrode. Again, ESS Mahatransco, ROHA, 2016 we installed the electrode, and 2023 performances remain same. They are saying Marconi giving consistent and satisfactory performance since the date of installation. Then gentlemen, this is KSEB. It has been, this station is on a rocky terrain, highest level in Kerala. We installed the electrode in 2017 and again tested in 2018. And performance is sustainable improvement and found satisfactory. Installation of Arconite. This is one example. We just do installation of earthing like anything. We just go and install any earthing system, but it should not be done. We should first do the soil resistivity measurement. Here is example one on the left hand side. At Air Force Station Pala, we installed one electrode of 30 meter and giving 0.78 performance, 0.78 ohms. On the right hand side, we installed another electrode around 10 kilometers from the Palam airport, and it is also achieving 0.76 ohm. But BOQ of both the electrodes are different, entirely different. At Pala, we have a 30 meter electrode. Sir. At Prasar Bharati, 4.5 meter. I will take another 30 seconds. We offer 25 years of warranty, and even our manufacturer also saying it can remain in service for up to 50 years after their original installation. These are our few valued customers, and we are the only earthing company in India who has been certified for zero defect, zero effect gold certification. And why should we use Marconite? Ultra low resistivity, chemically inert, maintenance free, impermanent, versatile and easy to install, secure and environment friendly, safety of living being assets, and lowest ownership cost. I have also received one question. If you
Sir,
permit.
I will ask at the
Okay,
end of
okay, thank you very much.
Thank you. The session was knowledgeable and full of testimonial from other company. And now time to talk about the subject that is very close to my heart, and it is well said that nip something in the bud, and that nip something in the bud is a partial discharge in the systems that must be identified and must be addressed. And to address that thing, I am going to invite Sai Mainapati on partial discharge in a different switch gears.
Hello, good afternoon everyone. I know you're going to be hungry now, so I will not take much of your time now. I'll try to complete this presentation as smooth and as quickly as possible. I just have like a few liner messages for the day. So I'll try to address those things. I'll send the message across to you properly, and then I think we should be wrapping up the presentation. So just to quickly begin, I'm Sai Mainapati. I'm the head of operations from IPEC UK. I have over 15 years of experience in high voltage testing and partial discharge industry. I began my career in India. I worked for a few companies like Power Test Asia and Qualitrol, so this market is very close to me. Thanks for giving this opportunity today to present about the partial discharge industry. There were days like where we started in India to discuss about what is partial discharge, why the measurement of partial discharge is very important for all the medium voltage and high voltage applications in all the electrical assets, to the day where we are now, where customers are demanding. There are around 15 to 20 companies that are offering about the partial discharge solutions. But still there is like a major gap in terms of switchgear partial discharge measurement and the importance of switchgear partial discharge measurement. So I'll try to cover this today. So the contents would be like, I'll introduce about IPEC, what is partial discharge, why is it monitored in switchgear, the importance of various sensors in its applications, and the location of PD sensors, where the sensor should be located in the switchgear, and few case studies. So I'll try to cover as much as possible. Quickly about IPEC, we have established IPEC in 1995 from the University of Manchester. The 4 PhD candidates have established this company, and since then, our key primary focus is on the partial discharge measurement across various electrical assets. Over 20,000 electrical assets have been monitored. We have over 1 million database patterns. Over 50 countries we are representing. And India, we are presenting with our exclusive partner MTech Pro, who are in the industry since 2011. So we have our presence across, the headquarters is in Manchester, UK. We have a presence in KSA, Middle East and Asia. Going to have an office soon in North America. These are a few of our clients. We work with the data centers in the US predominantly, and then we work with various companies like Rail Networks, Siemens, with the switchgear manufacturers in Europe and Africa, and we work with a lot of electrical utilities, where Middle East is our predominant market, like Saudi Electricity Company, DEWA. And then coming to India, we work with oil refineries, process plants, and process industries. And we work across many airports throughout the world and many process industries and pharma industries. This tells actually who is our customer base, like any key critical customer who cannot afford for an outage is where we are present. So, but coming to our solutions, we have our systems, which is mostly the continuous monitoring solutions. Then we have our products, which are periodic monitoring. We offer a lot of services in India and abroad, and then we do partner solutions with a company like Bauer and IS. So why the partial discharge measurement? As said, there are very few industry standards coming to the switchgear PD monitoring. Here are the few standards that are at least giving a guidelines on how the measurement should be happening. So a thumb liner, 80% of the HV failures happen due to partial discharge. This can be boldly said without any fear. There are few standards like HSC that is asking about the switchgear PD monitoring, and Arriviva, it is also telling about the electrical maintenance on partial discharge monitoring. So in IPEC, we try to educate the customer first. It's not about throwing the black box to the customer and we walk away. It's about explaining the customer why the partial discharge should be measured, in which sensors should be used, the locations. That is what I will try to do today in the planning phase, and then eventually it will move on to the monitoring and the locate and repair phase. So what is partial discharge? The electrical discharge that does not completely bridge the space between two conducting electrodes. This might be a very well-known definition across all the electrical assets that you will be looking for. So there are various modes of partial discharge, but particularly the contamination, incorrect installation, and over a period of time, the thermal failures are the primary predominant reasons for the partial discharge to occur in the electrical assets. A quick video on what is partial discharge.
What is partial discharge? Partial discharge, or PD, is essentially a spark that occurs in defects in high voltage electrical insulation. It's called a partial discharge because the discharge only partially bridges the gap between the conductors. The discharge may be in a gas-filled void in a solid insulating material, in a bubble in a liquid insulator, or around an electrode in gas. In high voltage cable systems, PD is commonly found in joints and accessories, where a defect or void exists. These are caused by incorrect installation or long-term degradation of the equipment. In switchgear, cracks and voids in insulating materials and components causes PD internally. Contamination on the outer surfaces or incorrect installation of insulators, bushings, and terminations will cause surface PD. Partial discharge is generally accepted as the predominant cause of long-term degradation and eventual failure of electrical insulation. According to research, 80% of high-voltage failures occur due to asset damage caused by PD activity. PD activity can be monitored on in-service equipment to reduce these failures.
So there are various PD effects like electrical treeing, surface tracking, and carbonization, as you can see in the pictures here, that has been detected by IPEC very recent years. So the left image is the recent failure in the Manchester airport where there was no partial discharge monitoring system. The cable fault has occurred in the Manchester airport, and you have seen, you might be seeing in the news like the amount of hours that disruption happened in the airport. Then a few examples of transition, joint failure, and then like a HV switchgear failure. So I will quickly skip to the subject, coming to the switchgear PD monitoring. The partial discharge is one of the predominant cause for failures, where you do measure the PD in the switchgear for the bus bars, cable terminations, cable joints. So we, IPEC, have published a paper in last year, CGRE. So which sensor should be used in the switchgear and what is the correct location of the sensor? So this is a topic that I'm trying to get across today. So we have 4 different sensors, not just as IPEC, like you choose any industry, but you choose the right sensor for the right fault to be detected. A TEV fault, a TEV sensor, a HFCT, ultrasonic, and a UHF are the 4 bare minimum sensors that are required in the switchgear to detect any partial discharge activity, because there are various types of partial discharge faults. So if someone is coming to you with a one sensor, or just you can move on with one sensor, please ask for the details about why one sensor, why not the others. So the second important topic is this particular paper has clearly mentioned, I can pass on this paper to you, this clearly mentions what is the right location of the sensor and what is the difference in sensitivity. As Mr. Imtiaz has raised this topic today on about the sensitivity and about the importance of the quantity of sensors chosen and the location. So that should be really stressed here. So these are the few examples of IPEC installation. So we do install the sensors inside the switchgear for the right PD detection. That is very important for the right sensitivity. So a TEV sensor can capture the solid insulation faults, the cracks, any surface faults can be captured by a TEV fault, and any non-surface faults will be captured by ultrasonic sensor. So these are the very bare minimum sensors that are required along with the HFCT. So our mode of operation is basically using an ultrasound and a TEV sensor. So if you see the example here in the video, where the fault is emitted, when there is a closed metal body, the signal bounces back. That cannot be detected by ultrasound sensor until you have an air gap. So it is very important to have either an air gap or place the sensor inside the switchgear. So if someone is saying you that an ultrasound sensor can detect the can detect the PD outside the switchgear from a metal particle, that is not true. So try to have a proper understanding of that. Okay. Then the HFCT is used to measure the PD in the cables. So any faults that tend to pass through the cable earthing will be detected by a HFCT. So this is the right location of the sensors and right placement of the sensors. You either place it on the cable or on the earthing of the cable. So these are the few sensors and the systems that we offer. The topology is very simple. Go with any system, choose the right amount of sensors on the electrical assets, connect to any monitoring system. Then it is connected to a server for the data to be passed, and the data is recorded in any of the devices. You can get an email and SMS alert. System is very simple as such. So coming to the case studies, we have around like 145 case studies just within the Middle East in the last year over all the deployments that we have. The system is very simple. It tells you which switchgear has got the highest partial discharge activity, when the activity has started, and how it increased over a period of time. The next step, what we do is like we ask for a physical inspection, and we find the faults. We ask the customer to repair the faults. We capture the PD activity, and we show the decrease in the PD activity after the system is that. This is a hand holding that we do right from the beginning. And then one simple example, post the maintenance, we carry our handheld instrument to double check the results. We show that the PD has gone away. There's a similar examples. Name it any switchgear, you detect the PD activity, you find the fault, you get this fault repaired, replaced, and then the PD activity should go off. So that is a cycle that you should handhold the customer than just selling the black boxes. I think I've sent my message across properly. I can share these videos across to you. That's me. Thank you, guys.
Thanks a lot. Wonderful presentation from your side, insightful, wonderful, and knowledgeable. And now time to take some questions. Because of the paucity of time, I will be taking 2 questions from each presenter. Any question from the audience, they can raise their hand. Otherwise, I have already collected some questions. Any question from the audience? Don't hesitate, raise your hand. All speakers are here to answer whatever query you have. Please hand over the mic. I understand in the beginning why it's very important for engineers.
Recently, sir described very well regarding the partial discharge theory and the details that we face in our daily life. Related to this, there is a question. Can the same testing equipment can be used for the cable and the transformer and the insulators, etc., or separate kind of specifications are there for different kind of requirements? Okay, thank you.
Any question? If there are no questions, should I start with a question I already have with me? My first question to Dr. Robelino, and you have given very wonderful presentation, and I have collected some questions related to the presentation you made. Dielectric testings of transformer with composite insulation, oil press craft papers, is a bit critical to evaluate regarding its condition. Can you throw some light on that?
Basically, one of the most important components in our electrical system is the transformer, and we have seen on the reliability research work that has been done by Seagray that one of the items that may fail and will be responsible for actually catastrophic failure of the transformer is the bushing. So we need to have a clear understanding of what's going on, and the dielectric response basically is a non-destructive, non-invasive test that will allow you to have a clear understanding of the condition of the insulation in 4 minutes. Okay. So.
And now the final question, because paucity of time, how and why perfection could be ascertained by doing DFR? Because that is a new subject so far Indian utilities are concerned. Kindly throw some light on that. How perfectly we can measure it and how effective that is going to reduce the failure?
Perfection is a difficult question, right? Let's start from there. We are human beings and we may not look for perfection because there's no perfect insulation either. Right. One of the most important things is we don't have a perfect insulation. We understand that there's degradation. We understand that there's an aging process. DFR opens up a wide spectrum for analysis. And that is the most important part is that we can characterize the different materials within that composite insulation system. What is happening with the solid insulation, what is happening with the liquid insulation. The more we open doors with dielectric frequency response, there are so many things, so many interesting things that we have been looking, especially working with different manufacturers in the industry. We have seen, as I mentioned during my presentation, not only dielectric issues, but also electromechanical. So more questions will be here. Absolutely glad to talk to all of you.
Thank you, sir. Now my question to Salim, sir. Why are you not preparing data integrated module to decide HI? Health index, okay.
Most of our equipments are basically not the online, more are on the offline testing. So there is a lot of database already available with respect to the equipment's performance or with respect to the database on the basis of which anybody can select. There is a lot of IC standard because we are not doing any online testing. We are doing only offline testing as of now.
And what about your future plan for Indian market?
We are big way in the Indian market, and entire transformer industry is ours. So we focus on our industry and coming back to we have focused mainly on the European product as of now because of the quality and reliability. That's the more important as far as the Indian scenario is concerned.
Basically, Salim was talking about the kind of things, and in his basket, lot of innovative products are there, and those products are taken in the offline mode. Yes. And what I believe, if all the data to be taken up and to consider in the health indexing way, and could be integrated to the rightly available in different softwares and all, it could be a better one, just for the beneficial of the customers. That is my suggestion.
We will take your suggestions, and we will try to improve that.
Because you are having very good kind of things which are a bit innovative.
Sure. Yeah. Thank you.
My next question to Food Saab. You have mentioned about extractions of moisture. Can other objectionable particle can also be extracted apart from the moisture from your machine that you discussed about?
Yeah, as I told in my presentation, contamination removal is very, very important other than moisture removal, because oxidation will take place with moisture and that will eat up the insulation fast. So our system is, cartridges are designed to remove 1 micron contamination of any kind, conductive contamination.
And what about the application of your product for the old transformer? What is your view on that? Can I use that product for old transformer? It is going to help?
Yeah, we did the first case study in Power Grid in 2004, and it ran for around 3 years. When we used it on the older reactor, because reactors are more prone to moisture than transformers. And based upon that case study results only, the faith was developed, and Power Grid used the portable systems before putting it into the transformer specifications till 2011. And 2011 onwards, this system was brought in the specification within the Power Grid, and after that state utilities slowly started using it. Ideally, with my experience I will say, for a new transformer which is shipped very nicely dry transformer, any kind of drying system is not required. But if this system is placed along with you, you get continuous monitoring of the moisture, and there is a standstill solution for you which will work as and when required.
Thank you.
Thank you.
What will be the condition of the transformer which has lived for 20 years or say 25 years? Say Power Grid is not very old. However, the state electricity boards are very, very old. And transformers are aged, having the age of say even 30, 35 years they are working.
Yeah, very nice.
So what if, in your this thing, procedure or whatever you may call it,
Sir, every transformer.
Can they, can they be made usable after that?
Every transformer is an independent candidate and has its.
That is okay. That's okay. See, we are speaking in a generalized manner. You see. See, every man has got different, parameters. Somebody may have BP of low BP, some high BP. So like that, transformers are also, say, they are of so many, they have so many parameters. And see, in olden transformers, the kraft paper use was not the one which is being used now. You see, so in that case, whether it will be useful for
I'll answer it with the case study what we have done. Generally, as I told, all transformers are independent. With my experience, 300 MVA transformers of independent age groups and 10 plus years of age.
10 plus a year, 10 plus a year is nothing.
Sir, I'll tell you one example of a 30-year-old transformer also for BBMB.
Yeah.
That it was used there. You see, sir, once the paper life is gone, it cannot be retained back. DB value gone means gone. But we can stop that further degradation of the paper at that particular moment for any age of transformer. That is the.
Thank you. Ravindraji, there is a small question for you. The people want to understand why this split fold loop impedance testing is to be done, and how do you convince the utility, especially the DISCOM, to give the data of fleet to the consumer so that they can use it and avoid like fire and accidents?
Thank you. The why is a beautiful question, sir, because we manufacture fold loop impedance, and I live in an apartment. In my apartment, there was an electrical fire accident in the next floor where I live. So the why part is very clear. It doesn't matter that you have an equipment with you. It doesn't mean that you are completely safe. In electrical scenario, it is evident that until everything is safe, nothing is safe. So the why part is, what is the cost of an Indian life? That is the answer. Unless and until there is the number of electrical accidents and the lives are saved, the measurements and the criticality of the measurements will always be there. So the fold loop impedance will be, yes, it is a mandatory testing. We will continue to do that why part until the lives are saved.
Thank you very much. And Gupta Saab, the people want to understand what is the basic difference between a chemical earthing in the market and the earthing you are offering. In one line, we need that answer.
Actually, in chemical earthing, we need to water it and replace it every 3-4 years. In case of marconite, it is having a life of more than 50 years, and we need not to change it at all for the next 50 years, and we need not to water it also or recharge it also. And the most important thing, it does not corrode the metal conductor. And if it is corrosion free, then we have a very, consistent performance and life. That is the basic difference. Thank you.
And thank you very much.
So how do you, give me that?
Yeah, please.
How do you come to the conclusion that your micronite will serve for 50 years?
Sir, there is a line in UK.
Have you done any experiment on that?
Sir, I'm telling you.
Aging experience.
I'm coming to that, sir. In UK, there is a line between Paris and London that is known as the Jubilee line. And in that line, manufacturer used marconites 55 years before. And that line, they have not changed earthing since then. It is performing. So far India is concerned, 12 years before we installed one electrode at Palam Air Force Station at Palam, and it is giving the same performance after 12 years. So we can very confidently say, yes, it is performing for the last 12 years and without any maintenance or recharge.
Right.
But if we take the manufacturer's experience, then it is going for more than 50 years. Thank you.
Thank you.
The question is for Sheetal Shahji. You have given wonderful presentation that was technology driven. You have used the ANN, you used every kind of software that is required to come to the conclusion that whether your equipment is healthy or not. But my question is very simple. When we talk about the DGA, it is governed by IEEE 57-104/2019, and there are so many methods are there to interpret the results, and at the same time we are using ester and natural ester and synthetic ester also, because the IEEE is different for all these esters and the normal mineral oil. Can your equipment work for both the oil, or you need different software to interpret the results for ester oil?
Thank you, sir. So, in terms of equipment, it can work for any type of oil, whether it is a mineral oil, ester oil, or synthetic ester. It can work. We have a bulletin available towards this, and we can share that. In terms of analytical tool, for mineral oil, the analytical tools are all these tools, what I presented, including the tone, which is the latest one. But if it is a synthetic ester, I understand that there are new tools available specifically designed for synthetic esters.
Thank you very much. And for Mr. Sai, your presentation was in fact mind-blowing, because that subject that must be taught to the utility people, because that subject is not understood very well by utility people. Only they are dependent on equipment manufacturers or some good company like you who can give their data, who can interpret it, who can do work for partial discharge interpretation at their site. And more education is required. In my presentation after 2 hours, I will be asking 10 questions I have prepared, and I hope you will be able to answer that thing. Thank you very much.
So,
thank you.
As all of you know that I'm an old timer, so to enhance my knowledge and to be abreast with the present technology, I would request all the what you call the delegates, or say the presenters on this dais, to furnish me the papers, whatever you have presented, so that I can at least learn. See, as the saying goes, old age is, there is no age for learning, and that way I found that it is a very what you call enlightening presentation given by all the participants and presenters rather, and I heartily congratulate all of them.
Thank you, sir.
Okay, so Okay, so dear delegates and the experts and the authors and speakers on the dais, actually we wanted to take this total forum in the different way, not have this kind of discussions and all, because as we have promised to have in between the kind of lucky draw and all the delegates must be connected, so that's why we are going to have the lucky draw. The experts will be there on the session. We'll be asking them to just pick up a few of the lucky draw slides. So right now the time has come just to get check your tag with your embossing number. So we'll be asking to the organizing team, please bring that lucky draw bowl. Okay, so let me to come. I think lucky draw award is ready. Okay. So it is a very interesting kind of things. Let's go. Who is the lucky draw on this regard? Get ready. We'll be asking our session chair, Murthy sir. Please take one number. This is all been included over here. Don't worry. Please take a number out of all these things.
Shall I come there?
You just make it. Okay, let's see. Everyone is there. Those are available only. It will be meet for them. Only one right now.
It is lucky 7.
It's actually 2, but you just get it out of that one.
Okay, 1,000. Okay.
Oh.
No, out of this.
No, only one. You just give me.
No,
Give me
you,
only. You have to choose.
You select.
I'll take it.
Yeah, anyway.
Okay, great.
Thank you.
This is that number. It is whose number?
It's mine. It's mine.
So this is the next one. As far the next number is concerned, before 2, and that number is 1. So right now number comes 2, 1. Ready? Right now 2, 1. Those are having the number with the 2, 1. Please raise up your hands. 2, then 1. This bit extra time.
Let's go with another one.
The 217. He is 217, not 218. So this is the 218. Of course, close. But if once okay. Anyway, so next number, moderator sir, please take one number out of it. Get it ready? One number out of it.
It's mine. Seriously, it's mine.
So next number, same like, already I am declaring 2 1 is already allowed. Next number comes 2 1 allowed. 2 1, I think already 2 1 you are having. Anyone here is of 2 1?
No.
No one is 2 1. So this is not there then. 2 1 6.
Go on, Shailesh.
Shuffle it a little bit.
Now next number comes. Right now what do you want? What do you want? First number is 1. Ready? Right now 1. Anyone is having 1? Get ready. Okay. Next number is 8. 1 8. Ready? Those are having of 1 8. Get ready. Oh, you are having 1 8. Huh? Okay. So 1 8. So number is of 1 8. There is a 3-digit number 1, then 8. Then the next number is
6. 9.
Yours is 9. Anybody is having 1 8 then
6.
what do you want?
Nah, mine is 2 5 2.
लोग बोलते हैं कि नहीं पता है तो पता चलेगा अभी. Ready? The next number is 0. Anyone is having 0? 180? No.
No, again.
No, wait. It is not 180. 181. Anyone is having 181? No. So the lucky number is 182. Anyone is having 182?
No.
Sorry, I will pick up because this is not one, is no one. Okay.
Go for 2 5 2. Straight and simple.
अभी एक काम करते हैं. First number is 1, second number is 5. Ready? 1 5. 1 5 is ready. Anyone is having 1 5? You are having 1 5. Okay, get ready. Only 1 5. Oh, then competition is there. 1 5. Definitely it will come out because 3 girls are there, 1 boy is there. So majority will be going to girls. Ready? First number is 1, second number is 5. Third number is? No.
8.
3. It is of 1 5 9. Okay, this is quickly I am going and
we're gonna be here
number
to
2 7. Whose number is coming with your 2 7? Then okay, 2 7 is there. Very good. Now definitely we will be getting the lucky one.
2 7.
2 7. The last number is 8. 2 7 8. Come back. Come with a galloping way. Come. Okay, you are the luckiest among us. So we got one. Correct one, sir.
Just wrote it. Let's go, man.
Sorry, sir. 1 second, please. Okay, sir. Ready? मैं जानबूझ के 3 ले लिया, one after another, so that it will not take time. So now, जल्दी बोलना चाहिए. See right now 1 7. Anyone is having 1 7? Starts with 1 7. Start 1 then 7. No one is there, so I'll throw it. No one is there. 1 7. No one is there. So number starts with 1 3. 1 3. Anyone is there? 1 3 is there. How many are 1 3? Oh, Mani Sahab is there. 1 3 is there. What is your number, please? 1 3 6. Your number, sir? 1 3 4. Oh, I'm sorry. 1 3 6, 1 3 4, but this is 1 3 5. Next 10. Anyone starts with 10? Great. Your number is 10? Anyone is of 10? No one. Sir, your number please. 107, 104. I am taking a very good one. Okay, then this is quickly. I should not stand in between them. 10. Anyone is 10 again? Yes, sir. Number? 107, 108. So next number comes.
Make sure that you put those.
22. Anyone is there? 22. 22 is there. What is your number? 228, 227. I don't know what. Okay, next number comes 17. Anyone is 17? I think someone was 2. Someone told 17. No, 17. Is there? 17. Your number? 17? 2. 174. Quickly. So this will be 13. Anyone is having 13? Great. Sir is also completing. You are at 13, but 130. 13?
131.
130.
Close.
अरे मेरा नंबर भी मुझे चेक करना चाहिए 117 मेरा नंबर is just to get it 117 anyone is 17 no one is 17 I'm throwing 17 no one is there 17 no one is there okay anyway 179 not there then this is coming 24 I think no one is there 24 no one is there
इसीलिए बोला सब बोल दीजिए
246 oh come 246 so you get ready come sir come sir really congratulations into the highest level come sir luckiest sir please 246 oh correct
Congratulations.
Congratulations, sir.
Okay, so similar these things will go on continuing. With this we are concluding this session. Probably we will be going for the next session, and for the next session we will not going to take it off 1 hour. We will be taking off reducing to 30 minutes because it is only panel discussion. Our experts panels are there, so we will be discussing to come up, and as per the one to get it, the award, the felicitation and everything will be coming after that. So we will be requesting right now Mr. R. Prakash, please, one of the very enthusiastic and also the energetic guy is coming up. Please come up the dais. Sir, we are concluding. We will be coming to the next one. Sir Murthy sir, you please be there. R. Prakash ji, please come. Mr. Siddiqui, please just join with us. Sir, you please come to the dais also. Just to take on photographs. Chali. Okay, sir. Sir, we'll take up the next one. It is of a very interesting kind of session, but don't worry. Our all sessions will go on continuing. Whenever the things come up with of launch to break, that time launch also will be broken, and you will be coming and enjoying the launch. Session also will go on continuing. If the interesting thing comes, we will continue. If you feel that the sessions to be stopped, we will stop it also. This is actually delegate based kind of interaction. Please be on here, so we will be having the very great interesting discussions. Please be on the line. Sir, please be seated. We'll start.
I'll take some time.
ज़्यादा बोलने का नहीं जल्दी खत्म करना
Actually, it's a very good panel discussion. Nothing to be extended, any kind of presentation or any views. You will be interacting with us. I hope this should be the best kind of a discussion in which we will be now deciding what should be the wish list. The better electrical equipment, if you want to have it in our system, what should be the wish list? Okay, so that will be on the user perspective we will discuss, because the users are the end users, and I will be here. I will be asking some few queries to our experts. On that basis, they will be just adding. So the queries are of this way. The wish list of better electrical equipment, as you know it very well, this is the first one is of everyone's wish list. Everyone wants the equipment should have to take bath in a very perfect mode, so that there should not be any kind of issues in near next future. We should plan for giving birth a child in a perfect way, so that no issues should come. For that sake, we need of GTP, we need of technical specifications, we need of quality requirement and all these things. And whenever it happens to be, we planned out to give a birth a baby, then we will go for taking its embryonic stage. Means if fetus comes out, thereafter till it's giving birth, we should be getting ready. Like going for stage inspection, like the manufacturing quality plan and all. Now, that means it is a case of born healthy. We will be making the equipment to born healthy. Now, next comes, whenever the healthy baby has come, reaching to the site, at site we will go for maintaining the baby at its young stage. For that sake, today first session, there were having many number of discussions relating to the maintenance, monitoring, testing, then practices. So those are the way, some of the few online, some of the offline and all. And whenever the equipment will be just entering to the old age, there actually we need maximum care. As you know it very well, in our house also, if any old parents are there, we are also taking of maximum care. So during that moment, same like also our equipment, whenever to enter towards the old points, then we have to go for health indexing, we have to go for its health monitoring, condition based ranking, asset health indexing. So these are the kind of things, or we may give a residual life assessment, so that we can plan it for the next one to come up. Suppose in case it is been found, some of the few things are already gone off in that way, so there should be a decision. Suppose some of the few one gone off faulty and all, so that needs of a decision towards repairing or refurbishment. Means we will be going for replacement or repair. That decision is also required. That means we must have to allow the equipment to live healthy. And finally, the last point is that we should allow the equipment to die healthy. It's a very interesting kind of things. What do we mean by the die healthy? In Hindi, we call it as a nirvan. If you have done the very good in this world, then whenever we are dying, we know as per our thing is that it is of nirvan, just reaching to God. Same like also, we should allow our equipment to be getting to nirvan. So these are the few points we will be discussing. I'm not going to take up those things. Directly I'm coming to the query based. Sure, all the experts, please you can just read out the query. I'll be coming to those queries one by one. Sir, this is one of the optimistic kind of things to everyone. Even the delegates also can participate in this regard. This is the query to Imtiaz ji. Imtiaz ji, please just get into this query. Can electrical equipment to be manufactured of a trouble-free, might be in compact nature,
and it is to be installed on a concept of a slogan or concept of a tagline, fit it and forget it. Of course, as per everyone's choice is that yes, it is possible, because it is an optimistic note. Decision factors are like guarantee, time slab, cost, process and all. So we wanted to get the views of our friend, okay, Imtiaz ji, please.
Well, technically, yes. Practically, there are many things that impact this, right? So, we as a manufacturer, we always try to manufacture a product which should be trouble-free, which should be like, fit it and use it, kind of, fit and forget it. But there are practical aspects to it. Sometimes there are a lot of human intervention at various stages of production of any thing, So the discrepancy or the problem that comes into picture is during the manufacturing process. And also a life of the equipment depends upon how you upkeep it. So there are various factors which defines, but I mean, everybody wants their product to be good so that they don't have to, lose money because of the support during the warranty or after warranty. So technically, Patnaik-ji, yes, and we all strive for that.
Okay, so this is one of the, definitely everyone wants also the particular equipment should have to be considering of a fit and forget it practice. It should be of that kind of, we can believe and we can have and a realistic and reliable product and all. So this query also to the, our Prakashji also, please add your word.
Thank you. Good afternoon to all of you. I know it's lunchtime, so I'll put it in a very brief way. Today, the manufacturing technology, I am heading the operations of 3 factories in our company. The manufacturing technology has gone to a level, almost you can make any component with a zero defect. If I take my own example of on-load tap changers, the most critical item in a transformer. Earlier, we used to produce tap changers about 25 years back, which works for 50,000 operations without trouble. As the manufacturing technology goes up in the ladder, today we make tap changers with the finest manufacturing prowess. We'll be able to produce tap changer of 16 lakh maintenance free.
Oh, great.
So what that basically shows, it is possible. All you need to upgrade your manufacturing prowess. If it is possible in automobile, today all of you know in India leads in automobile with almost a good amount of defect-free product. That automation revolution has started processing into or moving into or seeping into the other sectors as well. So today manufacturing technology allows that kind of an sophistication to produce of highest order. Second, better design softwares have come for a better simulations. You don't need to break or make like we used to do about 20-25 years before. You can technically recreate several of the lifetime situations without breaking our head on that. Third, several kind of quality measures have come. The quality systems have been upgraded to a level where you can have a tighter control on your manufacturing. Everything is possible. What is not there in India is an appreciating customer. That's the only thing which is pending actually. Rest is available, it is possible to produce. I support what my brother Imtiaz Bhai said.
Yeah, great. Actually, the trouble-free and efficient electrical equipment, everyone's wish list. So I'm coming to the next query to our Saraswat sir. Should we encourage the smart digital and IoT equipment, because basically that is the digital world, digitalization is going on. So should we encourage these things in our Indian sector, and how much we are prepared for it?
Good afternoon to everybody. It's my pride and privilege that I'm here to respond to some of the queries which are very relevant to the electrical industry and equipments. And I owe my thanks to Mr. Patnaik, who has taken a lead. Now coming back to the point, before I respond to this query, I would like to share with you that I, as an electrical engineer, started in Elexi board, but switched over to Steel Authority, and finally I was joint director. For 25 years, in a steel plant of 300 megawatt power distribution, along with the 240 megawatt of power generation, I have seen enormous different kind of problems. And today I am very happy that the equipment manufacturers who have presented their equipment design, features, characteristics, qualities, and also the very stringent requirements. It's a matter of pride for electrical industry, particularly in India, that we are going so fast. We have been importing electrical and electronic and automation equipments all from Germany or France, like that. But today we are self-sustaining, standing on our own feet, manufacturing the latest equipment, and we are rather exporting the equipments. And we are not only bringing the technologies from the other countries, but we are also exporting. So this is a matter of pride and privilege for all of us. Yeah. Having said that,
actually, Saraswati, I'm sorry for interrupting you. Our query has been towards this way.
I'm coming to that point.
Yeah, please.
I have given the hallwords which are very important for electrical industry, which was required right at the inauguration of this, and possibly I have touched that point. But now I'm coming to this point. You see, what is required for the best electrical equipment health? The most important thing is that equipment must be quality and it must be sourced from a right source. So basically automation and smart way of working has to be introduced in this system. So you must have, number one, the maintenance policy, and out of that maintenance policy you must have SMPs. So this basically relates to one of the SMPs where the digital and smart equipments are to be introduced in any industry. And how this can be done, I can tell you, you can not only introduce the automation in the electrical processes, manufacturing, equipments, but also in the procurement of the spares and equipments. And I can tell you, I have written a book on this subject. Particularly, you can see this is a Taxman book, a practical guide to e-auctions. You see, you are procuring automation, equipments. You must automate your procurement and be smart digitally. Do not believe in the normal way of procurement, inventory management. And that is what I would like to share with you, that within 5 days you can finalize your order, rather than having 3 months or 5 months or 6 months. So this is something which is, see, from electrical engineering, I have become an automation in management. And therefore, if any such questions are there, please, there is no cost for this. Please come back to me. I am there to support any industry in any manner, particularly to introduce the e-commerce and automation in electrical industries.
Okay, great. So actually, as far this concept is concerned, we'll be asking to, because Siddiq Sahab is going of a different world and different nations and also. So could you just guide and enlighten to the total August gathering, how much we are prepared? Of course, it has been one way, one angle say, we are ready to go for smart and digitization kind of things, but how much we are prepared in Indian context?
See, imagine a scenario, you want to procure the best equipment at L1 price, and then you want to go for further reverse auction. How will you get the best product?
Is this L1 in the private sector also?
See,
I'll say that, see, this L1 business is, of course, in public sector and government and quasi-government sector, okay? But if you can tell the products in such a way that people can even buy whether it is L1 or not. So that has to be.
Sir, let me a little bit direct and blunt. Why people in private sector also buy on L1 policy? When you don't know what you are buying, when you can't justify to your boss that why you need this particular instrument, how can you, eliminate anything which is not right for your requirement?
Talking about the methodology.
Right? So for that you have to do your homework. We don't do our homework, unfortunately. So we take quotations, we see, okay, if tomorrow there is an audit, inquiry, I will say that I bought the, the lowest one. So there are customers, I move around the world, as you know, I am also based in the GCC country. GCC country, they don't go for L1. They go for L1 based on QCPS.
Oh,
so
great.
So
Great.
they give
Yeah.
the numbers also on the quality of your product, and then they evaluate that, okay, these are the 3 manufacturers who are more or less manufacturing similar quality product, and out of them whosoever is L1, they will buy it from them.
So can I just make it this way, that the kind of a QR which we will be preparing, that must be bit stringent, so that the people, those are not qualifying that one, they will not come.
Then there is
only
another concept. Then there is another concept. Instead of buying anything upfront, they go for proof of concept type of testing. I mean, they have a requirement. They will tell everybody who is selling those kind of products, please come, install your system for 6 months. Let me evaluate.
Great.
So these are the ways and means to get the quality product.
Yeah, that means the pilot one should have to be there, so that it will be given the every chance of proving them. Then only they can come up to a discussion. Suppose
Patnaik, I always give this example. Every team on paper looks good, but the players who go and perform in the field get the trophy.
Yeah, correct. So we'll take up a point with audience also, because your good name Ashok Kumar, no? And we'll be speaking. Then
you see, I would like to just collaborate, rather I will support you to some extent, and I will also differentiate from some angle. You see, procurement in any company is #1 most sensitive activity. If anything else is there, that is secondary. Therefore, the procurement, not only it is to be automated through the systems which I am talking about, like implementation of e-commerce, supply chain management, and e-auctions, but the most important thing is ultimately the quality assurance and expectations are your target area. You can't give it to somebody else. Therefore, whenever you are purchasing electrical equipment, please ensure that you draw the right specification, what is suiting to your process, #1. #2 is that when you are getting quotations, kindly scrutinize the quotations to the extent best possible that you are not deviating from the specification drawn. And once if you are technically qualified the companies, then only you go for the e-auctions or e-procurement or e-commerce or any other system which is there with your company. So therefore, what exactly is required with this question what Mr. Patnaik had asked, you have to reduce your cost of the company. How you can reduce the cost? First of all, your lead time has to be minimum. Please aware this is the key parameter for procurement, and this can be done only through this system. Secondly, your inventory has to be minimum, but at this time essentially to be maintained, and this is possible only when you see the computerized inventory which is automated. You are getting the right alert that please go for procurement. The procurement which used to be 1 year, 6 months, 10 months, now you can do in 5 days. That is the kind of technologies
Okay, sir.
in
Actually,
automation
will
it has
be.
achieved.
Please just add your point. Add your point.
Due to all these new technology, new engineers, new knowledges, average life of transformers, that is increasing or decreasing? If we compare from last 20 years, because I have joined for 20 years, average life of transformers is increasing or decreasing?
Oh, great question. Actually, those are the transformer manufacturers. For them, this might be the query. As it is a things of that all the technology have come up, all the methodology have come up, but one question is that statistics what it says, whether our transformers are failing or transformers are still continuing. Because as I told you in my slide also, as far the technology is concerned, one time it was of localized and also the study and also the robust kind of things are there. Right now we are going for cutting edge, and because of cutting edge, queries have come to the total house also, whether the status of a transformer failure is been increased or decreased. I can just answer in this regard. Of course, if you others also, they can support me or add the points also. Transformer increase and decrease as far the relative part is concerned, definitely I can say it has been decreased. Relative, what does it mean? Initial days the population of transformer what it was, right now the population of transformer what it is, and initially what the supply system was there. In the supply system there were no kind of like harmonics, there were no kind of like other swelling nuisances and all. At this point of time, the nuisances have come up. The particularly the customers, the kind of loads what they are using, those two contain everything in terms of like harmonics, swelling, this, that and all. So just to manage those kind of quality of supply and the population of transformers and the requirement. So definitely in that aspect, we have come up with a very good kind of transformers in which relatively the number of transformers failure has been decreased. And moreover also why it has been decreased? Because we are bit cautious. Initial days we were not worried about, because transformer failure was not causing, supply system was good, and the particularly people those who are depending upon our total system, ecosystem, they were also quite enough of disciplined customers. At this point of time, what I believe this is the one. Definitely technology is helping in this regard.
Harmonics in a distribution system, we can say yes, higher harmonics, but in transmission systems, I am talking about a failure of transformers of ESV level, but harmonic contents there may be minimum as compared to the distribution system.
No, it's a case specific I can say, but the generic way I just told you. Anyway, just we will be coming to the next one. Sorry for because of paucity of time, we can have the better kind of discussion. As I told you, the discussions will go on continuing. Moment you feel that bit hungry, then you can come and join to the lunch, and the people those are in the lunch session, they will be coming and have the discussion. We'll be coming to you. So in this regard, it is the energy efficient. Yes, the query up gone to your way relating to the energy efficient equipment. It is a very interesting kind of questions. First of all, should we go for high energy efficient short life transformer? Basically, transformers I am talking about, but the transformer things come, or low efficiency long life transformer in the context of a transformer as the important link. So the query to our transformer hero.
Sir, my point is, why do you want to balance? You always can ask for high energy efficient long life transformers. Technology allows that. Seriously, better CRGO grades, better insulation material, good designs allows that actually. We need not compromise that. It's possible, demand it. There is no need to compromise both.
Correct. Okay, it's a good kind of things because technology have come up. Material also has been changed. People are going for different kind of R&D. In that aspect, everything have come up to get the better quality and also long life, high efficient transformers. So we are coming to the next question. It is a very interesting kind of questions, and we can have these questions to our Murthy Saab. Murthy sir, this question is what is more important? Of course, it is here, but whether it is a fancy product or efficacy product.
The first query, is it? First query is already done.
Second one.
What is more important, fancy product or efficiency product?
Efficacy.
Efficacy. Okay. Both points are important, but in larger interest, what should be efficiency, efficacy than fancy, as this aims to the energy loss and lifespan of the item. So in this, of course, nowadays you see the products are, the life expectancy of the products are good as compared to the earlier days because of the upgradation of, as Mr. Prakash has already said, that the any equipment can be manufactured with better efficiency and in a, with a new technology. So this is my view. Of course, as far as the fancy product, the electrical products are never fancy. You cannot go in for fancy. It should be.
So if any,
nowadays, electricity has become the part and parcel of a life. As they say about mobile, but without electricity, you cannot charge the mobile, you see. See, mobile charging, for that also you need electricity.
Yeah, any value addition is there from your side? Any value addition from the delegates for this particular query? Yeah.
From the utility perspective, efficacy is also important as well along with that factory, because we are installing the product within the domain of public.
Unless and until it is looking good, nobody is going to give you a good picture of your image, or you are unable to build up your image among the society members. So efficacy is as important as the fancy, because that can be developed.
I agree with you. I only, sorry sir.
Carry on.
I only want to add, today's fancy is tomorrow's efficacy.
Oh, great.
Yesterday, air conditioner was a luxury. Today, it's a necessity. It's the same way.
Great. Actually, you must have to give the emphasis and the break-even point, or the decision should be taken in such a way so that it has to attract also the people, because we are in the business world, and in the business world we need our customers to satisfy. At the same time also, our product have to just exist. So in that way, the very kind of things you have noted down, today's fancy to be the tomorrow's requirement or the efficiency one. Okay, we are coming to the very quickly one as per the maintenance kind of things is there. Less maintenance or maintenance less. Actually, is it possible to have maintenance less electrical equipment? Maintenance less. Once to get it, and we need not to maintain it. It will be there till its death. Of course.
So that of course, the olden days, there is this amorphous core transformers where we had come to India, of course. So the transformers cannot be maintained, you see. Use and throw transformers. They are use and throw transformers. That's what I've seen about that amorphous core transformer. So maintenance free is there, of course. Yes, it is maintenance free. But so long it operates, it's okay. Otherwise, you will have to throw it. So unless you have the this kind of things and manufacturers and all, so you can the maintenance is possible. Otherwise, not.
Yeah.
Otherwise, yeah.
Yeah. You wanted to add something? Okay. How to, actually this is another very important query, because those are from the utility. They will be coming up this query. How, actually I will be asking this query to Saraswat ji. How to take the decisions for repair and replacement, because it is a very interesting kind of discussion. Suppose one of the transformer we are about to know that its life will be ended, and by that moment we are at the crossroad whether to go for repair or replacement.
So, sir, excuse me. See, I had been to one place for inspection of transformers, repair transformer, 100 MVA. That was in somewhere near Mumbai. Okay, that was I don't exactly remember this factory's name. They manufacture transformers for Crompton Greaves also. Okay, so they. Yes, you are right. Aditya Vidyut appliances. So they got an order for 400 MVA transformer for repair. So what kind of repair was there? They said, we want only your tank and the core. That's all. Everything will change. So they change the coil, they change everything. You know? Only thing-
Can you just make this point as title that it should be of a situational? As per the
No,
situation,
no,
as
repairing means it has to be once you repair, say supposing one coil of transformer has failed. So repairing one coil is not not
Cost
going
effective.
to give, because the other two coils have also been aged as the coil which has failed. So
please add.
In fact, I would like to share that this question cannot be straight replied. The question is that whether you have to repair it or replace it. It's a matter of consideration with n number of parameters, and those n parameters are always variables. For example, I would like to tell you, in Rourkela Steel Plant, one of the motor of the mill failed, which is a 4 megawatt motor. Now 4 megawatt motor replacement in a running mill, if you buy it, it will take 2 years, because Siemens Germany has to manufacture it and supply and to be imported. So now this situation demands that at any cost you have to repair it, because repair is only the option. But contrary to this, then there could be also a situation where the repair can take more time, energy and production loss in your industry or organization power plant. So therefore, if you are having ready inventory available and replacement time is less, immediately replace with new one. So this will be continuous justification considering all the parameters, and no straight answer can be given.
That means
Engineers
it
are
is
the technocrats who can decide based on those parameters.
Means it is of a situational. As per the situation, you must have to proceed ahead,
Yeah.
and you must have to go for a perfect study.
Exactly.
Sometimes what happens, because of an imperfect study, the decision goes wrong.
Yeah.
In the question of repair, it becomes a loss one,
It
because
can
cost
be
effective. Anyway, so this is the last query, because we are going for the standardization kind of things. This is a very tagline I am just adding. Can we go for this concept, the query relating to both you also, you
Yeah.
are comfortable that you can say, 10 vendors for 10 years, and if it is of not good, blacklisting for 10 years for the breach of confidence. Should we go for this kind of things in the electricity board also? It is a question of like X vendor for X years, and if it is not so, some of the few X vendors to be also breach of confidence means they will be just blacklisted.
Should I reply this?
Yeah, please.
Okay.
Or
You see, whether it is a electricity board or a power plant, electrical power generation for that matter is one of the most sensitive, because it affects the human life. And therefore, whatever policy you adopt, that should be according to the requirement meeting this sensitivity. Now, what exactly you have to do within the specified lines, you must meet that requirement accordingly act. This is what general statement I can give.
Okay. So last question to Imtiaz ji. Basically in India, right now the concept is going on, one country, one tax, sometimes also one country, one frequency. That is possible, already have come up and it has been possible. Then why not in our country to go up with this title, one country, one specifications? Are we prepared to accept such kind of things, and what is the issue?
Of course, sir, the CEA has taken out one this thing booklet which specifies from 66 kV to 400 kV transformer.
That's true, but I am talking about the electrical equipment in generic. In generic of electrical equipment.
Ideally, it should be done, because this will really be helpful for the nation and also for the customer, and this will also give the fair play chance to all
Exactly.
the manufacturers.
Exactly.
In fact, and then based on the quality, the manufacturing time, etc. You will always have the required suppliers available to every customer, and off-the-shelf material can be then procured.
Yeah. So you mean to say that the kind of things one country, one specifications has concept should have to be adapted, and very soon in India, because we have to play.
But the problem is here, then if you make a specification, we don't change it for many years. That should not be there. There should be a periodic, analysis of the existing specification and improvement in that because the technology is changing. So we should have it for some time, and then there should be a right notice given to everybody that, okay, in next 3 years we will phase out this and the new specification will come. Or maybe, the new specification is brought out in parallel with the end of the life for the last specification, so that there is no, dearth due to the overlapping.
Yeah, it is a good recommendation. It's a good recommendation actually. If in case any kind of one thing is there, that must not be taken off in open-ended. It must be a kind of a span which will be decided. In that span also we must be ready what the next will be coming on the basis of feedback. Good. So we are just about to conclude. In that conclusion, actually what I have prepared, and these things also will be reflected in our concluding paper. What I believe I will just reading out, that should be the government should have to play the important role regarding standardization, design and specifications, because the regulatory bodies, they play the important role. Sometimes I say, we say, or in the conference also we say, it may not be. Rather than if regulatory body come up, that will be coming. And there should be any kind of quality assurance plan, which is the concluding of recommendations kind of things. Then if in case the internal rating or any kind of a preset criteria, that should be also in the basis, because if I am from OPTCL or any of the organization, if I am come up with the common mode of discussions, then I must be getting ready in the internal way how it is useful if it is been taken up with a common kind of so these are all the things. With this we are concluding. This conclusion, I will be just taking this tagline, because we are in a hurry mode to go to the lunch session. I think lunch session already on, no? People have already taken. Okay, no problem, because we should not make our delegates also to be that way. Those are of highly interested delegates right now sitting over here. Moreover, don't worry, if in case the delegates are not there, these are all been recorded, and the concluding paper also will be coming, so that those who have already gone for the lunch, they can also get to know that what was the discussion. So with this, I wanted to conclude here. It is a question of our, that particular one, the promise mode. We will, we can. It is a very small tagline, but a strong tagline. What is that? If we plan to do it, we can do it. And it is the one question of taking everyone in the common platform and to land upon. Then only we can get the power with the quality, reliability, safety and security. That is the mantra. Because if power will be there, everyone talks about quality, everyone talks about reliability, everyone talks about safety and security, but they are not ready to go for how it is to be achieved. Whenever question of achievement comes, they basically go for that, okay, someone to tie the kind of things. So anyway, with this we are concluding. Thanks a lot, many thanks, because it was really a live session, but we could not get the delegates because of the lunch, but it was a very good live session. So yeah, of course it will be spread over, because whenever this video will be playing in YouTube and other way, I think we are requesting also. Yeah, it is already in the YouTube channel. If it is not there, other one also listen. I am not sorry to make you in between lunch. So thanks a lot, Murthy sir, and it is a hats up to you, sir, because the session starts continuously. 3 sessions are you are there. Session number 1 and chief guest, session number 2, session number 3 also right now.
You have given me so much honor.
No, sir, you are a honorable. Please come this way. It will be better. Should I come there or you will be coming here? Okay. Okay, actually this is the time right now, 2:15. So we will be coming here around 3 o'clock. 3 o'clock, sir?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
The industry-leading competence, we execute the complete spectrum of processes and techniques for every product in our portfolio.
And some information, some feedback also came from the total house.
Strong to support power utilities up to 1200 kV, we have a huge assortment of products.
So
Cork
right now it will
products
be again
including
added part
all
like
grades
the,
of rubberized
dies
cork
metal
sheets, frames,
So I request,
gaskets, transformer rolls, strips
chair
and washers and rubber products
the
including
keynote speaker,
molded and
Mr.
extruded
Sushil Basanetti,
rubber
please come up the
components,
dais.
washers, O-rings,
round
cords,
applause, please.
anti-vibration pads, bird guards, bushes,
Then
slabs,
will be with
insulation
us,
mats,
Mr. Jayesh Patel.
foam
Please come up the
rubbers,
dais from,
metal bonded
Mega
rubber
USA.
parts and coated fabric
We'll be
represent
talking about
our
the
own
online,
dimension of
partial discharge
utility,
monitoring of a
quality
transformer.
and process flexibility.
Then
While our
we'll be
transformer
having one of
gaskets
the
that can
very
withstand
experienced,
high compressive loads
gentleman
are the
over here,
preferred choice for high vacuum
Mr.
equipment,
Ramani Mani.
hydraulic systems
Please,
and
round kind of applause,
refrigeration
please.
plants.
Because he
Our
will be speaking
automotive
the real
gaskets
kind
are
of things what
recognized
needs
for
of
their
a
heat,
enclosure, all the
oil
equipment
and
is
chemical
kept in a
resistant
safe and,
properties.
secured mode.
Nanocrystalline
So those
cores,
part to be spoken by him. In
NC999,
case of
flexible
IEC
air separators,
6149.
wound current transformers,
Ramani Mani.
craft
From Modutech,
crepe insulation
Study Panel
paper
Private Limited.
PCB,
Then
CRGO
it will be coming,
laminations,
with of,
polyurethane products, AC
Transport
special
Corporation of
ducts for
India,
railways and
gentleman,
RIP bushings
whoever is been here for transfer TCI, and
signify
gentleman
the
from,
technology and innovation
add on
of
to
the
that,
highest order.
If you are planning to have
Quality.
it, authorize your display or your
Quality has always been
video will
paramount
be,
for us,
just,
which gets
displayed
reflected
over
in a
here.
comprehensive
Anyone is
test
from
lab
TCI right now
and
here?
a proper quality management regime.
TCI?
As an ISO 9001-2015,
The person from
ISO
TCI you can join. Of course,
14,000-2015,
no one's name has
ISO
been
45001-2018
Next, another
certified
speaker,
entity
from,
are
Siddharth
routine
Badoria.
tests carried
Please,
out
Siddharth
as per
Badoria, please come
IEC,
up the dais.
ISO standards and
Okay, that
NABL
kind of things from
calibration
Palital.
of test
Storm
equipment
Technical Solutions will
ensure
take
that we
part of
meet
it. Please,
various
round kind of applause
quality-related,
to Mr.
statutory
Siddharth Badoria.
and regulatory requisites across different stages of manufacturing our products. Certified with ZED by the Quality Council of India, our organization has a dedicated in-house Government of India approved
Okay.
R&D
So
unit
before
which
coming
keeps
to,
on providing
just to
powerful
go for
knowledge
this
and
session to start,
insights
as,
leading to
in session
improvements
we are
in
in a hurried
existing
mode.
processes
So the
and
speakers,
efficiency in our
experts,
products.
Panelists who have not been
Top management and team.
actually felicitated.
The hallmark
So
of
right now
leadership
we'll be
lies in its
felicitating
response to
all
challenges
our,
and opportunities,
last
and our
speakers
top
and,
management has
experts and
always
all.
decided the
So
way
please,
forward
in that
at
case,
different points of
we are
time in the
requesting
simplest
Mr.
manner.
Rovalino, Dr.
Our team of
Rovalino,
500
please come
plus
up the dais to
trained and
get,
skilled
the
engineers
memento.
and professionals
Rovalino, please.
are our
Mr.
asset
Rovalino, please.
who get all the support, training and freedom to go to the extra mile to make New Cork the most preferred Indian company
Okay, round
in
kind
the
of
global
applause
market,
is from USA.
supporting
Really just
infrastructure.
extended the very good kind of things
With a
relating
corporate
to the
office
dielectric testing of
ensconced
a power
in
transformer.
Gurugram, Haryana, our facilities have distinct divisions like logistics, warehousing, packaging, dispatch, and administrative sections that work together to optimize resources and efficiency in production. Export. Recognized as a star export house, we have a thriving global footprint with regular export to more than 30 countries. Clientele. We have served over 500 customers, including more than
you can come to the
200
Mr.
transformer
Arthur Salim.
manufacturers,
Please come out the dais
leading
and
auto
just to
gasket
collect,
manufacturers,
the memento
GE
from our
Electric,
session chair,
RPG
Mr.
Group,
Sushil
Reliance Energy,
Basanetti.
NTPC, NHPC, PGCIL, BHEL, Hitachi, Toshiba, Siemens, and Indian Railways symbolize a snapshot of our huge clientele.
Then we'll
CSR.
be asking for Mr. Sam
We have
Ravindran.
always been conscious
Please
of
come
our
out the dais. Mr. Sam
responsibility
Ravindran,
towards
please.
society, which gets manifested in varied
Mr. Sam
CSR
Ravindran.
initiatives regularly conducted by us.
Okay, I think
Creating
we'll
a
find
strong
him.
national sentiment
Next comes
as a
to
homegrown Indian
Mr.
brand.
Yogesh Sood.
New Cork's mission aligns perfectly
Yogesh Sood,
with the
sir.
essence of Indian government initiatives Make in
Sir,
India,
anyone knows, can
Vocal
just,
for
extend
Local,
one kind help,
and
because
Atmanirbhar
might be
Bharat.
there in these two gentlemen
We
might be
continue
there.
to be a committed
Is anyone,
organization
please,
excited to
just
contribute
asking,
to the
and the
emerging
volunteers, please,
technologies
ask,
and
Mr.
play a part in
Yogesh
the
Sood
evolving
and,
story
Sam
of
Ravindran to
cork,
come.
rubber,
Might
and
be there in the lobby
co-products
or,
across the
taking
globe.
The extended launch might be. Okay, next comes Mr. Sheetal Saha. Round kind of applause, please. It was really of an interesting paper. Please collect.
Then we'll be coming to our very good friend of ours, Mr. K.K. Gupta from Intertech. Mr. K.K. Gupta, please someone else also volunteer. Please just get him to be there. Please come up to the dais, Mr. Egwe Sud, for felicitation, please. Egwe Sud. Okay, Mr. Sam Ravindran, please come up the dais for collecting your memento. Yeah, Mr. Yeah. Okay. Yeah, Sam Ravindran. So now we are coming to the gentleman, Shai Mainampati. Okay, so just round kind of applause. Shai Mainampati is also coming to the dais, please. Okay, we'll be waiting for Mr. K.K. Gupta. If someone is there and knows him, might be he is there in his stall. Okay, someone please just get to Mr. K.K. Gupta. Now, we are coming to the second one, the session which I was chairing. Of course, I think so actually we are requesting once again to make a trouble to our chief guest. Please, sir, K.K. Murthy sir, please come out the dais. We are ever to be there with him. Of course, for the panelist, he was just very, with our rich experience, he managed the show. So I must be there.
I request Mr. Patnaik to take the privilege of presenting a big award to our chief guest. Mr. K.K. Murthy, just around 80 years, ex-chief engineer, MP, Electricity Board. Next, Mr. Patnaik. Next gift for Mr. Patnaik for very ably doing all this work since morning. Congrats. Next, I invite Dr. Saraswat, please. Your gift is waiting. Then Mr. Prakash, Mr. R. Prakash. Mr. Prakash, please. He is here? No. Then I invite Mr. Imtiaz Siddiqui ji. I think he is here. He is coming all the way. We'll wait for Mr. Prakash. When he comes, his gift is waiting here. Okay. Okay.
Okay, so actually the one which we just take up and we should get it also. Is there KK Gupta have come up or Prakash? Anyway, so the round kind of applause, the one, the moderator of the session number 1, it was a really fantastic way moderated the session. So that's why Murthy sir categorically told that to keep the particular award at the last, I will be presenting to him. There is a strong bonding relation between Murthy Sahab and Dr. Arora. So Dr. Arora, please come up the dais. That's why we keep it up the last one. And because of he categorically told that I will be just managing this gift to Dr. Arora.
Should I come?
Yeah, please.
Who will be giving? Then after. Please, it's your privilege. Both will.
Okay, so actually we are about to start this session. Of course, we are to get it of very good speakers, which are of having great experience and also rich experience in this regard. First of all, we will be just requesting to Mr. Sushil Barsaneji, please come to the podium and to speak upon the challenges and strategies for effective maintenance of electrical equipment. Barsaneji, please.
Thank you, Mr. Patnaik. Good afternoon. Glad to see you, so many people, after a nice lunch. I welcome you all for the technical session number 3, which includes 4 speakers, including me, and a presentation by TCI. So before everything is sorted out, let me start with my own presentation, and I'll use the slides. Thank you very much. No, this is not so.
Actually, one more important announcement is that after this session, we will be having the lucky draw for obtaining the annual complimentary subscription for electrical mirror. So probably we must be getting also at least 2 of the lucky draw members, and they will be just getting that particular opportunity of availing this annual subscription for electrical mirror. That is complimentary. So your name, address, the correct address you have to extend with the organizing team. So they will be sending you that particular copy. So there are ample scope is there. The delegates also will be getting the kind of opportunity to have this electrical mirror, the things. I must be knowing about the electrical mirror. In that electrical mirror, actually there are a number of copies to come, and in that I am writing one of the article that is of every month it comes up, which contains of the case studies as the month. So what it contains? all across country, the issues, the problems which we are getting in the field, in the utilities, those used to come to us in the form of situations. So as an example, one of the transformer is tripping of its own. So by that way, that situation will be coming. Upon that situation, we'll be taking the kind of task what to do, and the action analysis what we will be doing. After action analysis, what should be the recommendation? So that gets published each and every month in the electrical mirror, so that you will be getting the real field and its solution with recommendations. Anyway, I'm not going to take, there was a technical glitch, that's why I took off 1 or 2 minutes. So we'll request our Sushil ji, please go with this particular presentation. Over to you.
Friends, in the economic history of the world, those countries which focused on industrial development, they prospered and became developed nations. Now, India luckily is on the same path where rapid growth of industry is being promoted by the government. There are more than 5 million industries in India. Factories, small factories, micro, mini, small, large and all that. 5 million, but as per my personal experience of visiting, I think few hundred industries I have visited as a trainer as well as a consultant, I find 99% factories or even large industries are away from the various developments, technical improvements taking place all around the world. New products are being developed, but they are not either reaching to the needing industries, or either they are not at all aware of that. So what is the problem? And that itself is a crisis. Now I will tell you with my own experience, and some facts may be very shocking for you, that actually what is happening on the shop floor. Most of the people here are actually the developers of various new products which are costly also, but they are fulfilling certain needs of the industry. Let us see what are the challenges at present, and this presentation I had done earlier in the FICCI that annual conference, and it was highly appreciated by, I think, around 150 maintenance engineers present there. Let us see what is the situation at present. Let me use this. Why it is not going? The industrial world is in crisis. Market is demanding more and more quality products, and the challenge is produce more from the same machines, same man, same facilities. There's too much pressure on the board level people to compete with the peers in the industry. There is a lot of challenge from the overseas market also, because world is one nowadays due to internet everywhere. So every large industry has got a lot of process in machines, and they need operation and maintenance, and correct maintenance for right output from the machines. Now normal maintenance problems or jobs which people attend, just have a glance quickly. These are the jobs most of the maintenance people, electrical and maintenance, are busy with. These are regular things. Those who are actually on the shop floor, they might be understanding. Most of the jobs are repeat jobs. Even though PM work is done by every maintenance man, whether electrical or mechanical, but still, why these jobs are being repeated day and day? एक बार बोल्ट टाइट कर दिया तो दोबारा लूज क्यों हो रहा है? Loose bolts creates vibration creates additional stresses on the system, then maybe looseness comes, and then leakages start happening, and then heat also is there. So it is all starting with one just that even people are not knowing correct method of tightening the bolts, etc. Vibration knowledge also is not there. And when you tell that why things are not good in the maintenance level, then these are the problems of the maintenance people most of the time. Have a look. "99% factories are not having correct operation and maintenance practices, and right tools to do correct maintenance. With my own experience, I am telling. Most of the time it is anyhow maintenance. Repeat jobs are being done again and again, and reason, just quickly because time is less, so I will be going through fast. What are the reasons for all these things? Reasons: O&M engineers are too busy now and heavy workload like this. Please go through this. Most of the engineers in big companies also, when I say, why are you not helping the shop floor people? ISO, audit, environment surveys, HR policies, SAP entries, meetings, vendors, inspections. Very little time to give technical input on the shop floor. Old experienced hands are retiring without training the young ones, and young ones are not interested in going for shop floor jobs or difficult jobs. New technology is now almost in all equipments. Hydraulics, pneumatics, mechatronics, PLC, microcontroller, robotics, and other things are AI now, machine learning. All these things, they also require learning, and time is spending on these lessons, hardly any time. The big challenge is all maintenance engineers today must have multidisciplinary knowledge, not just that I am motor mechanic or something like that. Gentlemen, it's a serious thing that low competency level of engineers coming out from colleges, and I have taken lot of interviews of even IIT boys and IT boys. They lack the real knowledge of engineering required by the industry. Whether it, and much worse for the smaller college or those who are not in the high ranking. New modern engineering courses are not added in. 20 years से जो पढ़ा रहे हैं वही थ्योरी जो कॉलेजेस में पढ़ाई जा रही है और चल रही है. Now what is the crisis? Crisis इसलिए और मैं बता रहा हूँ, एक नज़र इस पर डाल लीजिए. These are our known phases all around in our colonies. They are also doing maintenance job, and one person is doing mechanical, electrical, both jobs. They are doing reliable jobs. No repeat like us that all the same jobs are being repeated day in and day out. सुबह आके लॉग बुक में देखा वही तेल दोबारा टॉप अप करना है, वही अलाइनमेंट करना है, वहीं बोल्ट टाइट करने जाना है, वहाँ लीकेज है, वहाँ पर वाइब्रेशन आ रहा है. सेम थिंग कंटिन्यूइंग फॉर 20 years, 30. Why they are not having that bad thing? They are reliable people. They are not engineers. They are not having company dresses. They are not having these incentives and all that. Salaries. I will tell you why I am showing all these things. So these uneducated people are also doing maintenance job, but they are more reliable and cost-worthy, very little amount compared to the company maintenance people, those who are doing lakhs of rupees of salary. Think over why it is so. These people who are uneducated, maybe pampered like this, why they are doing reliable job? एक बार आप जाएंगे कार का तो कुछ समय, लंबे समय तक काम होता है, चाहे bearing का हो या को. So the thing is that based on my I have been 25 years and my experience is 50 years. This year I have completed 50 years of my experience. I joined something in 74. So covering, and I have given training to 15,000 people, engineers, and including all CEOs, GMs, chief engineers. My experience is same. They are lacking the basic knowledge of maintenance engineering. एक मेंटेनेंस टेक्नोलॉजी होती है, एक मेंटेनेंस प्रोसेस होती है, एक मेंटेनेंस इंजीनियरिंग है, और एक होता है मेंटेनेंस मैनेजमेंट. दैट वी आर डूइंग एनी हाउ मैनेजिंग. 90% people do not know bolt and nuts theory. You sometimes people say, why are you speaking like this? But it is a fact कि जितने भी वाइब्रेशन हो रहे हैं, अलाइनमेंट प्रॉब्लम हो रही हैं, जितने भी हमारे जो हैं वाइब्रेशंस के साथ साथ लीकेजेस हो रहे हैं, only one thing, that tightening process is not perfect. So many types. Bearings, 90% people I have actually seen, they are not knowing IRC. IRC is the base of bearing life. एक bearing 2 साल चलेगी या 20 साल चलेगी या 2 महीने चलेगी, it is all that. 99% people cannot measure IRC. Who will tell all these things? Lubrication, 75% do not know proper grades, 90% critical effect of atmosphere. So I prepared another slide or maybe presentation, 9 lubrication problem, and everybody is doing. Condition monitoring, so many condition monitoring devices you have made, and very few. Morning में एक सज्जन से बात हो रही थी, I think Mr. Shah. मैंने कहा कि आपकी इतनी बढ़िया जो प्रोसेस बन रही है, and one more friend is there, he was telling कि हम लोगों को अंदर इतने नए नए प्रोडक्ट्स बनाए हैं जो एक्चुअली दे आर मीटिंग द नीड्स ऑफ द इंडस्ट्री, बट हमें अभी भी उनसे पूछा मैंने 100 टॉप कंपनीज में से आपका प्रोडक्ट मैंने देखा काफ़ी यूज़फुल है, वो कितनी कंपनियों में इम्प्लीमेंट हुआ? वो बोले इतने साल में सिर्फ 25%, 75% आर नीडिंग दिस बट दिस। उसका एक रीज़न मैं बता दूं, आई वॉज ऑल्सो हेड ऑफ द मेंटेनेंस इन वन बिग कंपनी, एंड गेट पर बहुत सारे आप जैसे जो प्रोडक्ट बना रहे हैं वो लोग आते थे, और वहाँ पर सॉरी टाइम इज़ गोइंग, जस्ट वन मोर एग्जांपल, तो हमको इतना ही फुर्सत नहीं थी कि अपने जो है ब्रेकडाउन से फुर्सत, गेट पर ही जितने भी नए प्रोडक्ट्स वाले अपने गेट पास मांगते थे मैं मना कर देता। वेयर इज़ द टाइम? And that is happening in all industries, that new products are being made, they are meeting the needs of the industry or factories, but they are not aware that this product can solve 4 operations एक जगह कर सकते हैं। So gentlemen, this is how I want to say, because lot of things are to be explained, but ultimately crisis is there. 99% industries or factories are crying for solution. Solution is available, there is a gap. Who will fill this gap? I can't say. Thank you very much.
Okay, so it was really one of the interesting and also informative and also well-to-do kind of presentation by Barsanesi, and the real picture, the title, the summary of these things were there, of 2 pictures were there, which was presented of our, those automobile repairers and all. So that indicates of everything. Why? Because in India, there are a lot of technology. Along with a lot of technology, Jugaad technology is one of the most important technology. So we also believe with Jugaad technology to manage our show, and that basis also we are doing. Anyway, so next paper will be coming with Mr. Jayesh Patel ji. Please just apprise the house in terms of partial discharge monitoring of a transformer.
Good afternoon. Generally in any event, post-lunch sessions are challenging. So even for the presenter as well as for the audience. So let's try our best to tide over this together. Topic is partial discharge testing or monitoring. So when we see partial discharge, so all of you are quite knowledgeable, but let's see something what is on the basics so that we continue with the flow. So what is PD? So partial discharge, it occurs in insulation of HVSS. It emits energy where it should not be doing. It's a mischievous event. It destroys the surrounding material and leads to decreasing the lifetime. It is the beginning of final breakdown. But good part, it can be measured. So when you say it can be measured, you can take some actions. You cannot stop it, but you can take corrective actions. When we say corrective actions or the measurements, there are various methods prevailing in the industry depending upon the condition of the insulation as well as on the assets. So how you measure? So one is a conventional measurement practice, which is based on the IEC 60270 measurement standard, and below which we see is the measurement theory or the diagram, how we do the connections. This is done directly by contacting or connecting the object under test, and the best method, because we measure the discharge in terms of real discharge picocoulomb. But there are certain events where we cannot really do the connections because of some conditions, so we use unconventional measurement methods where we use sensors which will do the measurement and predict and convert the data and give it to us not directly as a picocoulomb, but as a millivolt or dB microvolt, and which can be like UHF sensors, acoustic measurements, or HFCT sensors, that is high frequency current transformers. Let's see what we measure, because everybody has talked about term partial discharge, but what we really measure. So we measure two things. One is the amplitude, which is in picocoulomb, and second is the PRPD pattern. It's phase resolved partial discharge pattern, which indicates the severity, the type of problem, and where the problem could be. So everything what we see or talk about partial discharge is analysis of this pattern, which is PRPD. How the visualization can happen, that in early days it was meters which were measuring, then it is like oscilloscopes, 25 years, which are producing Lissajenius patterns, then it was count distribution, and then it is a 5QN pattern which is measured today, and moving forward a 3D pattern. So these are the ways in which PD is generally measured. Why we do it? Because it's an increased population of age substation worldwide due to no proper maintenance done on transformers, no specific maintenance programs, or maybe delayed and cancelled investments. And what are the possible consequences? It's increased failure of risk, unexpected outages, and which is going to lead to tremendous repair and transportation cost. So if you want to avoid this situation, we need to do certain measures, we need to monitor the parameters and do a proper health check. And that is where certain measurements are going to help us, and partial discharge is one of them. Why partial discharge is important? Because as we see here, 41% failure are within the insulation when we talk about transformer as an asset, 14% winding, and 13% bushing. So partial discharge measurement is going to reveal condition of these three critical components of transformer. So measuring partial discharge will help us understanding the health. Along with that, we also understand random failures and end of life failures. What are the root causes? Let's skip, because I think there are lot many slides and too much less time. So let's go to what happens when partial discharge occurs in a transformer. So whenever partial discharge happens, it's a breakdown of small area. It's not a complete catastrophic failure. It's only a small breakdown which will happen in an overall insulating system, and which will generate measurable electrical signals, which are in three different formats: local displacement of current, electromagnetic pulse, and acoustic signals. So these are the three signals which will get generated whenever a partial discharge event will happen in a transformer. And there are various ways in which it can be measured. Electrical PD pulse can be measured across bushing tap, and we see how the characteristics of pulse could look like. UHF signals could be measured by using an antenna or oil drain wall sensors in a transformer. And once the PD is established, we can pinpoint the partial discharge by using acoustic signal by putting up the sensors on the wall of the transformers. So let's see now, moving forward, how we measure it, because now we have seen PD is important. It happens in various ways. Now how do we capture it? So the first and the foremost is that electrical measurement, that is the principle used in IEC 60270. So the first image on the left hand side top, we see we connect instruments via preamplifier and quadrupole to the bushing tan delta point, making direct contact with the asset, and when do the measurement. The right hand side screen shows how a monitoring can be done. So we use a bushing tan delta tab, using which we can connect a continuous monitoring system for a long-term trending. Second method to use on transformer is a UHF measurement, which could be done by inserting a drain wall sensors in a transformer, which are already available. So we are just inserting a drain wall in live condition. Or if you want to do a continuous monitoring of UHF, then we install inbuilt UHF sensor during manufacturing of the transformer, so that any given point time we can go with either a portable instrument or with the continuous monitoring instrument and do monitoring. And once we establish that there is a partial discharge, by using either electrical method or UHF method. Then comes is the pinpointing. So we use acoustic signals or acoustic sensors on the wall of a transformer, and we exactly do a pinpoint to find out that in this big body of transformer where the problem is. How the monitoring is done? So we have a good example how a real-time monitoring could look like. So we measure the parameters in terms of its absolute value, could be a picocoulomb if it is an electrical, or could be a millivolt if it is a UHF. A trend is been generated to see how these parameters behaved over a period of time, and if there is any critical event which is generated, an alarm log is created on the screen, and at any point of time if you want to see what was the characteristic or PRPD, we just click the alarm and we can do more analytics by understanding the PRPD pattern. And certain OEMs do provide the expert analysis also. So once we have this analysis available and we are not really in a position to analyze, we can quickly go to expert analyze mode where the database is readily available with number of events, and it can really compare and tell you what the PD is all about. So this is how we actually do a measurement of PD. And I'm sorry, but I think there is one more slide which is just missed out in this presentation. But I would like to narrate a case story, maybe without this picture. But it's very important. Now we have so many methods on screen: electrical, UHF, acoustic. What is right? What do we do as a user? So there is a very important case study. There was a utility which during the maintenance seen an higher DGA values. The hydrogen was quite high, and they suspected that something wrong is going on with this transformer. So they called the crew. People went on and did some measurements. First, it was an electrical measurement done. Measurement was more than 1 nanocoulomb, which was a clear indication it was having a very high PD. The PRPD was very clear, showing a void as a present of PD pattern. As an opportunity, since the drain wall sensor was available, it was decided that we also do a UHF measurement, although we did a very good measurement with electrical. So a UHF drain wall sensor was installed, and to a surprise, there was nothing measured other than noise. We knew there is a definite problem because DGA indicated it, electrical measurement indicated, but there was nothing visible in UHF. So now the question lies, what is right, what is wrong? There is nothing called as right or wrong, but it is making the right choices. As morning, I think somebody says equipments are not wrong. It's the method, it's the manufacturer who makes all the difference. So if we are using one drain wall sensor, which is lying somewhere in the corner of a transformer, and we expect a miracle to happen, that PD happening anywhere in this big body of a transformer should send a signal to the sensor, it is practically impossible. So the right method at that point of time is doing electrical measurement, which is the most sensitive measure. It is going to give you PD happening anywhere inside the body, because it not only covers the tank, but also covers the component which are outside the tank. The second question comes when we are making the direct measurement. The
Mr. Patel,
sensitivity.
we are having a very good astounding paper, this one, and also very interesting paper. Probably it will be rather interesting as the queries to become very quickly. So we are exactly expecting some queries from the house itself. Anybody to ask any queries? Because yeah, please, any queries are there, or we'll be framing, or we have already pre-defined queries are there. Very interesting queries are there. Any queries from the house? Delegates will be given a rather fast choice to ask the query. Okay, no queries. Yeah.
Yeah, there are two ways. The images on the left hand side are a spot testing. That means there is no monitoring. You go with the portable equipment, do the connections, that's why you see a lot of wiring, and do a measurement. And the right hand side images are for the permanent monitoring. So where you want a continuous monitoring to happen. So we have a tap sensors which are permanently installed. We have UHF sensors which are permanently installed, and then you can install a permanent 24/7 monitoring device. So measurement is possible in both ways. It is a choice to the user how you feel your asset is in critical condition. You go for a 24/7. If you think it's relatively new, you don't want to burden with a cost implication, you can go with the portable instrument.
Actually, one more big announcement is there, which I missed morning. Actually, there is also the best interactive delegates prize is there. So as you might not be knowing about that information, that's why you are not asking the queries. Right now, best interactive two best interact delegates award is there. Already one is with him because he has already asked 3 queries. So rest after here, if you go on asking the queries, and those are of relevance in nature, 100% we will be judging, on that base also we will be giving. So one already booked. And other, yeah, please, Umesh ji.
I think we will be interested to know that what he was talking just now, that if we are not able to gauge it through UHF, the entire inside the tank, if there is some PD, then he was just talking that what are the other ways to detect that. One is DGA, UHF is okay. If UHF is not able to sense it, if it is on the other side, then what are the other methods?
The best technique what we say is an electrical testing, the first left hand side and the right hand side you see. So there we are connecting directly to the bushing tan delta point. So as you know, that capacitance is seeing the entire phase. So which is not only the winding which is inside the tank but also bushing. So whenever you do measurement through tan delta point, it is always going to reveal, even there is a smallest PD which is pertaining to the meeting the sensitivity requirement of that particular instrument, but it is 10 times more powerful and sensitive as compared to the UHF measurement. So it's only that industry is choosing UHF because of the convenience. Obviously we have to see the convenience as well as the accuracy. So second alternate which people are going is installing more number of sensors, so that you are covering more areas within the transformer. But that is not again an 100% solution, because if the PD is large enough, then only the signal is going to reach to the UHF sensor, because we as an individual cannot make any contribution to making the signal reach to the sensor. The best is we can install the sensors. So there is still if and but, that if the PD is large enough, it will reach out to the sensor and then only you can have an indication. But when you say electrical connection through bushing tan delta, it always increases the chance of measurement. So that's all about. So you go for something which is going to give you better opportunity and better chances to capture a phenomenon.
In DGA, acetylene by what you call it? That is acetylene by
indication basically.
Yeah. So in that you cannot find out the partial discharge. You
see, it's an indication.
In DGA you will not find. You will not find if the ratio of this acetylene by ethylene is there, though you will not find. So what is the other method? By seeing the DGA you will come.
I think sir wanted to.
First of all, Patel Sahab, wonderful presentation.
Thank you.
Insightful. And you have presented your point of view. You have shown the one side of coin from your perspective, from perspective of utility. I have some points to
please sir
say. You are right. First of all, for transformer, particularly the DGA is performed, and based on the DGA we decide what to do further, and we go for PD. And PD is very important because of many reasons. That is a incipient fault that must be stopped, nipped something in the bud.
Yes.
Otherwise, that is going to be a catastrophic effect on my system, outages that we can't tolerate. Now the challenge is which method, which sensor is to be used. Acoustic, PRPD pattern, time of flight, acoustic sensor, noise problem, and Above all, everything depends on the location of fault inside the transformer.
Yes.
If you are lucky enough that can be sensed by your sensor, in some cases it is not possible to sense by any method you adopt. Finally, as a utility, you have to do your best effort to pinpoint the fault, and you can use anything, any method, but finally you have to reach the conclusion. And the most important thing so far that partial discharge is concerned, the PRPD pattern or PRPS pattern interpretation. And for that, you are totally dependent on the OEM, you are totally dependent on the software, you are totally dependent on the digital library given by manufacturers. And there is no as such expert available that can pinpoint any fault by looking at the results of PRPD pattern at once. You have to do so many analysis, and everything in PD especially dependent on the software analysis, your interpretation, your experience of utility, and experience with the same equipment in the history.
Yes.
Only then you can reach to a solution.
Yes.
Thank you.
Yeah, sir.
Once we identified the fault point, what next as a utility person we can do? Can we attend it at site? If not, why to check it rather than sending it to the repairer?
There are two ways to it. Very interesting and a very good question. See, first, understanding that PD is happening is very useful for a utility point of view. कि ये मरीज में कुछ तो भी बीमारी है. अब वो बीमारी को pinpoint करना है, वो बदन में कहाँ पे है, that is what we call as a pinpointing. So if you are going to take some action on your own, then pinpointing makes sense, which I always ask utility when they say whether your equipment can do pinpointing. So my next question is, what you are going to do after pinpointing? You are anyway going to call OEM, anyway going to call the repair agency, they are going to take your transformer and work on it. So exactly pinpointing will help only to understand what kind of problem it is and whether I can live with this problem या मुझे आज का आज attend करना है. So as a utility, that is going to help how much I can live with this problem. That is the only thing. Otherwise, there is nothing in your hand. वो repair workshop ही उस पे काम करेगा.
I would like to add one more thing based on the experience. That depends on the severity of the fault you are facing and the location of the fault.
Exactly.
If you find that the PD is there in the transformer that is at the bottom end, you can't do anything. You should not do in fact. You have to call OEM, you have to detank the transformer, you have to do the internal inspection. In case you don't find in the inspection, you don't have any option but to send that transformer to the workshop for repair. That is the only option available, but interpretation and severity, that's a challenging job for all utility. I am going to present that thing in the next part.
Yeah, one thing to add upon like severity, because one is the interpretation of the location and the cause, which a PRPD pattern or acoustic can help. But when you are talking about severity, then you need a measurement, the absolute measurement of picocoulomb. So where again a electrical method is only going to give you the absolute measurement. Because see, any decision you cannot make on assumption. You need some absolute value. So that is where we always advocate that if you are doing electrical.
It's really interesting, and it is becoming also interesting and
Actually, this is problematic because we don't understand the actual meaning of 5PC we usually recommend by many IC and guys. This is basically electrical value.
There is no test available in the market, and I am saying this with full confidence, that can give you a solution based on one measurement. Please understand that. You have to go for the trending. You have to find out that we remember the corona period. Some people have survived with 80 as an oxygen concentration, and some people had problem when it went down 90. It all depends upon your body, it all depends upon your asset. And What Jayesh is talking about is transformer. For cable, you can do everything at site. You don't need to take
Yes.
it anywhere.
Yes.
So it depends upon asset to asset.
Correct.
So we cannot have a one policy for all our asset. And what is important, what Jayesh is saying, that try to find out the inception at the earliest, so that you have a longer duration to decide your course of action, right? Otherwise, it's partial discharge is a cancer of human body, The later you find out, the less is the time to take
Yes.
action, and you will not be able to survive.
Exactly.
Yeah, actually, that is also the most important point, because the severity itself will be indicative with some of the electrical faults. Some of the electrical relays, it will be also evolving with some kind of electrical parameters, like current quantum becoming high, voltage dipping, like some other DCA value also out of the limit, or objectionable kind of things. So that will be categorized in another mode, which is to be considered that PD is not required. Already it has gone to the condition in which your transformer about to fail. So this is all of a situational, but rightly Siddiq Sahab correctly pointed out that nothing in this world or nothing in this way possible to make that this is exactly fault and this is its kind of things are there. But one question I wanted to ask in
Yes,
the
sir.
digital world, whenever these PD and all the new kind of things come up, can it be scaled in terms of any data mode which will be integrated to the SCADA, so that the people will be getting to know, as exactly someone told, the OEM people to be asked for to get into the solution analysis and all. So can you just make the kind of interpretation in such a way, the general people will be getting to know that this is the mode of scaled value and this is the mode of severity? Can it be
Yeah,
possible?
it is possible. In fact,
And not exactly in the case of a limiting value, because that is actually of a absolute one. I'm not talking about that. Some kind of value which will be scaled in terms of data mode, and the data will be reflected to the common people, those are there.
Sir, that can be done with the help of AI and ML. I can tell you how. For example, you have one GIS of one particular make. At the beginning, what you do a sensitivity testings. And that sensitivity testing depends on the sensor installed in this particular GIS of any make. That becomes your signature. 5 PC will be available with injecting this much of voltage. And with online monitoring, when you are doing some maintenance, you inject that much of voltage to see whether some PD is there or not. Then you can send that data, that analog data into digital, and that digital data will be going to a SCADA, and based on that data, that will be comparing with the original signature, and that can tell whether it's okay or not. But severity can't be told by any kind of data. That is totally experience-based.
Okay, so we are going to conclude with Mr. Jayas. It's a really
Thank you very
fantastic
much.
paper. It was of a good interactive, and it was
Thank you.
supposed to be also. Sometimes also we take the question and answer session at the end. People do not get just connected to the paper. So it's a nice kind of a presentation it is there. So next we'll be coming to Mr. Ramani Mani. Please come up the dais and to have a similar kind of a presentation. It will be really another mesmerizing presentation, what I hope. Mr. Mani, please. Within of this is short way, I am just coming very quickly to speak up. If in case if some of the delegates do feel that I am not that way comfortable to interact in that mode, so you can also write your queries to come up. That will be considered also the best delegate. So if in case someone feels that I will be rather comfortable of writing the things and to bring it to us, that also is been allowed. So 3 delegates, best delegates, we will be choosing on that base. Please, that is also there. Please proceed, sir.
Yep. So good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. So after a lot of deliberation on the medium voltage and the EHV side of things, we come down to the low voltage part of electrical distribution, where there is a specific subject called device substitution. Now, what is device substitution? When you have to convey to the electrical consultants and the end users that your LV switchboard is of excellent quality, you have to do what is called the IEC 61439 type testing. And when you do this type testing, and if you're going to be doing it with, say, L&T switchgear, but then there is a client who wants an ABB switchgear, then the problem is that the IEC standard in India does not allow you to do this device substitution. And this, according to me, is great injustice, and we will deliberate more as we go forward. Basically, why do we need standards? We need standards because, as we all know, electricity is a good servant, but a bad master. And therefore, we have to ensure that we play things in a safe way. If you look at the cause of electrical short circuits, you'll find that a majority of it is because of the ones which start off in some electrical switchboard somewhere. And why does this happen? Because not all electrical switchboard manufacturers play the game fair. With all respects to those, there are switchboard manufacturers who would say that, yes, I am also using aluminum bus bars. And when you look at an aluminum bus bar, you would not know, you would not be able to make out by its look and feel whether it is a electrolytic grade aluminum or a commercial grade. And the difference in cost is 40%. The same applies for copper. You can extend this logic to the quality of wires which are used, the quality of lugs which are used, so on and so forth. So how do we, from the electrical industry and the end users, along with the electrical consultants, come together to find out what is important for us to look at from a safety, reliability, and convenience standpoint? A little introduction about myself. I'm the founder of the Money Group of companies. I started business straight out of college, so I've been 41 years in business now. Started off as an, thank you. Started off as an electrical dealer with the selling of miniature circuit breakers and distribution boards. Today, in money sales, we are authorized stockists for Legrand, ABB, Socomec, and Electron. From selling products, I went on to selling solutions from the year 1990 onwards. I started Load Controls, a switchboard manufacturing company. And that's when I got exposed to the kind of problems which a switchboard manufacturer has, particularly from an enclosure standpoint. When a panel builder has to scale his business, say suddenly he gets an order which is equivalent to 6 months of his sales, the biggest constraint he will face is in the enclosure. And so when I got an opportunity to go to Singapore in the year 1996, I spent about a week's time there, visited 18 panel building units, just to understand how the world makes electrical switchboards. And that's when I got to know that even in Singapore, you have panel builders who do it in the conventional welded design, and then you have the semi-modular design. And what stole my heart was when I saw a beautiful, completely world-class modular enclosure system. So I pursued this technology, went to several other countries, did a lot of research, and in the year 2000, I introduced the first modular technology, to the best of my knowledge, in South India, in my own company, Load Controls. And because I saw that the customers were really appreciating this technology and they really wanted more of this, in the year 2007, I registered my third company called Modutech Ready Panels Private Limited with the idea of selling modular enclosure systems. Now, when you talk in terms of any system in the electrical parlance, you talk in terms of compliance. You talk in terms of safety. And I'm proud to say that from Modutech, we are the only Indian company, or the Indian company which can proudly say that we have done this IEC 61439 type testing the maximum number of times, and there's a huge gap between where we are and where the rest of the industry is. We have done this testing for 15 times, not only in India, but also overseas. Not only with one make of switchgear, but 6 makes of switchgears, starting from ABB, Eaton, Schneider, LS Electric, Mitsubishi, and Siemens. our switchboards, as you can see in this picture out here, all the doors are reversible, right to left, left to right. If last minute in the project you have a requirement where two modules, one below the other, has to actually be made into a bigger module, in a welded technology panel, you can't do anything about it, excepting for adding another panel to the side. Here in our system, you will be able to remove the crossbar in the middle, change the door, and at site as well, you will be able to make all these changes. It is like typical to the IKEA model. You go to an IKEA showroom, you buy furniture, you bring it home, and you assemble it yourself. The same way this goes. You buy a flat pack modular enclosure system, take it to your factory and assemble it yourself. It's like a Lego block. It can expand whichever direction you want, L shape, U shape. You must come to my factory once and have a look at how we manufacture these enclosures. It's very, very interesting. Now, to give you an idea about IEC 61439, let's start with where the whole thing evolved from. It evolved from what was called a decade ago as IEC 60439. And in 60439, the test was conducted only on the enclosure with the busbar system, which means it was basically on the short circuit, temperature rise, and IP clause protection. It did not have anything to do with the switchgear. So a decade ago, what the standards people who write out the standards, they put their heads together and then they said, no, we have to ensure that the switchgear is also involved. And that was the birth of IEC 61439. And when you look at IEC 61439, it is, as I said, when you do it with one switchgear, you can't extrapolate it to another switchgear in India. So but then the founders of the system were kind enough to say that when you do the testing, there are three types of approaches which you can have for the testing. One, as tested. Two, by verification. You have a particular switchboard which you have got type tested, what you're going to be supplying, how do you extrapolate it from there to here. And third, by calculation, which means you give the short circuit and temperature rise calculations and then justify how the panel is compliant. Now, the big challenge, one is the device substitution, but another big challenge is there, and I thought I must present this challenge in an electrical forum like this. As an exporter, if I want to export my panels, IEC is recognized only in certain countries in the world, as what is indicated here. If I want to supply my panels, which is IEC 61439 type tested, but I want to supply it to America, Americans say, no, you have to get it type tested as per UL standards. If I have to supply it to Russia, they say, no, you have to supply it with testing as per the GHOST standards. Japan, they say JIS standards. How fair is this? I mean, we are all here concerned about electrical distribution and safety. Why can't the brains of the world sit together and say that let's all agree on one standard? I hope this conversation will continue further from here. Now, coming to IEC 61439, there are three people who are basically involved in a particular project. One is the end user. He is the person who puts the money in and specifies what he wants. Two is the electrical consultant. He comes in and takes the brief from the end user and then makes his technical specifications in terms of how exactly the safety, reliability, as well as cost competitiveness is going to be introduced into that project. And third, of course, we have the panel builder. Now, this panel builder, of course, has to be competent. He has to ensure that he is absolutely capable of doing the panel in a safe, reliable, and convenient way. So if that has to be the case, then what is important is the element of trust that gets developed between these three parties. And IEC 61439 is really a differentiator between the men and the boys. I want this forum to also sort of recognize that we shouldn't be aiming at absolute perfection in things what we need to be doing, but we need to be focused more on progress. Why I say this is, you take Australia for instance. Australia follows the same IEC 61439, they call it the AS 61439, but there, till a rating of 3120 amps, device substitution is permitted. Now, what is the difference? They're probably much ahead of us when it comes to looking at the systems and processes which gets into the electrical systems. But they are allowing it and we are not. So this is where, we really need to be debating these points in forums like this to understand how we need to come onto a same platform. Now, while they say, yes, it is permitted, they have certain conditions attached. That is, when you're type testing, say, with Schneider, and then you want to substitute it with ABB, then they say that please ensure that the watt loss of the breaker which you have type tested it with Schneider, the ABB one is equivalent to that or lesser. Similarly, for temperature at the terminals, see that the device is having the same temperature rise or it is lesser. And also, if you look at the kind of space which you have type tested the switchgear with, see to it that you are going to have the same amount of air inside the compartment so that the temperature rise is taken care of. So basically what this means is that there is a huge ease of doing business. And this is very, very important, in my opinion, for India also to progress in a rapid pace as what it is progressing, and with an ease about doing that. Panel builders, for example, we have to look at the availability of sufficient details of these device testing. I told you that, temperature, terminal temperature, and how much of this is really available in the public media. ABB is not going to be publishing these things very easily. And you go and ask them for these details, as long as their switchgear is being used, they'll probably share it very comfortably. But if it is not so, what do they do? There are challenges which specifiers also have. Quite a number of specifiers need to educate themselves also, with all respects to them, in terms of what exactly is the standard and what is the interpretation of the standard. So what is the rejection criteria? It is something which needs a lot of understanding. And for specific projects, like for example, if there is a project where there is a room dimension limitation, you may need to go for ACBs one on top of the other. And if you've type tested it for a single row, the chances are that the consultant may say, no, this is not acceptable. So how do you deal with these kind of situations? Ultimately, the end user has to look at the cost-benefit analysis. And this is where I feel that there is a lot of trust which has to be built between these three parties who come together to execute a project. So, end of day, what is important is educational marketing. And this is, like how Electric Mirror is conducting this kind of workshops. We have a lot of exhibitions which we participate in. There is a lot of articles which gets written in all these technical magazines. It's very, very important that these kind of educational communication keeps going faster and smarter in terms of reaching the right kind of audience. COSMA is a control panel and switchgear manufacturers association. EMA is the Indian Electrical and Electronic Manufacturers Association. So all these associations also have a big role to play in decimating all this kind of knowledge. So finally, to conclude, progress is very important and it needs to be done keeping intelligent safety in mind. So when you look at IEC 61439, yes, use the standard by all means, but please go beyond the standards to find that cost-benefit equation. Yes, the standards differentiates the men from the boys, but then if it is not exactly matching, and it is very difficult for any manufacturer to claim that he has got all the different tests covered. It's not possible. So we have to think global, but we have to act local. And this is my message that, progress is much, much more important than perfection. Thank you.
Yeah, actually last line I'm just taking, think global but act local. That is actually most important point, and the message to the total house, we should have to go for in that way. So next we'll be coming to the video slide to be presented and displayed over here from Transport Corporation of India. Please display the video slide.
any kind of queries, if it is there within that time, we can collect it. One query is there, okay, just. Oh. Okay, you are going to submit that particular one in the mode of writing, no? Okay, please. Play it. Yeah, great point. Actually, we will be waiting for when it will go to the universe. Only it has been seen that railroad and
Are
the
you
sky.
looking for a reliable
So we are waiting
partner
for
for
when to
your
go for
small
the
shipment?
universe.
With over 6 decades of experience, TCI is with you in delivering small shipment. With 25 strategically located hubs, we ship LTL to all major parts of India. With 700 branches dedicated to on-time LTL shipments, we ensure reliable delivery services. Our online track and trace service offers 24/7 accessibility, providing complete visibility throughout the shipping process. We provide flexible solutions tailored to meet your unique shipping needs. We prioritize the safety of your LTL shipments, handling them with utmost care. We specialize not only in LTL but also in FTL, ODCA and storage related solutions. Contact the number below for all types of shipment. Are you looking for a reliable partner for your...
Okay, thank you. Hope so also it will be one way useful for you in your any of the point of time. With this, then we are requesting Mr. Siddharth Bajoria, please come up to the podium and to speak upon your predictive maintenance condition based health assessment.
Hi, good afternoon everyone. Since morning we are discussing about so many electrical assets. Mostly we are talking about transformers, GIS and other stuff. But I'm diversing a little bit from transmission distribution. I'm taking you back to the generation, which is the major important and basic part of electricity. Unless and until we generate electricity, we can't transmit it. So my topic here is predictive maintenance for condition-based health assessment for electrical rotation assets. So why we need a condition monitoring? I think this is a very peculiar graph that we have already gone through so many times. We know as the life of machine goes, the cost of maintenance increases, and it gives the signals and alarms at particular junctions of time. So if we take the action early on, our operating condition of time is very high, and it will save so many costs for the machine. So ultimately, be early in the game is the reason why we do predictive maintenance, and failure is not an option for any generating plant. So a little bit about cholesterol history. Cholesterol is started in 1945, and as the year passes on, it takes so many industries and so many important and it assimilates so many other industry into its fold to provide the better points of solution. So in 2010, Iris Power, which is founded by 1990 by four individuals in Toria Private, so they acquired this Iris Power and provided condition monitoring solution from generation to complete transmission distribution. So this is the for Fortive. Fortive is our major group, and this is the group of companies that Fortive hold. I bet you know some of these companies like Fluke and Qualitrol. So we are the industry leader. What we are doing, what we do, we provide condition monitoring solution from generation to complete transmission distribution. We ensure that world has power by providing credible and reliable condition-based monitoring solution for all these electrical assets which are important for generation. I think this is the very basic slide that everyone has gone through this thing. So what are the different types of maintenance, like routine maintenance, plant maintenance, corrective maintenance, and today the world is talking about predictive maintenance. I don't need to explain these slides individually because we know these things, but right now the world is about predictive maintenance. We want to know when our machine is going to fail. We want to predict its behavior. We want to predict what is going with the machine, so that we can take the corrective action before it ends, and we want to put where the money is really required. So why do rotating machine? I think this is the very famous picture which got for hydro generator in Russia, which got uprooted from its plant, and this is the failure. So according to IEEE and EPRE data, more than 50% of machines fail due to the mechanical failure, like vibration, air gap, and eccentricity. For this, we have a solution of online vibration analysis and air gap monitoring. And other 40% of machine fails due to the stator insulation problem. I think one of the gentlemen already shows that 40% of problem in transformer also due to electrical winding insulation. In generator and motor also, 40% of machine fails due to the electrical thing. For that, we can do online PD testing and end winding vibration monitoring. And 10% of machine fails due to the core and rotor problem. For this, Iris has a solution of LCID and online flux monitoring solutions. And this is the old one. So this is the integrated condition health monitoring solution that I am providing for stator winding health insulation. We have partial discharge solution, and for rotor flux monitoring, we have rotor interturn shots. End winding vibrations, we have end winding vibration sensors. These are the special kind of sensors which are optical fiber sensors. These are not nominal sensors that goes into for normal vibration. And end winding vibrates due to their harmonics. So we need to provide this end winding vibration solution. And the last the product solution is shaft voltage and shaft grounding current monitoring. I think these days so many generators are coming up with the bearing pitting issue. We have seen through going to the different plant, we see hydrogen is leaking through bearings. So to remove that problem, we need to monitor the shaft voltage and shaft grounding. For this, we have these sensors that goes in shaft voltage. So if we see this continuous sensor, which goes into the one monitor and a software, that can provide us to the complete trending and holistic images of the integrated condition asset monitoring. So I think everybody is talking about Industry 4.0 and IoT devices, how we can achieve those things. And one of the questions have been asked, like when we are able to connect with the SCADA. So these devices can be connected to the plant SCADA and other monitoring units, and even goes to the cloud to provide the complete picture of at the one point of time. So this is the failure mechanism of rotating machine. So have you ever seen this kind of issue in your plant, like delamination, poor impregnation, coil looseness, electrical discharges, inadequate spacing, and contamination? So rotor winding failures can cause for interturn shorts, end winding vibrations, and shaft voltage monitoring, which can give us a residual magnetism into the shaft. So what IDES is providing you is continuous online monitoring solution. We have a guard solution which can take 4 technology into its fold and provide a smarter and faster data for acquisition. And it also have a network and communication port. So along with the software like PRPD plots are there. For flux, we have a rotor winding flux vibration data are there. End winding vibration is there, and shaft voltage continuous monitoring trendings will be there. So this is a typical system configuration, how we are going to connect all the sensors through our system and take the data into one signal fold. So if you see in the left, we have up to 32 sensors of end winding vibration sensors, as well as one magnetic flux probe, 4 values from vibration monitoring solutions, as well as current solution, and the partial discharge up to 6 and 12 sensors. So this is the, I think one of the gentlemen asked what we are going to do with the complete data and how we are going to compare it. The IRIS is the only company that provides the statistical database, what you are going to do with that value. Like on every year we provide the statistical database, why and what happened with your machine. Like if the machine is having of different voltage, like rated kV, 6 kV, 6 to 10, 10 to 13, 13 to 16 and 19. So what are the acceptable level of partial discharge into this machine? So this particular table is for air-cooled machine and using 80 picofarad sensors. So this is the plot interpretation for failure mechanism. For phase angle, different kind of data value can be interpreted. I think one of the person has asked what PRPD plot can pinpoint this kind of issue. So by looking at the polarity predominance, temperature dependence, and load dependence, we can come to know what kind of failure mechanism is having in the machine. Like if we are looking at a PRPD interpretation, 45 degree and 225 correspond to improper impregnation. Similarly, if something is problem in end winding, there will be shift shade degree of 50 degree and 30 degree. So the value will be accompanying and contamination and thermal duration. So different kind of interpretation can be used to provide the different kind of issues and solution accordingly. So this is the IRIS advantage. Why we are IRIS advantage important? Because we accurately separate PD. It is predominantly done by plant staff. We are costly. We are not costly, and expert testing is not required. End user determined by themselves. There is no conflict of interest because similar kind of solution can be provided by different kind of OEM, but we are an independent company. We are not tied with any OEM, so our results are independent of anyone. So we have complete 30 years of history. It's proven technology. We have many rotating machine experts across the board. Tests provide consistent, trendable result, and most important, we have more than 4 lakh database with us, which is backing our results every time. So this kind of solution that can be provided with the rotating equipment, like end winding vibration solution, online partial discharge, online stator core, online integrated flux monitor, stator wedge analyzer, and delta back. I think some of you from generation team, so they must be using this kind of equipment in their own plant. In hydro generators, similar kind of issues can be gone. So that's it. I think this is some slides have been gone there. But these are the basic pertinent for all the equipment that we can go and we can monitor through all these technologies. Thank you. Any question related to any kind of health monitoring solution, we are most importantly able to tell.
Yeah, any queries from the house? Okay, so if no queries from the house, then I will be having some few queries on behalf of everyone. Actually, the main backbone of condition monitoring is nothing but the sensors what we are using. That is the most important part. So in your kind of things what you are giving the solution provider, are you also providing these sensors?
Yes.
Okay, great.
Yes.
Then whether customers decide the logic what you will be fixing relating to the health indexing, suppose the kind of logic you will be planning to get its condition-based ranking, so that logic to be set up by the customer or the clients with you, or you will be extending?
We have our own expert that can provide the complete logic as well. We can take the input of the customer as well as OEM. Okay. Like no machine and no OEM have different kind of single kind of setup. So each and every OEM have different kind of vibration analysis or different kind of partial discharge based on whatever material they are using in their insulation and different kind of thing. So along with the OEM end user as well as our expert, we can define what are the different parameters that can be
The
studied.
logic itself will be decided on the
Yes.
across the table sitting of
Yes.
the stakeholders. So,
depending on what, and we
Yeah.
have the experience of different kind of OEM like Toshiba, GE, Hitachi. So we can use the previous experience and we can guide the customer to the best way.
And the most important point right now, everyone talks about the digitalization. And
Yeah.
all. So SCADA is the most important point because people wanted to get it everything across their monitor to get to know.
Yes.
So is there any kind of a scalable way to get it for SCADA integration and all? Is there?
Yes, sir. I think let me show you.
Okay, anyway, it is actually, if it is there means we can say it is a well-proven kind of things which will long run and the horse will run in a long race, what I believe.
If you
Because
see this,
everything is there.
okay,
No,
it's not there.
that I was just asking
If
that.
you see this, it can connect it to the plant SCADA as well as it can go to the cloud.
Oh, great.
So
Great.
not just one single thing, we can continue different kind of utilities like BHEL is having different generators. We can connect all the data and can bring to the one common monitoring solution, monitoring station.
Oh, great, great. So actually this is also one of the big things what basically everyone to be getting to know because if the things are of in standalone mode it works means it has got no meaning. So it
No,
is to be taken up
this
to
is
everyone.
completely Industry 4.0 backing up.
Okay, with this we are going to conclude. Before to conclude, I will just hand over to the session chair. Please sum it up with a quick note and we will be going for the felicitation ceremony and after that we will go for the next session also to continue. So over to Basane sir.
Thank you, Patnaik ji, for taking care of the session and very nicely conducting it. And I saw that the papers were quite deep in knowledge and especially the condition monitoring part given by these two gentlemen was to the point. Of course, I also mentioned the things which are happening on the shop floor and this forum, of course, very few are left. That indicates that lot of technology and new products are available that are fulfilling the need of the industry, but the need is how to reach to these people. So that is a challenge and that was the topic of my presentation. That means this challenge has to be filled up somehow by means of either forums like this, through magazines or through various interactive sessions, maybe small gatherings in the industrial area, as I was discussing with one person, that the industrial hubs are there where a group of 100, 200 industries are there. There all you people who are preparing new products and new technologies which are actually needed by the industry, they should hold small seminars or gatherings where engineers who are generally not having time to attend these big conferences at faraway places, they can come and interact and learn new things. In this way, they will also gain, their industry will gain, and you people also will get more business, and that is the need of the hour. So with this, I thank all these four speakers, including me, and TCI, which has given a nice presentation. I think there's not much to speak each speaker's technical points. You have already taken care. So thank you very much.
Okay, with this we are concluding, but just to recall again, the before session we just left from some of our speakers just to get felicitated. So we'll be asking Mr. K.K. Gupta, please come up the dais because during that time you are busy with your open way. So please come up the dais. Mr. K.K. Gupta, please. Barsane Sahab, please felicitate Mr. Gupta. Then we'll be waiting for our friend Mr. R. Prakash. I think he is still is not coming, so I will be requesting Mr. Siddiqui Sahab, please come up the dais to collect the felicitation from R. Prakash. R. Prakash.
Okay, so actually I will be requesting also to the volunteers, please just ask the people, those are there outside to come, because we will be just going for the lucky draw and also the lucky person to get annual subscription award. Okay, so I think the volunteers, have you been there for asking the people? Please ask them all to come so that we can start with our lucky draw. But those are of lucky, we can't wait for them. Let them to be lucky in a bit late mode. Let's to go for some of the few way. So all have got your things. All removed. All their ones removed. Okay, you get ready, something few. In between I am taking some few. Okay, ready? All are ready? The one which is embossed. My number again I am just recalling. Mine is 117. You please get your own. And if in case you are not looking and to have that, if it is slipped away, means it will be slept away. Oh, okay. So now it is starts with 1. Second number is 6. And third number is? Anyone is having 1 6? Starting with 1 6. 1 6. Last, maybe, but anyone is having 1 6? 1 6 is there. Only one number is left out. 1 6 1. Then anyone having? Anyone is having? 1 6 2. Oh, I'm sorry, it is of 1 6 4. Let's go to the next one. It comes to 1 1. Next is 0 1 0. 1 0 is there. Okay, great. What is your number? Oh, anyone is there? Anyone is there? Might be also 107. Don't worry. Anyone is there other than that? No one is there. Only 107. Only 107. But sorry, it is of 105. Okay. So next number comes of 297. Definitely I don't know. 297 will be here. You are there? Oh, great. Come on, come. Are you from organizing team? No, you are not organizing team? TCI, no? Oh, great, come. You are not organizing team, please. Good. 29? अरे यार रखा है ये 298 है 297 कहाँ है लेकर आइए चला गया मीन्स चला गया
297 मेरे
कलीग का है लेकिन वो ये चाहिए टैग चाहिए बॉस हाँ ले आप ये लेके आइए ये टैग निकाल दीजिए वो टैग लगा लीजिए ओके नो प्रॉब्लम वी हैव टू मैनेज हाँ यू शुड गेट इट ओके प्लीज गेट मी 4 Jayes, your number should not be here. Okay. Oh, great. Now he is 297. We don't know this gentleman, but he is 297. So 297. Okay. Thank you, boss. Okay, thank you. Okay, next we are coming with the next number. Ready? But it must not be Jayes number. At least actually here, Susan. So it is 10. 10 is there. You are having 10. Next number. 10. Your number is 7. Anyone number? 10? Okay, 103. Now next comes. This is actually annual subscription to be extended. The gentleman who will be coming with this one, he will be extended with annual subscription of electrical meter. Okay, let's come.
This is really interesting. I don't know this has been included or not, because everyone to start from a 3-digit number, but this one is having of a 2-digit number. The number starts with 8. Number starts with 8. Anyone is having 2? You are having 8. Oh, then second number is also. Second number is one is starts with 8. Second number should be. Yours is 2. Yours is 3. So 2, 3 is there, but it is not that. It is of what anyone is having. Other than that, it is the 8888. Okay. Next comes this one quickly. Annual subscription. It is of a 2. Starts with 2. Second number is 8. 28. Anyone is having 28? Quickly. 28 is there. No one is having start with 28. Third number I will be talking, but no one is having 28. You are having 28? Come here. What is your number? Next number 28? 283. Oh, sorry. It is 281. It is 285. Okay. Then next number quickly comes here. 11. Anyone is having 11? 11 is there. Great. So 11. I am also 11. I am also 11. But the next number? Huh? You are having also. Oh, you are having 8. It is 1, 1. Definitely the lucky man is here, what I believe. Annual subscription to be coming to him. 1, 1, 2. Anyone is here 1, 1, 2? Oh, yours is 1, 1, 2? No, I think. No, 1, 1, 2. Okay. Next number. Quickly. 2, 9. 2, 9 is there. 2, 9. I think some gentlemen were there of 2, 9. I know this is of a TCI gentleman. I know this is TCI gentleman. What is your next number? 2, 9? 2, 9? Great. 296. So the person who will be only giving the presentation in the mode of videography, they are lucky. Need not to speak anything and to grab everything. They are not speaking anything, but grabbing everything. So great. So annual subscription to be coming. So it's just, at least you give the flower. नहीं वो है, लेकिन आपका नेम एंड एवरीथिंग विल बी गिवन. एनुअल सब्सक्रिप्शन विल बी कंटिन्यूड. ये खत्म नहीं है, ये सिलसिला चलते जाएगा 1 साल तक. गिव द फ्लावर. Okay, on behalf of subscription, you are going to get my copy, and this copy itself also, I mean, not free. It is of 200 rupees, but that is annual subscription also you will be getting. You just get your name and everything with Neha ma'am. Name, address and everything, it will be reaching to you. Okay, thank you. Okay, so this is for next one, 18. 18 is there. 18, anyone is there, starts with 1, then 8. No one is there, 18, starts with 18, so gone. 18 is there, oh, great. So the next number, what is your number? Huh? Oh, great. So he is really lucky. It is really 189, come to the dais, please. I think you have already got the annual subscription of electrical mirror. Long term. So can you, so are you ready to convert it to the lucky draw? No, it is your choice. No. Annual subscription you have already. हाँ तो वो convert कर लीजिए. नहीं चाहते convert करने के लिए? अरे यार ये lucky draw ले सकते हैं, नहीं तो annual subscription ले सकते हैं. Annual subscription तो आपके पास है. Oh, come, lucky draw. Come on. So the person who has already been taken off the annual subscription, they can convert also on the dais itself. So this is the lucky draw dais. Please come. Okay, great. Come here. Oh, he is also getting him to prove that. Please see my tag before giving this one. Correct. Okay, thank you. Really, thank you. Okay, so next will come very quickly. And here starts with 19. 19, anyone is having 19? 19 is there? Oh, great, 19 is there. Oh, so there are 3 persons are having 19. So the next number is 190. You believe 190 should be? Are anyone is 191? You are having 191. Anyone is having 192? It's not there. 193?
Not there. 194? Not there. Show 194. It was the number as 194. So next number comes 2. 26. 26. Anyone is having, starts with 26? So 26, gentlemen, is there still. So the next number, what is your next number? 26? 260. Sorry, this is 265. Next comes, oh, now I expect this will be there. Actually, 2-digit number. Starts with 8 again. Starts with 8, 2-digit number. What is the next number? Oh, 82. So 89. Starts with 16. The number starts with 1, then 6. 16 is there? Okay. So how many of having the 16? 16, so many is there. So it is 161, anyone? Oh, here is 161. Are you feeling that you are lucky? Ah, you should feel you are lucky. But it is with me, I should declare. Anyone is having of 162? Oh, 162. Do you feel that you are also lucky? So who is then lucky? You both are lucky. Anyone is having of 163? Oh, here is there. 166? Not there. 167? Not there. So it is 167. Anyone is having up 20? 20. Oh, great. So great. 20. Only one is 20. You are having also 20. So you are having 202? 7. You are having 208? No. So it is 208. Let's go. 22. Starts with the 22. Yes, great. You are having 222? 223? 226? 228? Oh, come. Come, 228. Come. So lucky draw, annual subscription or lucky draw? Great, annual subscription, come on. So they will be getting the annual subscription. Okay. So you just give your address and name to Neha ma'am. Okay? Okay. So now comes 19. 19, anyone is there or no one is there? Oh, great, 19 is there. So the next number, what is your next number? 196. Anyone is having of 193? No. Anyone is having of 195? No. So name is 195. Very quickly we'll go, some few. Then next session. This is the one, we'll go for then the next session. Anyone is having 1, 2, 3? Directly, 1, 2, 3. Anyone is there 1, 2, 3? No, I am just reading quickly. Directly, no need of any kind of suspense. Anyone is having 1 to 6? 1 to 6, no. Anyone is having 204? 204? No. Anyone is having 117? Me is there 117, but it is not 117. It is 252. I just remembered that. How many have remembered that mine is of 117? I was testing total house. 205, who is that 205? 252. I told 252, no? 252. Come, boss. Come. I'm sorry. Actually, hereafter, I will be speaking my name so that the person's name will be coming. Come. Show. What is your choice? 252 is your number. What is your choice? Lucky draw. Come on. Lucky draw. Oh, they have got the subscription. That's why they wanted to get it off lucky draw only. Great. Okay, great. Okay, thank you. So the next number comes as 240. 240, no one is there. So this is the last one. Okay, so directly coming to the 215. Not there. Then 95. No one is there. 89. Someone is there, I think 89. No?
282. 282. 161. 161. You are 161 or 162? 161. Come. I actually asked you, no, whether you are lucky or not. You declared lucky. So, Almighty listen that you are lucky. Come. Okay. Come here. So, what is your choice? Gift. Okay. Okay. Great. Okay, great. So you are feeling lucky, you should feel lucky. भगवान ने ऊपर वाला सुन लिया. ये lucky वाला को lucky जाना चाहिए. Okay, thank you. Okay, so we are just concluding this one, and we request session chair, please come up and felicitate our all speakers and experts. Please, one after another. Please, the first one to go with Jayesh Patel ji, please come here. Jayesh Patel ji. Felicitate. Come. Okay, please don't go away. There are n number of exciting. So next we will be requesting Mr. Mani, please come up the dais. Okay, we'll be coming with Mr. Bajaria, please. Okay, so we'll be requesting Mr. Saraswat to please come up the dais to felicitate our session chair, because it is you are of the both friends. That he should be Mr. Barsane, please. Yeah.
Good evening to everybody. This is exactly very appropriate and befitting prize from my side to Mr. Vasne, because since 1978 we have been working in Raukela together. And thereafter we have taken up many issues. In fact, my association with this forum is also through him. And he is one person who is always there on any activity to ensure that it is completed and completed with full satisfaction. So I would like to thank him as well as Mr. Patnaik and the whole management of the organization who are doing this wonderful activity. So thank you very much, Mr. Vasne. We were taking together prizes, and this time I am giving, so this is something good for me.
Oh, okay. Great. Please. Okay. Okay, so if something is there for me, then come up. If nothing is there, means I will go out.
Dr. Rajesh Arora, who was in the earlier session also. I take this opportunity and privilege to be moderator. We have 3 speakers along with the keynote address by Dr. Arora. We have Dr. Harish from Netaji Subhash University, then Mr. Shashank Gupta from IIT Roorkee, and Mr. Prayash Gupta, Indigrid Limited. So these will be our last three speakers. And now may I request Dr. Rajesh Arora to please speak on role of condition monitoring of equipment in reducing failure, electrocution and fire. With his long experience, I think he will give lot of practical tips. Your turn now.
Good evening. I am here to talk about the role of condition monitoring. I am here to save the equipment that is failing every day without fail. I am here to reduce the failure. I am here to reduce the fire accidents. I am here to reduce or eliminate explosions happens because of failure of equipments. My point is, when all these equipments, condition monitoring equipments are already available in place, when rules are there, regulations are there, why it is happening every day without fail? We usually get up in the morning and get the news of some fire, explosions, electrocutions, everything. Who is going to stop it? What is your contribution for that? Why we are not doing a bit from our side to reduce, to eliminate all these happening? Loss of assets is a big loss for my country. It's a direct impact on the tariff. Why don't we use the latest technology available? All these things are painful. It gives pain. It gives pain, we have to stop it. We have to start working, we have to give back to the society, we have to give our bit. Then what to do? We have to do the maintenance. Maintenance means to make your equipment back to restore to the condition that is good for making it functional. Then what to do? Why maintenance? What to maintain? How to maintain? That question arises, that is of FAQ. I need maintenance for the human safety. I need maintenance for the safety equipment. I have to reduce the cost of breakdown. I have to take care of the time. I have to make reliability. I have to maintain the reliability and efficiency of my system. What are to be maintained? We have to maintain all the equipment in my system, whether it's a transformer, isolator, LA, reactor, my battery bank, my earthing systems. I have to maintain each and everything. We have to reduce the failure because it has direct impact on tariff. It creates havoc, it creates accident, it creates explosion, it creates fire. We have to reduce assets, we have to save lives. They are planned shutdown, they are predictive shutdown, they are condition monitoring equipments are available. There are three categories of doing maintenance. There is planned maintenance, predictive maintenance, corrective maintenance. Some maintenance are urgent, some cannot be done at the same time, that can take time. And we can do condition monitoring in the terms of vibration, infrared, ultrasonic, acoustic, oil analysis, electrical, operational performance. We are doing already that kind of activity by my operational staff in the substations, in the industries, in our systems. And I am going to talk about the basic fundamentals of condition monitoring maintenance. First of all, what we have to understand that MMCC means we have to measure. When we can measure, we can monitor it. When we can monitor it, we can control it. When we can control it, we can take the corrective actions. Only then we can do the actual maintenance of our systems. These are the figures I have taken from the CA website. 117 equipments, 220 cable and above failed. You think about the lower level. It's painful. It's very, very painful. Then how to stop it? You have to just keep in mind 10C rules. You have to do the correct specification, you have to do the correct transportation, you have to do the correct inspection, you have to do the correct commissioning, you have to do the correct clearances, you have to correct connection with the ground, you have to do the correct maintenance, you have to do correct protective devices in the systems. You have to make it contamination free. You have to provide proper cooling. At last, with proper condition monitoring, you can save, you can eliminate the failure equipment in your systems. And it's not a rocket science. There are three fundamental things in the electrical systems: voltage, current, and frequency. When I say voltage, you have to take care of the insulation. When I say current, you have to take care of the short circuit level overload. When I say frequency, you have to take care of the harmonics generated by your equipment in your systems. This picture says about overcurrent, that may be overload, that may be short circuit. In both cases, the heavy current starts flowing and heat generated. You have to stop that heat to stop fire, explosions. When I say overvoltage, there are so many types of overvoltage we come across as per IC 60071-1. Apart from that, different overvoltage, lightning is another reason that creates problem. Harmonics, every equipment you use at your home are generating harmonics, and because of harmonics, the current in the neutral becomes more, and you have to take care of that harmonics quality. If you don't take care of the quality of power you are getting at your home, you will be in the dilemma, you will be in problem, there will be fire, there will be explosions. You have to take care of all these things. You have to take care of the power quality. And now, last time I talked about the DGA in the ETES, now I am going to touch upon the important parameters of partial discharge, because when I talk about the insulation, in insulation the incipient fault is a partial discharge. If you don't understand the partial discharge at the beginning, it is going to make your system totally damaged. There will be huge breakdown and no one can stop it. I have given the pictures of all the insulations available in the power system. It may be in the overhead line, it may be cable, it may be transformer, reactors, substations, GIS. You have to maintain insulation in all these categories of power systems. What partial discharge is? Partial discharge is localized discharge that happens at a particular location. It is not creating proper breakdown. It is the localized. When it is a localized, you have to identify that thing in the beginning. When the partial discharge happens, there is a one pulse that generated because of the partial discharge happening inside your equipment. Then you have to understand how this partial discharge starts because of the cavity and the voids during the manufacturing. And there are basically 4 types of partial discharge: internal, it may be external. When I say external, it may be surface and the corona. This is the internal discharge you can see usually come across in your systems. This is the surface PD you come across in your system. This is the corona you come across in the system. But what are the reasons of this partial discharge? It happens because of voids, it happens because of the floating participle, it happens because of thermal effect, it happens because of ambient condition, it happens because of electrical condition, it happens because of mechanical stress. It happens because of aging. And you have to take care of all these things, and with that you can reduce the partial discharge. That is the biggest enemy of my system. When I say partial discharge, it is accompanied by 4 factors: electrical, electromagnetic, acoustics, and chemical. If you understand all these phenomena as a utility person, you can eliminate that failure of your equipment because of partial discharge. This is the actual picture we usually conduct at our sites before commissioning for my GIS. Now, coming to the important issues, and I am quite sure as a utility people, we don't understand that 9 issues related to partial discharge. The very first question, what is PD and what is unit? When I say unit is PC, why it is PC? It is PC because it is governed by IC 60071-1. 100-203-1. When I say partial discharge, you have to go through the signal document 366, signal documents 444, 652, 728. You have to read IC 60270, you have to read 62478. If you don't read all these documents I have talked about, you can't understand the partial discharge and you can't save it. Why PD is always in PC? Because it is in the PC because it is a basically discharge. Discharge is a flow of current, and when I say coulomb, 1 coulomb is equal to 6.24 10 raised to power minus 8 of 18 electrons. When I say PC, it is 6.24 10 raised to power 6 electrons that flow in the form of pulse at the time of partial discharge. You have to measure that thing, and you can measure it. And another difficulty is different unit. Some measure in PC, some measure in dB, some in dB watt, dB millivolt. But the significance of all these units you come across. 3 versus 6 channel is confusing. When you start making your specification, the people try to confuse you. Manufacturers say go with 6 channels, some say 3 channels. You have to decide based on your requirement, based on the channels available in your bay. In bay, maximum 3 sensors are given by OEM, and I think 3 channels are sufficient. Pulse generator. Why pulse generator is required? And when you are going to purchase that pulse generator, what should be the waveform, what should be the wave front, what should be the wave tail of that pulse generator? And you have to read SIGRE document 15-33-00. If you don't read that thing, you can't understand the pulse generator at all. It's confusing, it's misleading at all. You have to understand PRPD pattern, you have to understand pattern interpretation, you have to understand PRPS pattern, how to interpret it. You have to understand the sensitivity data at the works, and you have to compare that sensitivity data at the time of commissioning with the same generator, same pulse generator that was used in the factory. That is clearly written in the SIGRE documents. You have to understand what is the conventional method, what are the unconventional method, what are the sensors required, whether you require HFCT, whether you require TEV, whether you require conventional electric sensor. Based on that, you have to perform that partial discharge. And finally, you have to take care of your equipment because that pays dividends, and this is not the end. This is the beginning. Let's work together. Let's work together to avoid that situation, to avoid failure of equipment. Let's work together to make my India, my nation, free of electrical and fire accidents. Let's work together to make this country a safe country, free of premature failure of equipments. We have to work together to make a country which is electrically safe, accident safe. Thank you very much. Thanks a lot.
Thank you, Dr. Arora. Very nicely explained about the electrical accidents and how to avoid them, and making this country electrically safe, because we occasionally or very frequently see in the newspapers lot of electrical accidents either in domestic sector or industrial sector are happening with regularity. So there is a need for a lot of attention in this area, and I thank him for giving some insight on this. Now may I request another speaker, our Dr. Harish from University, Netaji Subhash University. He will be speaking about building to grid integration for smart grids and energy efficiency. Your time starts now.
A very good evening, all of you. Thank you, Honorable Session Chair, Moderator, dignitaries on the dais, a very good evening to all of you, guests and fellow innovators. Since morning, majorly the talks have been towards the switchgear and protection equipment of generation, transmission, distribution, which are very crucial backbone of electrical energy systems. I, coming from background of research, would be dwelling and shifting a focus a little bit away, but towards energy innovation. At the end of this lecture, I would want I would desire all of you to look at any building, be it a building like a scope complex or your own home, as a responsive entity towards the grid balancing or towards the grid services. See, what Corona has done is, we know about the term work from home, and what Corona has done is it has increased the energy services in the residential building sector as well in a very weekday afternoon. Also, there are new standards being developed for air conditioner systems which are reducing the chances of virus transmission inside the area. So it is just not temperature and relative humidity, but it is also the mass flow rate, depending upon the occupancy, that fresh air should come in and the exhaust air should move out at a very higher time, at a very faster time, sorry. So my focus would be how this concept of energy efficiency and indoor air pollution be clubbed with a concept such as demand response, so that it supports our electrical power grid. It comes under the ecosystem of smart grid. One thing that I tell to my students, I am Harish, I am a faculty with Department of Electrical Engineering at Netaji Subhas University of Technology, Dwarka, Delhi. It's a state university, Delhi government. We are established since 1983, became under University of Delhi and become a university since 2017. Department of Electrical Engineering started since 2019 and we were recruited in 2021. We have my students and scholars who are working in this area. We are now developing Center of Excellences and Laboratory through Delhi Knowledge Development Fund, which is given to us up till the tune of 5.5 CR. But we would, it is on the proposal side. We are working with industrial partners as well. And we understand that we have to submit either in next 2 months or to practically, because we know that there are Delhi elections coming up. So या तो 2 महीने में होगा या तो मार्च 2025 के बाद ही होगा. So coming back to this, what I really tell to my students also is, there is a difference about grid, smart grid, phone and smartphone. आप market में जाके smartphone खरीद सकते हो, market में जाके smart grid खरीद नहीं सकते. So you have to work on the existing technology and work towards the development of smart grid in such a way that you may think this technology is smart today in 2024, but it would remain smart till 2034. It should not be like a CFL, energy efficient, now became LED, now super LEDs, and now the technologies are changing. Or either it should be scalable, that it should be plug in and plug out. So what are the services of the building energy systems which can be used of? One of the services that really is coming up are inverter air conditioners. Now, inverter air conditioners have the capability of changing the compressor speed as per the supply frequency. Now, Honorable Moderator Arora Saab told one important thing about voltage, current and frequency. And we understand that the frequency of the grid relative to the active power is very much important. So can we aggregate a large number of inverter air conditioners and make use their potential of thermal inertia so that it becomes like an operating reserve for a power grid? See, conventionally what happens is the frequency and the supply and demand is matched in such a way that there are operating reserves, that is spinning reserves and non-spinning reserves, coming from the power grid scenario, which is very costly, and they have a large ramp up, fast ramp up, ramp down facilities, but majorly they are partially loaded fossil fuel generators. What if, think of it in the future, can we use the building energy systems to provide the operating scenarios, operating reserve scenarios, and support the electrical power grid? There have been case studies, especially reported from US, where they have done building to grid integration since 2017-18. stalled a bit due to Corona, and now they have reported just a couple of months back where they have developed a building to grid case study on NIST, that is the National Institute of Standards and Technology, on 2 army bases, on 2 governmental buildings as well. But one of the major challenge that we cannot adopt directly from them is that they have developed it in the design phase. Now, we under Indian diaspora, Indian scenario, would also want to work in the design space and also in the operation space. Why? Because our real estate sector and the construction sector is booming like anything. It is expected that we would be aspiring to become a $7 trillion economy by 2030 as per our ministry. And also, at the same time, at COP26, we have set ourselves an ambitious target of achieving net zero by 2047. Buildings so there will be a large amount of construction going on. And interestingly, if we have seen in Dwarka and outskirts of Delhi, we are not increasing like this. We are increasing like this. So rooftop solar PV potential is becoming reduced, but the air conditioner load is getting increased. And now we understand, if someone from PWD or CPWD, that now it is very difficult to get a DG backup set, diesel generators backup set, and everyone is working with the DERC, Delhi Electricity Regulatory Commission, to work towards rooftop solar PV, small wind. Small wind is a very good aspect. If you have 20 floors, and you have a small wind turbine installed above you, it can act as a very good resource at the night time when the solar is not available. Right? So can we incorporate all this and work towards net zero energy? And also in India, buildings account for more than 29% of the total energy demand and contribute towards 25.6% of direct and indirect GHG emissions. And I will be very, it's not an unfortunate thing, but it shows us that it has a big amount of potential, that we are ahead from the global scenario. If you see the International Energy Agency report of tracking the clean energy progress since 2023, which was released in March 2024, globally the buildings account for 1/3 of the total energy demand, and that demand 80% of the time is coming during the peak times of the day, right? So this becomes a very good synergy. Can we synergize the power grid, challenges and the energy efficient buildings, right? So that is what I would be dwelling for the next 5 minutes or so. This is just a basic scenario where you can have a LV distribution grid, a medium voltage or a low voltage distribution grid, have your charging stations, electric vehicle charging stations, have your smart buildings, energy efficient buildings, and what are the controllers that are need to be designed and implemented in order to realize the building to grid integration. This is what my scholars and my students are right now working towards. Now, how do you develop a building to grid integration or a B2G integration framework? Again, because it's a novel concept, one cannot even say that it is a smart grid concept, but it is a next gen smart grid concept. Just think of it in such a way that we all understand wireless charging, right? We have come across wireless charging. In the distant future, can there be wireless transmission of electricity using satellites? That is not a smart grid, futuristic power grid. In such a way, can we have a B2G scenario which takes into consideration the data of today, uses machine learning or artificial intelligence based technologies, and develops the building to grid technologies for the coming years, which may not become obsolete. We first start with building energy modeling, taking into consideration what is the functionality of the building. Is it residential, commercial, institutional, transportation sector, municipal? And then we work on the parameters and use the software tools to develop building energy models. Then we work on the occupancy framework, comfort framework. I really want to share just one anecdote. In January 2021, I visited Netherlands. We were having a project closure meeting. And in January, it's a negative temperature in Netherlands. Eindhoven University of Technology has been awarded the Energy Efficient Award globally. Now, my supervisor's room was in the 4th floor, and because it was energy efficient, एक इंसान के लिए एलिवेटर नहीं चलता, राइट? It's an energy efficient building. Now, because she herself is an energy enthusiast, she was bicycling, she was coming to the office through the bicycle, she was getting late, it was on the 4th floor, she has to park her bicycle, climb up, go to the 4th floor because the elevator wouldn't work for one single person, go to her office, switch on the AC, set the temperature at 26, but it was not possible because the temperature outside was very low. जीते हैं अवार्ड एनर्जी एफिशिएंसी के, बट डू यू रियली थिंक दैट इज स्मार्ट? वन नीड्स टू अंडरस्टैंड, विच आई टेल टू माई स्टूडेंट्स ऑल्सो, आई एम डेयरिंग दिस टू से इन फ्रंट ऑफ प्रैक्टिशनर्स बट कमिंग फ्रॉम अ एकेडमिक बैकग्राउंड, चाहे कोई भी टाइम हो, चाहे पीक हो ऑफ पीक हो, इफ आई एम अ कंज्यूमर ऑफ इलेक्ट्रिसिटी, अगर मैं स्विच ऑन करूं तो बिजली आनी चाहिए बॉस. दैट्स what I have seen from my survey towards the consumer. The consumer may or may not, especially in India, may or may not understand what we are doing right now. But it is our responsibility that we need to take into consideration their willingness as well. So when you talk about energy efficiency and demand response, it becomes very necessary that you talk about occupancies, thermal comfort, indoor air quality, and also the illumination level comfort as well. That's what is the step 2. Then you go further and work towards the grid interaction modeling, where you take into consideration the grid dynamics, the time scale of the grid. Then you start implementing it and do the fault detection and diagnosis for the building to grid integration. Again, this is not a universal thing. This is what I have proposed through our research papers. So what we are doing is, at NSUT, we are building a HIL, hardware in loop test bed. So in what we are doing is, we are already modeling the already most sophisticated air conditioner. जो market में सबसे sophisticated air conditioner technology है, उसको हम बना रहे हैं, making it as the benchmark. Now we are working with reinforcement learning based technologies, which is called as the occupant comfort centric technology, where we are taking into consideration, is it possible to operate air conditioner without remote control for a commercial space? If there is my cabin, major times I will have my mobile has a Bluetooth, air conditioner has a Wi-Fi Bluetooth module, why would I require a remote control? Can there be a machine learning based where it can take a data for 1 year, taking all the considerations of season, and the air conditioner itself realizes how I operate my ACs? And what are the occupancies coming in and coming out, students coming in and coming out, how it can support the grid during the peak times. So this is where we are working on. We are working right now, the points which you are seeing on your screen are the sensor points. These are certain preliminary software based results. You will never get a solution, single solution, whenever you work on improving thermal comfort or energy efficiency. Because ज़्यादा energy consume करोगे तो comfort बढ़ेगा, कम energy consume करोगे तो comfort घटेगा. So you will never have a single solution. So these are certain preliminary results in terms of temperature, CO2 concentration, that is indoor air quality, illumination level, and I would want your attention, request your attention towards occupants' comfort. If you see this table, you may see that we may not be saving so much of energy, but mind you, I want to really tell you that we are improving the comfort as well. So we are having a win-win situation. So we are now working towards developing a socio-techno-enviro-economic building or net zero energy solution inside the campus, towards working towards the net zero energy campus and how it can support the buildings to grid integration. Thank you so very much for your patient listening. Thank you, Electrical Mirror. Thank you, Arora Saab, for giving me the introduction towards this event. Thank you, Vashne sir. Thank you all.
Thank you very much for this wonderful presentation.
Thanks.
And I would like to add few things. You are doing a wonderful job. When we talk about the sustainable development, there are 4-5 components of that. Start the planet and people.
Sir.
Then peace, partnership.
Yes.
And we have to work together for make our system sustainable. And there are our rules to make my system sustainable. RR means, first of all, we have to avoid use of electricity. We have to reduce use of electricity. We have to eliminate use of electricity. We have to go with a efficient appliances, and last hour says we have to shift to renewable energy.
Correct.
To make my system sustainable. And from that platform, I would like to tell you one more thing. I extend my services to all your students who are doing R&D. My services are, whenever you feel you require my service, I am available.
Thank you, sir. Thank you so much.
I want to work, I want to give big to the society, and I want to help the students. Thank you.
Sir has always come forth through phone calls, WhatsApp calls, at normal hours and off office hours also. Thank you so much, sir. Thank you so much for the encouragement.
In addition to adding things added by Dr. Arora, I just compliment Professor Harish for bringing to light certain emerging technologies regarding energy efficiency areas, especially in the domestic sector, and something about smart grid, which may be the need of the future. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much.
Now I will invite Mr. Shashank Gupta from IIT Roorkee, winding joints. कितने समय से आपकी ये रिसर्च चल रही है? Since 1 year or more than?
Very good evening to all of you. I am Shashank Gupta, a PhD scholar in the Department of Electrical Engineering, IIT Roorkee. I am here to present my research work on the topic winding joints of distribution transformer. So, as we know, the number of DTs in India is approx 15 million according to the in the year 2021 to 22, and the failure rate is very high, approximately 11%. It is very high compared to international norms, which cost a huge loss to utilities. The major cause of failure of distribution transformers are poor design, substandard materials, poor workmanship, frequent switching of distribution transformers, and hotspot formation. Quickly go to the topic of the presentation, which is winding joints. So a winding joint should be able to pass the current without introducing any undesirable resistances, and estimated that around 50% of the failure are due to defects in joints, connections and terminations. The problem is more severe in the case of aluminum wound distribution transformers due to poor creep behavior of the aluminum material. As we have seen that the creep limit for copper is 135 degrees Celsius, whereas the aluminum creeps at 7 degrees Celsius only. So, as there is no practice to detect the dangerous hotspot at the conductors and terminals, so only way to prevent them by taking care in the design, manufacturing and installation during the transformers. So, some of the major challenges associated with distribution transformers are like oxidation of the aluminum, which create difficulty in satisfactory joints, and contact resistance of joints may increase in the long run, and overheating of the joints due to loading and local carbonization. The creep rate of winding joints are increases due to higher temperatures. Some of the mechanical joints like crimping and Western Union splice joints generates sparking if the interface becomes loose. So this is the SV winding connection of the 25 kVA distribution transformers. Here two crossover coils are connected in the series. So joints are present in joints may be present in within coil shown by red color. For the series connection of crossover coils, there is a connection which named as series connection of coils. And for delta connections of these coils, we have connection between winding and lead wire, delta connection and termination to bushing for outside connection. So the lead wire used in a distribution transformer is of copper wire, whether it is a aluminum wound transformer or copper wound transformer. So in the aluminum wound transformer, we have both type of joints, aluminum or aluminum copper. But in the case of copper wound distribution transformer, we have only copper joints. So this is the winding joints photographs which are used for the testing purpose. Western Union splice joint. Second is Western Union splice joints with solder. Third one is crimp joint. Fourth one is butt joint, and fifth one is lap joint. So the testing was performed on the winding joints of 25 kV distribution transformers by taking aluminum of 0.82 mm dia, and by taking the copper wire dia is 0.62 mm. So the tensile strength is measured on these winding joints, and the graph shows the tensile strength with the different types of joints. It is seen that in the case of aluminum joints, the crimp joint shows highest strength, while the copper joints have significantly higher strength compared to corresponding aluminum and aluminum copper joints. The more details discussion about the tensile test results was presented in this paper. So now the creep test is performed on these joints, but due to limited time, I have shown only the creep test result for creep joints. So the creep cap test was performed on temperature 100 degrees Celsius and 140 degrees Celsius, where stress taken as 40 megapascal to 55 megapascal. So these are the four creep curves are presented here, which shown as a graph between the creep strain versus time. So this is the 140 degree Celsius to and 55 megapascal like this, and these are the fractured creep samples of crimp joints. These two samples are not fractured, as we stopped the test in between due to time limitations. So the fracture shows that in those two joints the fracture due to stress concentration near the winding joints. This is for creep curve. This is the result of creep curve of copper crimp joint, and this is performed only for severe test conditions. The algorithms were used for calculation of the life of distribution transformers, and here the orange one shows the creep life of distribution transformer for these four conditions. We see that higher stress and temperature conditions, the aluminum wound transformers have much lower creep life due to creep in winding joints. And the green one is compared to with the aluminum life of aluminum wound distribution transformer, that the copper wound distribution transformer is negligibly affected by creep in winding joints. The more detailed results about this, the creep results are shown in these papers. Here the only creep test result of creep joint are shown, but in these papers the soldered WS joint and WS joint results are also shown. So you can go through it also. Field study of winding joints failure. So this is shown that the inappropriate joints, the fracture due to hot spot, fracture due to stress concentration near the joints, contact regions become black due to sparking, and fracture due to creep hot spot. So conclusion is that in aluminum wound transformer, which contains both type of joints having lower strength, higher inverse current effect, and lower creep life of distribution transformer, whereas the copper wound distribution transformers have better strength and better creep life. So creep in HV winding conductor joints greatly affect the performance of distribution transformers, the life of copper wound distribution transformer is more than aluminum wound distribution transformer. So in nutshell, the copper is better choice of conductors of DT winding to ensure the reliability. Thanks.
Thank you.
Thank you. One question.
Yes.
That regarding you have told copper winding is better, but which size of MVA range or KVA range? In which range you have done research?
I have considered in these tests only for 25 kV distribution transformers.
Maximum 25 kV. What
Yes.
will be the effect on the higher range? Any idea?
Higher range, it can be copper is in my testing. I have found that copper is the life of copper wound distribution transformer is much higher than copper aluminum wound transformer. So it can be generalized for more testing can be done for higher ratings also, and I definitely that creep life is higher for
What
them
about the
also.
price factor?
I have not considered
Okay.
it yet.
You are doing research on this?
Research on it. Yes.
Okay. Okay.
Sir,
Thank you.
I would like to compliment you because I love to see the people who are doing R&D and coming out with new things. Only one small thing I would like to know. I have seen your slides. You have shown one slide where you have performed some creep test. Where
Yes.
did you perform that test?
In laboratory.
Where, in which laboratory you did?
In mechanical department in IIT Roorkee. In mechanical department in IIT Roorkee.
In your department also?
Yes.
Okay. Wonderful job. Congratulations.
Okay, with this we come to the last speaker of the day, Mr. Priyash Gupta from IndiGrid Limited. Health indexing of substation equipment.
Good evening, everyone. Myself, Prayas Gupta, and I am heading the operation of IndiGrid company. We are having a multiple transmission substations in the transmission line ranging from 132 kV to 765 kV across the country. Our presence is around 18 states across the country, and we are in transmission as well as solar business. We are having 1000 megawatt solar generation as well across the country, and we are into battery energy storage as well. We are developing 500 megawatt battery energy storage plant as well. So here I would like to focus on the asset health indexing what we have developed in-house by our team. Based on various IEEE standards and the CGRE guidelines and all the in-house expertise available with us. So just to brief all of you about our journey and the visions to become the most admired yield vehicle in Asia in the transmission sector. Coming to this asset management framework of IndiGrid, what we are following. First one is to have a planned and corrective maintenance. Second one is move towards the condition based. Third one is like towards the predictive, and last is reliability centered maintenance. So we are committed to have an assured performance first of all as an initial stage. Once we are into assured performance, then we are moving towards the operation excellence, where we will be having a best-in-class process, quality assurance, and all the best industry practices implemented into our company. And then the winning culture towards the one team, working as a team, one team till last person involved into it. So coming to this asset health indexing, the thought process came across because we were having a large number of data across the portfolio and various equipment, start from transformer, reactor, breaker, CT, CVT, LA, isolators, GIS also. So we are having a large number of data, but how to utilize those data to identify the predictive or the health scoring of particular equipment, so that we can be more focused on the particular task which is specific to particular equipment rather than
planned maintenance across the portfolio, like yearly maintenance. These are the things we need to do on every 6 month or yearly basis. So keep on. So we have approached to many OEMs which are providing APM tools to analyze the asset health scoring and pinpointing the issues in the equipments. But there was certain limitation with them, that they were having a large number of algorithms into it, but they are not ready to share across certs. Even we are buying that product as well. So that is the reason we thought of to doing it in-house by our team, and by utilizing various IEEE standards and the CGRE guidelines and the expertise available into our company. So we have developed this condition assessment using data analytics. We have covered, like you can see like transformer, we are having we have covered transformer, CT, CB, isolator, reactor, CVT, LA and GIS. So total more than 6,300 equipment across the portfolio we have covered into this algorithms, asset health indexing. And we have developed many algorithms to define the asset health scoring. So first methodology was related to data collection. Data gathering from various sources, including sensors and all, was the challenging for us, because many of the things was doing at site level are not getting captured well into the system, so that we can fetch it out to our AHI and all. So what we have done, we have implemented the Maximo tools. So Maximo, all over the maintenance being carried out at site level, all the reports has to be all the reports has to be marked into the Maximo, so that all the data collection can be completed since commissioning to the real-time basis. Then data processing, then all the data what we have collected in the Maximo, we have scrutinized and identified the garbage or kind of thing which is not useful. So we have make them corrected by repeated tests and all. Third one is like indicator selection. Like if we want to indicate transformer, then what are the things need to be carried out to come to the conclusion for health score of particular transformer. Like main thing is the bushing, which is the main component into the transformer, which used to fail most of the times. So we have given some heavy weightage to the bushing. Then there was the part of winding, then what other insulations labels and all. So what we have defined the indicator selections, what are the indicators we need to select to come to the conclusion of health scoring of particular equipment. Then third one is weightage and scoring. Each and every component or the indicator will have some weightage on it. Like in the transformer, most of the failure related to bushing, so we have defined 40% weightage to the bushing health indexing for the transformer. Then winding, then DGA, then insulation level and all. So by that way, we have defined all those indicators and weightage of each and every indicators for particular equipment. Then aggregation, like individual score for various indicators, like if we want to if we want to ensure healthiness of bushing, what are the tests need to be carried out, like 10 delta, capacitance, IR, and all those stuff. So what are the weightage need to be given for the 10 delta, what are the weightage need to be given for capacitance, what are the weightage need to be given for IR. So all those weightage factor we have defined to the particular test, so that each and everything we have defined a particular weightage based on the IEEE guidelines and the expertise available and the past experience. So then we have come to the last standard, like the visualization. How will we use the visualization of those indicators and the conclusion or the scoring of particular equipment? So these are the methodology what we have adopted for AHI. And in the sideline you can see the maintenance data we have captured into the Maximo, then Maximo to AHI dashboard. And AHI dashboard is a real-time update on dashboard. Whatever the data site team used to put on daily basis, it used to fetch by the AHI portal on daily basis, and real-time data we need to have at dashboard, so that we can be aware about the real-time situation, what is happening at site. So by that way, improved decision making is our last. So you can see like the weightage what just I have explained you. So the transformer, if we consider any substation of 765 or 400 kV, so these are the weightage what we have defined based on the capital nature of expenses. If we consider the total cost of the substation, the major component is the transformer, the second one is the reactor, and third one circuit breaker, and so on. So based on the capital value of the particular substation and proportionate values of the particular substation into equipments, we have defined the weightage for each and every equipment, so that we can come across to the one single figure which used to show the status of substation. Like this substation is having this much score, this substation is this much score. So just for an example, transformer 61% weightage. So further into the 61% of the transformer, we have divided mechanical assessment 11%, dielectric assessment 23%, thermal assessment 20%, bushing 19%. So these are the parameter what we have defined for particular transformer and reactor, and these are the weightages what we have defined to come across to the 100% of the total overall figure. So in the same way, CT also we have defined dielectric strength. Dielectric assessment is 42%, which is the major component into the consideration. O&M failure review is the second part, where any kind of oil leakages is there, any kind of SF6 leakages are there into the substation or the particular equipment. Those cannot be captured into the maintenance part, but that can be visually monitored. So those are the things we have also captured into the O&M failure review. So we have defined each and every weightage for each and every parameters to come to the conclusion of 100%. Then you can see here like this, so you can see like we are having a number of 75 kV, 400 kV substations. So this is just a snapshot of this dashboard. Like Bhopal is having 88% or Dhole is 84% or something like that. So we can categorize which substation is going below the defined level and where we need to be focused on. So in this criteria we have defined, if the score is 70 to 100%, then the condition is normal. If the score is 70 to 50, then the condition is in monitoring stage. If the score is 50 to 30, then the condition is in alert stage, and the critical is below 30. So based on that, we can define our action plan to be specific on the particular equipment. You can see here the identification of condition indicator, what I have already explained you about. So assignment of weightages for each and every condition indicator, scoring of condition indicator, data availability coefficient, and the calculation health indexing, what we have from the IEEE standard, which is already available. So based on those algorithms, we have developed with the help of our IT team, we have developed one algorithm, Python theorems and all. So based on those algorithms and all those IT tools, they have developed dashboard, and we can see all those things. So here you can see like we have prepared this dashboard in the 3 level, like 3 level monitoring. First level is the company level monitoring, where all of the substation will be come together and show their scores, how it is performing. Second one will be the particular station level. If particular station is down, then what are the key factor to come down the scores. Then second level of monitoring is the equipment, like equipment wise dashboard, where you can see all the equipment. We are having this sorry, so you can see like
yellow pointer.
Okay. So you can see here like these are the selection criteria from where we can select the location, where we can select the equipment, And based on if in this present screen the transformer is selected for all the locations, so these are the status of all the transformer available across the portfolio. So we can easily see like Dipalpur is having one transformer is in monitoring stage, Sona substation 2 transformer is in monitoring stage, so we can be more focused on that particular equipment to avoid the premature failure. So these are the things for the transformer equipment level. Then if we come across to the particular equipment level, dig down the issues, what are the issues, where are these? So what we have defined it like these are the poor condition indicator, where we can see like how many indicators are showing it notification. If we click on those things, then it will show you based on the which criteria it is coming, the scores are coming down. So we need to be more focused on this. If we focus on the, if we click on the action required, it will suggest automatically pop-up window that what are the action need to be required and what will the frequency to do all those things. So based on this, we can dig down the things, how or where, to be very specific, where we need effort need to be made to improvise the system. So in this particular thing, we have also implemented POF and RLA also. You can see the probability of failure and residual life assessment. So these two features also we have implemented based on the IEEE guideline and the other reference tools. So the benefits of this particular AHI is use of huge data bank for focused approach to maintenance team, so to save the efforts of the manpower and the man hours at site, and to be very specific equipment where to need to be focused to avoid the premature failure and all. Derivation of probability of failure, what we have identified through it. Derivative of for residual life assessment for individual equipment, majorly for ICT and reactors. And predictive maintenance approach based on the data analytics, where need to be keep on. And all those whatever the IEEE standard and the CGRE guidelines, what we have referred into it to prepare all those things, it is listed below. Yeah, thank you.
Thank you, Prayash, giving a very detailed commentary on the long research which you are carrying on. Is the research over and validated at other places?
It is actually implemented 6 months back, and we are following this across
any
the portfolio.
publication, has it been published in any research journal?
No, we have not published it as of now.
Okay, with this my job is over, and now I hand over the mic to our chairman, Dr. Arora, please, to conclude and maybe.
Gupta ji, thank you very much for very nice presentation, and you did congratulations because of two reasons. One, you have made very wonderful and system, and second is because you have made it at your level, in-house, and there should be round of applause for this thing. Finally, we have come to a stage when we have to say goodbye. It is not the end, it's a beginning, because we have learned so many good things about condition monitoring. We have learned about the technologies available. We have to just go and use that technology we have learned about. We have to implement all these things, and finally, with this implementation, we will make India free of electrical accidents, fire accidents, explosions, and we will eliminate premature failure of equipment we have in our systems. With that, goodbye. Thank you everyone.
So the technical part is over. Now Mr. Patnaik and Mr. Subhash Chandra, I think, will take over the stage.
Yeah, actually one of the great announcement is there. Last time Dr. Arora actually helped a lot. So the season or the session or the show right now not ended. The show itself just started now, because I promised in my theme paper that there will be a concluding session and there will be a release of a concluding paper. But that concluding paper last time also Dr. Arora prepared, just collecting all the these particular videography and audiography, all these things just
collecting all these statements, views and everything, one concluding paper got released, which will be of a great beneficial, because all the conferences in India, what happens, sometimes it gets to make a just short closure, and everyone need to get all these copies and then throw it in different angle and all. But right now we will not be doing that. All these conclusion, recommendations and everything, it will be released in the electrical mirror in one of the session. You will be getting to know what exactly was the conclusion of ETES 2024. So that particular one bestows with Dr. Arora. He will be preparing because he has taken that responsibility. Last time also he prepared. This time also he will be preparing, but it will take for I think 1 month around, because just of his busy schedule. He is also a great man of national figure. So he will be taking this responsibility. So round kind of applause, because everything with Dr. Arora, please. Actually, before to proceed this one, we will be going for the felicitation award for all our the speakers, those who have contributed for this session. I will be requesting to please just have with the award for Harish ji. So please, please come. मुझे एक्चुअली हिंदी इतना अच्छा नहीं आते हैं, बट द वन व्हिच आई एम टॉकिंग अबाउट हियर आफ्टर द थिंग्स द फन मेकिंग, मेरी मेकिंग विल बी गोइंग ऑन, जॉली जोवियल थिंग्स विल गो. Yeah, then next to please come down.
Shashank Gupta.
Shashank Gupta ji, please.
How did you your electrical department?
Next comes the Prayas Gupta ji, please. Come down here.
I'd like to visit and see your lab at home. I give you my card?
Yeah. So we can ask for Subhash ji, please come up the dais, at least to our session chair, to Valley State session chair. Then it goes with of session moderator. Barsane Saab, please come.
Okay.
I will be for you. आइए सुभाष जी, okay. Yeah. Okay, so right now we'll be requesting to our eminent judges to come up the dais. Murthy Sahab, please come up the dais. Barsane Sahab, please come up the dais. And Subhash ji, please come. Please join with us. Then Barsane Sahab, please be here. Okay, so right now the great choice is that lucky draw we can have. Still lucky draw are there. People are waiting for to get in the lucky draw. We are having also the best delegate award, that also we will be declaring. We are having also the best paper award, the presentation best paper award, that also we have. We have selected on each and every sessions one best paper award. You have to choose. Let's our kind of selection and your selections exactly matching or not, that also we'll see. We are having many more awards also to come up. So right now we are just going to have the best delegates award. So from your side, who claims for the best delegates award? You have to claim yourself to become the best delegates award. Then only we can feel that it was the right one. So you are claiming that you are of the best delegate. Okay. Here claiming of yourself. Who else claiming from that the best delegate. Best delegate, I am giving you some choices. The kind of, you must be asking some queries. You must be disciplined, moved up that way. You must have attended all the sessions, each and everyone, not missing anyone. So those are the few conditions are there. Anyone is there who is claiming himself or herself that I am the best among all the delegates attended today. Till now I am still waiting for to get that award. Anyone? Oh, our claim is there. One more claim is there. So one more, 4 claims are there. So first of all, we will be going for this gentleman. There will be no, it must be unanimous choice to this gentleman. So please come on the dais and introduce yourself from where you from. And he is one of our best delegates award, right kind of approach, because he has asked a number of queries. You must have also be the part of that particular one, witness of that asking the queries and all. Those are also relevant queries. And also attended what I have seen from the session number 1 till now the same seat. No one was also occupied that seat. So that's why this is the best delegate award. So I will be requesting to come up with of those best delegates award.
Good evening, all of you. Gathering that we were having since morning. Patnaik sir is known to me, and we were working since last 15 years. And after a span of 10 years, he worked at Bhubaneswar, and I came back to Agra. Presently, I am working as AGM O&M at Torrent Power Agra, and whenever we find any kind of difficulty or a kind of technical problems, I always share my problems with the Patnaik sir, and immediately he tries to resolve it in any suggestions or a kind of directions that we can by which we will be helpful. Thank you.
Okay, so second best delegates award of the dais or on the dais? You just judge. The second best delegate award is now on the dais or off the dais? Award. Giving or taking up the things in other way. Have you seen whenever it was of session number 1, whenever it was of the session number 2, even the panel discussion and all, he was so excited. Whenever anything queries I asked of my way, he started off for speaking. You just see the enthusiasm and this energetic. So he is something like a young man having of if I am correct, having of 50 years of technical experience, especially after retirement. So young man without having 50 years of technical experience. More than that. So this is really one of the one to be considered in that like. Really fantastic. We have
have to go for in that way. Sir, thank you, sir, of this way. And the third best delegate award, it will be to whom? Yes? Up is just selected. It is giving you the kind of responsibility.
Yeah, I'm given the responsibility of selecting the third best delegate, and my criteria is that whosoever is the youngest out of the lot should be awarded this by virtue and on the based on the principle that he has been selected on the highest age. So third one should be on the base of age. So who is? I mean, you can just pick up 2, 3, and then you can find out.
You just extend us the date of certificate. I mean, date of birth certificate.
You can just tell. I
No.
mean, there are only few. There are only few.
Karthik, who is Karthik?
Yeah. What is your age? What is your date of birth? 2000. And you are
Your
also
date of birth is
delegates?
2000. Anyone is
Delegates?
in 2000?
Anybody is before 2000 or
2002.
after 2000?
2002.
Two.
So-
Okay.
so
This
you
is a
will
good
be going to
criteria.
him. He
What
has
is your
also-
age?
2003.
3. And I think he tops. Is there anybody other than him?
Girls, anyone is there of 2004?
आप में से कोई है 2004 or anything? Okay. So I think he tops.
Anyone is of 2024?
That is a good statement.
Shakam, gentlemen, please come up with this way. This is actually one enthusiasm.
Otherwise, also
And,
you see his personality, he deserves.
Yeah. Okay, come on to this.
Thank you for giving me the opportunity to select. At least I have got something.
Okay. Thank you. Okay. So our next category goes with the best paper presentation. Let's go. Best presentation been considered on the basis of session 1, session 3 and session 4. Session 2 was a final discussion session. Session 1, session 3 and session 4. So from session 1, anyone can guess? Session 1. No guess? Session 1? No guess. Okay. So let's go. Serial number. Whose serial number was session presentation wise number 3? Whose serial number was number 3? Best paper. Great. Best paper goes to Mr. Sam Ravindran, MD Sonal Instrument Private Limited. MD Sonal Instrument Private Limited, Best Paper Award. Session number 1. Role of fault tube impedance in the electrical safety, introduction of attending to the safety, and the new concept has come up fault tube impedance, why and how. So, once again, big applause please to Mr. Sam Ravindran, Sonal Instrument India Private Limited. Okay, now we are coming up with the session number 3. With of session number 3. The session was of very interactive. The session was of very educative. The session was of a bonding session. Right now, need of the hour, and the best paper award goes to Number one, really great. Number one, Mr. Jayesh Patel from Megar USA. Mr. Jayesh Patel, please come out the dais, Mr. Jayesh Patel. Yeah, Mr. Jayesh Patel. Online partial discharge monitoring of session continues sequence of the sign of Mr. Jayesh Patel. Session of session number 4. It was of 3 papers been presented over. Now the guess. Okay, the guess is that. Oh, I think something different been selected. It was again the serial number 1, Mr. Dr. B.S.K.V. Harris. B.S.K.V. Harris, with your total team you come. Total team you come. Total team you come, please. All the time, all the way, those are of involved, they to get the award means we fill up a different way. So right now we are going for again, there are of a lucky draw. Still lucky draw is there, 8 number of lucky draws are there. So there is a maximum chance of among you to be getting one and all. So things are there, we'll be going for annual subscription, 3 number, then lucky draw of a 5 number. Quickly, I am just coming. Sure, one by one, you have to give me. Sure, I'm just opening one by one, directly 277. Anyone is there of 277? 277, serial number is there? Okay, not there. Let's see this one. This is 196. Anyone is 196? Not there. So this is 214. Not there. Okay, it's just a prompt from your side so that at least it will be coming up that way. 258. Not there. 268. Oh, come, 268, 268. Sure? You are of 268, sure na? Ah, come. you are about to go? Oh, still lagai na? No, he has not gone. Come, just get it. Okay, this is for annual subscription. Now it goes with of 158. I think someone was there, 158. 158, not there. Please check yours, it may be slipped away. 132, not there. Then lucky, this must be there. 298. Oh, great, 298. I think again also, we are not going to get it. He got up 297, Friends Award, and his own award. So we are discarding this one. 297, Friends Award, 298, his award. Sorry, we are discarding these things, sorry. But they are lucky, they have not presented. So hereafter you just go on presenting the video only. Don't speak anything. हाँ, 2 मिनट का दिखाया तो 3 जन को मिला. देखो 296 वाला Ah. Okay, next number goes with our 211. I think is there? No. 211? No. Okay, then quickly 213. I think someone was there, 213. Not there? Then it is going off 180. 180. Not there. सब बाहर निकाल देता हूँ 157. I think is there. No? Those are present, they are not lucky. Those are living, they are lucky. Eh? Those who have left, they are lucky. 138. Not there. 107. Oh, come. 107. 107. Okay. So next number 239. Oh, come. Quick. 239. So 190. 190. Not there. Come. I think hereafter only lucky people will be coming. I think got completed, na? Sir. Okay. So quickly we are getting, this number also we will be getting. This is the annual subscription. Okay. 119. Oh, you see 119, lucky. You are supposed to get also annual subscription. The best delegates, so I just made it that way. 119. No, annual subscription. Annual subscription. Oh, it's yours. Okay. Oh. Annual subscription. Ah, 119. Oh, it's okay. So this one of 82. No there. 274. 121. Not there. 121. 121. Come. Mine is what? 117. 121. Sir, gift or annual subscription? You will be taking of gift or annual subscription? Gift. I think gift हो गया 8 तो ये last. This is last. So this is last. This one is last for gift. One six three. Come. 163. Okay, you are also Megar. अरे यार सब मेगर ले लिया 163. Okay. Now this is of annual subscription, last one. I think award got completed. One more. Oh, they are talking also one more. Okay, it's better. 273. Okay. चलिए 155. Not there. 256. Not there. 191. Come. 191. Oh, great. Come. 191. This was the last. Okay, great. You are the last lucky man. Only one. Okay, so last annual subscription, then we will go for our special kind of award. Sure. Timirji, you might be lucky. Just wait for 5 minutes. But you just leave your tag to someone else. I think this one is there already. Already is there. 197. 197. Not there? Then this is another subscription. 192. 192 was there, no? Okay. 237. 237. 243. Not there. Come, it is 253. Oh, come. Last. Okay, great. 253. You will be giving your address and your name to ma'am to get the annual subscription. Okay, so now I will be just handing over to the organizing team for a declaration of other sensitizing awards, lifetime award, best contribution award, this, that and all. So over to you, please.
Thank you so much, sir. Hello. Thank you so much, sir. As we drew near to hello, as we drew near to end of this day, so I hope end of this remarkable day, I hope you all were excited, and now I would like to take a moment to extend our deepest thanks to all of our incredible presenters. Please give it a huge round of applause to all our presenters and speakers. Thank you so much. And now we will announce our theme of ETES 2025. I hope आप सभी लोगों को इतने गिफ्ट मिल चुके हैं कि एनर्जी की लेवल यहाँ हो जानी चाहिए. Yes or no? So please can we hear some noise in the house? Are you excited? Yes. So now I would like to request Mr. P.J. Patnaik sir to reveal the theme of 2025.
There of OMI, operation maintenance of electrical equipment. The session number 1 was there, TTNN, transformer technology now and next. That session completed. Session number 2, that particular conference year completed. This conference was of OMI, operation maintenance on electrical equipment. Now we are waiting for to take the theme of 2025, ETES 2025. So we'll be requesting all the delegates, please propose from your side. If you are not proposing, then we will be proposing, you will be seconding it. So first of all, it will be coming from your, as I told you, it is of a delegates-based conference. Please raise the theme paper or theme session for 2025. Please, actually we will be requesting to Mani sir, please make a point. Renewables actually they have ETRS one renewable is there, means the emerging technology and renewable system, they have got a separate session. Okay. Oh, that means similar kind of things. Please, actually, can you just, Suksha, just wait for. Huh? What time? 8:45. I think 8:45. So, any kind of award is there with Sud sir? So please collect and just move. Come, come, come. Okay, so we'll be asking to the team PDSS, please come up the dais. Total team, please come up. Please, because they are just to have their flight, so we must not disturb them. Otherwise, they will be here. So please. This is actually for best interactive for the session. So best interactive for the ETES 2025. Thank you, sir. Thank you. Okay, have a nice day. Okay, Renewable will be coming. That will be going. And digitization now and next. Okay, great. Okay, so we'll be coming, and the most choiceable month again will be starting from June to August, probably August. August to be felt with comfortable for everyone. So probably the August, if to be allowed the session one, we may be going from June to August as per the suitable one. So you get ready and to be there with us. There will be number of exciting things are there. 2025, it will be on August 2025, and the theme is DDNN, ETES 2025 DDNN. Now over to you for the best
thank you,
exciting
sir.
awards.
And we are excited for this next 2025 ETES theme DDNN. Yes, please have it a huge round of applause to one and only ETES. And now we look forward to exploring this theme in depth and continuing our journey of advancement and collaboration. Now, last but not the least, we have some exciting activity to conclude our event. Finally, we will proceed with the awards ceremony. First of all, I would like to congratulate all of them who win today in a lucky draw. And also, I request to all of you, please give it a huge round of applause to all of them who will win lucky draws. And now it's a high time to start our awards ceremony. We will be recognizing outstanding contributions in categories like Industry Award and Authors Award category. These awards celebrate two achievements and contributions that have made a significant impact in our industry. Congratulations to all of our award winners as we conclude ETES 2024. Once again, extend our heartfelt gratitude to all our partners, dealers, and organizers. Your support and enthusiasm have made this conference grand success. So now, I would like to request first, I would like to request award givers Mr. K.K. Murthy sir, Mr. Patnaik sir, and Mr. Vashni sir. Please come on the stage. Yeah, प्लीज़ एक बार ज़ोरदार तालियां होनी चाहिए हमारे के मूर्ति सर एंड पटनायक सर के लिए जिन्होंने आज का ये पूरा दिन स्टेज से खड़े होकर डायरेक्शन देते हुए गुजारा है. सो प्लीज़ एक बार ज़ोरदार तालियां हो जाए हमारे सर के लिए. एंड नाउ आई रिक्वेस्ट आवर फर्स्ट विनर मिस्टर इम्तियाज सिद्दीकी सर for lifetime contribution in testing, measuring and monitoring industry. Please, ladies and gentlemen, give it a huge round of applause to our first winner, Imtiaz Siddiqui sir.
I am pleasantly surprised to get Lifetime Achievement Award. I thought there are some years left in me still. So is it the way to say goodbye?
No. Actually, this has been interpreted in a different way. Whenever someone being young and getting the Lifetime Award means it is being considered that he is young as far the age is concerned, but he is pretty having of great experience as far technology is concerned. So he is the great technologist of nation as well as also the international forum. So the matured technical guy was collecting the prize of Lifetime Achievement Award in terms of technology, not in terms of the age, if I am correct. So matured, okay, technology, okay, great. आपको शेयर बोलना है और एक बार आते हैं तो
एक बार जोरदार तालियां हो जाए वंस अगेन इम्तियाज सिद्दीकी सर के लिए.
कितनी इज्जत दी गई जब शहर में लाया गया, कितनी इज्जत दी गई जब शहर में लाया गया, फूल में पत्थर छुपा के मुझ पे बरसाया गया. So for my friend, I was so much felicitated when I came to the city that they threw a stone together with flower in my thank you.
Actually sir, I want to correct you. Sorry for this correction, but मैं कहना चाहूँगी सर कहना चाह रहे थे कि पत्थर में फूल बनाकर मुझ पे बरसाया गया क्योंकि सर you totally young enough for got this achievement award. And please ladies and gentlemen, have it another achiever, Next Gen Equipments Private Limited, getting Pioneer Global Partnership in Power Industry. Please give it a huge round of applause to Next Gen Equipments Private Limited. Another awardee, Megal Group, Industry leadership in electrical test and measurement equipment. I request to Mega Group, please come on the stage for industry leadership in electrical test and measurement equipment. Please everyone give it a huge round of applause. जो दूसरों के लिए तालियां बजाते हैं उनके लिए भी तालियां बहुत जल्द बजती हैं, तो जोरदार तालियां हमारे सभी अवॉर्डीज के लिए बजाते रहें. I request all of you, please everyone, give it a huge round of applause to all our awardees. So ladies and gentlemen, next award for Innovator in Electrical Safety Solutions Award goes to Sonal Instruments India Private Limited. Please give it a huge round of applause to this achievement for Sonal Instruments India Private Limited. Another category, Excellence in Integrated Logistics Solutions. Award goes to Transport Corporation of India, that means TCI. So please ladies and gentlemen, give it a huge round of applause. I request to Dr. Mr. Subhash sir and Mr. KK Murthy sir, please give this award to TCI. Ladies and gentlemen, next award in the category of Excellence in Earthing and Grounding Solutions goes to Intertech. And I would like to request Mr. Subhash sir and KK Murthy sir and also Patnaik sir, please give this award to Intertech. Please ladies and gentlemen, तालियों की गूंज कम नहीं होनी चाहिए, जोरदार तालियों से स्वागत करेंगे हमारे सभी अवॉर्डीज का. And must congratulate all of them with your round of applause. Now next category, Excellence in Modular Switchboard Solutions. Award goes to Modutech Ready Panels Private Limited. Please give it a huge round of applause. Put your hands together to this beautiful gift. Ladies and gentlemen, please give it a huge round of applause to all our awardees. Next category, Excellence in High Voltage Testing Solutions. Award goes to MTech Pro Technologies Private Limited, and I would like to request Mr. KK Murthy sir, Mr. Patnaik sir, Mr. Subhash sir and Vashne sir, please give this award to to Amtech Pro Technologies Private Limited. Next, we have a category in Outstanding Contribution to Power Industry Solution. Award goes to Om Technical Solutions LLP. Please everyone give it a huge round of applause to all our awardees. Next, we have another category, Excellence in Innovation for Critical Electrical Components, and award goes to Nucor. So ladies and gentlemen, put your hands together to all our awardees. Now ladies and gentlemen, once again, in the category of Outstanding Contribution to Power Industry Solution, award goes to Amtech Solutions LLP. Please everyone, जोरदार तालियों के साथ स्वागत करेंगे. Please everyone, give it a huge round of applause to Timir sir, awardee in Best category. And now another category, Excellence in Transformer Technology Innovations. Award goes to SN Mr. Tap Changers Private Limited. Mr. R. Prakash. Ladies and gentlemen, please give it a huge round of applause to Nucor Excellence in Innovation for Critical Electrical Components. एक बार जोरदार तालियों के साथ स्वागत करेंगे हमारे अवार्डी न्यूकॉर के लिए. Please everyone, give it a huge round of applause. So, ladies and gentlemen, in the category of Excellence in Transformer Technology Innovations, award goes to Eason MR Tap Changers Private Limited. Eason MR Tap Changers Private Limited. एक बार जोरदार तालियों के साथ स्वागत करेंगे हमारे कैटेगरी विनर का. Please everyone, give it a huge round of applause. Now ladies and gentlemen, it's a high time to start our another category award. It's a Authors Award. And पहले मैं चाहूँगी आप सभी लोगों से, जितने भी लोग आज आपके सामने यहाँ विनर बने हैं अवार्डीज कैटेगरी में या एनीथिंग लकी ड्रॉ कैटेगरी में, प्लीज सभी लोगों के लिए जोरदार तालियां हो जाए आज, क्योंकि ये पावर बैक सेशन उन सभी लोगों की वजह से है जो आज यहाँ बैठे हुए हैं. एंड नाउ इट्स अ हाई टाइम फॉर ऑथर्स अवार्ड कैटेगरी. And I would like to request Mr. Subhash sir, please. आप सभी हमारे authors, winners और सभी हमारे awardees को award देने के लिए be ready. And now I would like to request and I would like to invite our first most author, Mr. Rajesh Arora sir, on the stage. Please everyone, give it a huge round of applause. to Dr. Rajesh Arora, sir. Now we have another author award goes to, any guesses? Mr. P.K. Patnaik, sir. Please give it a huge round of applause to one and only Mr. P.K. Patnaik, sir. And I would like to request Mr. Subhash, sir, Murthy, sir, and Vashne, sir. Please give this award to one and only Mr. P.K. Patnaik, sir, for Authors Award. आई थिंक ये पूरा सेशन आज का विदाउट पटनायक सर सक्सेसफुली डन नहीं होता। सर ने सारी ही चीज़ें सारी पूरी बागडोर बहुत ही अच्छे से संभाली। एक बार ज़ोरदार तालियां फिर भी बनती हैं सर के लिए दोबारा। थैंक यू सो मच। एंड नाउ वी हैव अनदर अवॉर्डी इन ऑथर्स कैटेगरी, सुशील वाशने सर। मिस्टर सुशील वाशने वी हैव ऑन दिस स्टेज। So ladies and gentlemen, please give it a huge round of applause to Mr. Sushil Washne, sir. एक बार जोरदार तालियां होनी चाहिए। And next we have Harshal Maliwari on the stage. Please I request to Harshal Maliwari on the stage. Okay, वो हमारे साथ अभी नहीं है, वो आज नहीं आ पाए हैं, बट एक बार जोरदार तालियां होनी चाहिए सर के लिए, so that सर जब वीडियो देखे सर को पता चले कि उनका अवार्ड यहाँ सुरक्षित है। एंड नेक्स्ट वी हैव दिव्यांशु अरोरा सर ऑन द स्टेज। Please everyone give it a huge round of applause to Mr. Divyanshu Arora for Authors Award. I request to के मूर्ति सर प्लीज़ हर्षल मालिवारी जी का अवार्ड आप ले लीजिए, अटेंड कीजिए। एंड आई रिक्वेस्ट टू ऑल ऑफ यू प्लीज़ गिव दिस स्पेशल अवार्ड टू के मूर्ति सर ऑन द बिहाफ ऑफ हर्षल मालिवारी। एक बार जोरदार तालियां हो जाए, सन्नाटा नहीं होना चाहिए। ये अवार्ड विनिंग सेरेमनी चल रही है एंड वी आर सेलिब्रेटिंग ऑल अवार्डीज हियर। And now, ladies and gentlemen, it's a high time as we are celebrating Senior Citizens Day today. You know, आज हम Senior Citizens Day मना रहे हैं और आज हमारे साथ एक ऐसे ऑथर भी मौजूद हैं हम सब के बीच में जो सीनियर सिटीजन्स की कैटेगरी में आज ऑथर्स अवार्ड ले रहे हैं। मैं आप सभी से रिक्वेस्ट करूंगी प्लीज़ अपनी सीट पर खड़े होकर एक बार जोरदार तालियों के साथ में हम के मूर्ति सर का स्वागत करेंगे फॉर दिस स्पेशल कैटेगरी अवार्ड। ऑथर्स अवार्ड गोज टू मिस्टर के मूर्ति सर। प्लीज एवरीवन raise your hands together up in the air and give it a huge round of applause to one and only के मूर्ति सर।
just you might have observed one of the great coincidence. As far the authors award is concerned, the junior most of this house got the award, Mr. Arora, and the senior most of the house got the award.
एक बार जोरदार तालियां हो जाएं.
Just imagine the enthusiasm of that gentleman and the enthusiasm of this young man. So it is really the things to go in a right spirit, right manner, in right way, and hopes also 2025 will be in a better and best manner. And one of the most interesting part I wanted to share. Here you may be getting one of the gentlemen who just came here from the session number 1, stayed to the last session also, encouraged one and all, but did not come to the front line. He is none other than our Devapad Sahab. Devapad Sahab, please come up the dais, and one of the Devapad Sahab, he is a director, Scope India Private Limited, Mr. Devapad Sahab. You might have observed, but he was of a silent observer. Really, it was क्या बोलते हैं हिंदी पे चार चांद क्या बोलते हैं?
हमारी महफिल में 4 चांद लगा दिए सर जी.
Correct. सोने पे सुहागा. Really.
Now, thank you so much, everyone. And definitely, sir, the theme DDNN will guide our future discussions and set the stage for another year of innovation and connections. So, ladies and gentlemen, एक बार जोरदार तालियां आप सभी लोगों के लिए जिन्होंने इतने पेशेंस के साथ में, इतने एंथुजियाज्म के साथ में ये पूरा 2024 का ETES सक्सेसफुली डन कराया. Thank you so much, everyone.
But any session without a Sairi and without a concluding note, we won't be allowing to get it concluded. Because मन तो नहीं लग रहा है कि just go to get it concluded, because you are of that way. So our Shair is on phone call. So just to get out of the phone call, we will be requesting to come here and to conclude and to make a next begin of 2025 DDNN. So it is a round kind of applause to our Siddiqui Sahab. Please conclude with your great Sairi note.
Thank you. इस मौके के लिए एक शेर है कि हम सबको पता है कि वक्त चला जाता है तो वापस नहीं आता है, तो उसी सिलसिले का ये शेर है कि मैं गया मेहरबान हो के बुला लो जब भी चाहो मुझको, मेहरबान हो के बुला लो जब भी चाहो मुझको, मैं गया वक्त नहीं हूँ कि फिर आ भी न सकूँ.
We were waiting for these events for a long time, and everything depends on your mindset. सोचा था ये पल रुक जाएगा एक पल के लिए, वो पल आया भी रुका नहीं एक पल के लिए, और वो चला जाएगा एक पल के लिए, यादें ले जाएगा वो एक पल के लिए. पलों को रोको मत, आने दो, फिर मिलेंगे एक पल के लिए. जय हिंद.
Agle session actually we will be having of a one musical night or Sairi session, so that it will be of rather interesting. We will keep a session exclusively for Sairi session. So the all Sair, please come up with a great kind of preparation mode and to just enjoy that particular one. Of course, without that. Okay. Sairi without that. Okay, thank you. Have the nice day. And we'll be meeting in the ETS 2025. And till that, goodbye. Everyone to get it off right way. Have your nice zoning to get back. Thank you all. Have the nice time, one and all. Thank you. Goodbye.
ये इलेक्ट्रिकल मिरर टीम का तो शुक्रिया हम लोगों को अदा करना चाहिए. ये सब लोग सुबह से लेकर शाम तक लेट एवरीबॉडी कम ऑन द स्टेज. कि किसी भी अच्छे प्रोग्राम को बनाने में कितने लोगों की मेहनत लगती है, उसमें से बहुत सारे लोग पीछे रहते हैं और पता भी नहीं चलता हम लोगों को. So a big shout out for the young team of Electrical Mirror. Please everybody come on the stage. You people are the backbone of this industry.
Please everyone give it a huge round of applause to whole team. इन सभी की बैक स्टेज मेहनत आज ऑन स्टेज सक्सेसफुल दिख रही है. एक बार जोरदार तालियां पूरी टीम के लिए होनी चाहिए.
Thank you everyone. And thank you for your very nice comparing. You did a good job.